be exchanged amongst the experts. The experts retained by the defense have received the raw data. They can certainly testify to whatever they would like to about that if they disagree with Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray's opinion as to what the raw data actually says. But there is a privacy concern with regards to this raw data, and quite frankly, that's my position. I would actually request that the court hear from Dr. Torres directly as to what her position is with regards to the raw data.
Okay. Dr. Torres, if you would step forward, please, ma'am.
Hey guys, I'm here. I got this live. I was doing
Good morning.
Serenity McKinney.
In regards to the
stuff.
raw data, I have it here. All of the information associated with the MMPI-2, the 2 times that we administered, we being myself and Dr. Gray, as well as
So it was done twice?
It was also done by Dr. Leach.
Okay, go ahead.
Essentially, we've provided this information to Mr. Tellini's expert. We provided that on February 7th. If the court wants to release the raw test data to Mr. Tellini, that's fine with us. We just ask that a protection order be placed on it to prevent further distribution.
Give me just a second, guys.
And I both as a litigator and as a judge, so I knew that was going to be a request, and it's a reasonable one.
I don't have a problem with that. The only people that would be reviewing it myself, and then I have a social worker.
Okay.
And obviously, we would want a copy of it as well.
Yes. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, because I've been in a position of, I mean, I've been a litigator with this in this issue, or a trial attorney in this issue with respect to this issue and the raw data, and I can tell you, I think that there is some value to having the raw data if you can figure out the raw data. There's value to having that and being able to question the expert about it as opposed to just a battle of the experts. So I am going to order the raw data be provided to both sides. Since it's going to be provided to both sides, I'm going to require the prosecution to upload it sealed so that nobody has access to it through the electronic filing system. In addition, I'm going to enter the following protective order, and that is that the information is not to be otherwise copied, disseminated, distributed, or given to any other persons not associated with this case or not in the defense counsel's office or the prosecution's office. Both sides will need to take sufficient steps to make sure that it is not disseminated, published, or anything like that. And once the case is done, because you guys are going to upload that in a sealed fashion, and it will be preserved once this case is done, both sides will have to provide back the copies that they've gotten for destruction and certify that they provide us with all the copies that they have. And that should resolve all of the issues regarding dissemination of the raw data. Are there any other concerns that you have about that?
None at this time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Torres.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I have a concern.
Go ahead.
Just based on the history of this case, we've attempted to file other matters sealed, and for whatever reasons, someone in the pipeline makes a decision that it shouldn't be sealed, and then somehow it gets released to the public. I'm concerned that that might happen here. And so my preference would be for the court to upload it with instructions saying it's sealed, just as a precautionary measure.
Give it to us, we'll upload it. And then we'll make sure that it's sealed, and it won't be unsealed without court order. And that should take care of that. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Torres.
Thank you.
If I may approach, I'll hand you the
Okay.
folder that Dr. Torres.
Okay.
Handed me.
All right.
Am I dismissed, Your Honor?
Let me double check here. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Torres.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
All right. Then, Mr. Allen, I'm going to direct this question to you because you made the comments on Friday. You had indicated that you had received some information, and I thought you said some photographs regarding the defendant's conduct, which potentially could be construed as extending the middle finger or flipping people off, including a witness,
Sorry.
perhaps family.
That woman
Do you
is
have,
stupid.
those photographs.
I can get them printed. Basically, it was just screen captures from what was being broadcast on WebEx, which I think the court may also have the same things that I saw.
Do we have that now? Okay, so we will upload some of that so that there is some record of what it was. You may have all noticed that the tables have been slightly reconfigured. They'll be reconfigured again after or
Gonna make
at
some coffee,
lunchtime,
guys.
largely because I think that table where it is generally wasted space. So what we're going to do is give you a more narrow one and slide that table over further. I'll move that table then to the back so that you can put stuff on it. You may still be able to use it to some extent, but nobody will be able to sit at it. Ms. Stout, you have the right and obligation to be present for your trial. Being present permits you to see the evidence the prosecution is presenting against you. It permits you to communicate with your lawyers while that is going on and assist them in your defense. You also have the right for the jury not to see you in restraints that are commonly associated with being held in custody or confinement. That way, the jury does not see you as a prisoner or someone who is in custody and is not prejudiced against you because of that. These rights, however, are not without limitation. While you have the right to be present for your trial, you also have the responsibility to behave with the respect and decorum required for this formal proceeding. You also have the responsibility to behave in such a fashion as to make the use of additional restraints unnecessary. Sometimes during trial, a defendant chooses to act out. The likelihood that that will happen, in my experience, seems to increase the longer the trial takes and the more serious the charges are. And I know that right now we're in week 4, or we finished 4 weeks. We're starting week 5. You aren't the first defendant to act out. Probably not going to be the last. I cannot imagine the pressure a defendant feels during any trial. It's not uncommon for a defendant to disagree with certain testimony or dislike a witness or a victim. Nevertheless, you cannot act disrespectfully in words or actions. First of all, never helps you out. You've already heard one juror submitted a question regarding his observation of your conduct. They don't miss anything. It also makes your attorney's job much harder. They need to focus on the evidence presented and how to counter that rather than your conduct in the courtroom. I am also aware of the practical realities that exist in this case. I could hold you in contempt for your conduct in the courtroom. That would mean that I could impose a sentence of up to 6 months of jail for each incident of conduct which I find to be contemptuous. However, in a case where a defendant is facing decades or even life in prison if convicted, a 6-month contempt sentence does not seem to be much of a deterrent. But that does not leave me without a remedy. We have moved the tables around. You are now sitting in a chair that does not rock or swivel. You will be directly facing the bench and you will be more in my line of sight. I want to caution you against certain actions, such as waving your hands around, trying to stretch your fingers out, and leaving one of them more prominent than the other. Those acts would be, in my opinion, disrespectful to the proceeding. It's disrespectful to the court and the legal process. I also view it as a form of witness intimidation and an attempt to influence presentation of. If that conduct occurs again, it would be a violation of the decorum I expect in this case. Everybody that's sitting in the gallery sees signs that have already warned them of the same kind of conduct. You can't do it either. I may then impose other remedies. I could simply have a bolt installed on the underside of the table and have your hands cuffed to that bolt. You wouldn't be able to use your hands. The jury wouldn't be able to see the handcuffs. It would be uncomfortable. I could have you removed from the courtroom and the trial would proceed without you. You would not be returned to the jail. Instead, you would be held in a holding cell in this building. You know how uncomfortable they are. You would then be transported back to the courtroom at every break to see if you had changed your mind and agreed to behave in a respectful manner a courtroom requires. And you would be brought over for the next day of trial, and we would start all over again. So, with that, is the prosecution prepared to proceed?
Yeah, we are, but there are a couple matters that I think we can address before the jury comes in.
Okay, and we will start up with, is Ms. Bell back there somewhere?
She's in the hallway, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's actually the first item I wanted to talk about. I
Okay.
did get a chance to talk to Mr. Tolini. There were some areas of her testimony that in my haste I didn't cover. So
Oh.
rather than recovering her before he starts his cross, I'd like to cover about 5 to 10 minutes at the most from this February 21st search. Mr. Tolini doesn't have an objection to that.
Okay, all right.
The second item is more sensitive, and I would propose that we approach for that, Mr.
Okay.
Tolini and I.
So they're approaching the bench. It's more sensitive in nature. So they're going to be discussing some stuff that's probably going to be asked, or a witness that very well may be called, that they're going to be talking about more sensitive topics and need to get over objections that they don't want the audience out there to hear. You know, obviously the jury's not in the courtroom just yet. So they were handling the conduct of Letitia Stout, flipping off this person or that person. And they have now, the judge has now made it a little more uncomfortable for her in the courtroom, moving the chairs around, giving her a chair that doesn't swivel, doesn't rock, is more of a fixed chair. And putting her more in the line of sight of the judge. The judge also cautioned her that he does have remedies to keep her in place, including but not limited to bolting her something under the table and keeping her handcuffed and shackled to the table out of the line sight of the jury, which he is willing to do if she has any more of these outbursts. And he's absolutely correct. You know, in these cases, you see these defendants acting out. It never helps their case, ever helps. It never, ever, ever helps. And here's why. Because the judge is probably going to give them more of a lengthier sentence than he would if they were truly remorseful for their actions. She's upset that people are telling the truth on her. And she killed a child. So we're not really, nor does anybody else really have a whole lot of pity on her, in my opinion, because of that. You know, they don't pity her. And rightfully so. They shouldn't be pitying her. So she's making this more complicated. It's going to be easier for the jurors to convict her. When we started out with this, and I heard all of her actions, primarily when they were trying to execute a search warrant for the cell phone and she took off running, those are actions of somebody that is screaming guilty, period. Hands down, actions from somebody that appears guilty. Like you see officers and your first inclination is to hightail it in the opposite direction of the officers. That is a sign of somebody guilty as hell. So like I said at the beginning, like I think it was the first day or two of this trial, maybe it was the second day. I don't think we got the first day. It was the second day or the third day of this trial. And I said, we caution everybody about saying slam dunk case. There's no real slam dunk case out there. And I have to be honest with you, this case here by far would be this would be the closest to a slam dunk case that we're going to probably ever see. In one of these high profile cases. There's just so much evidence against this woman. She made so many mistakes that it is just insane in my opinion. And even jurors are sending the, if people are just joining in, the reason why you're not hearing them talk is because they are approaching the bench and we don't hear those conversations at the bench. So I'm just commentating while they're having their discussions about the case, about some aspect of this trial or some aspect of this witness that they're about to bring. They said it was sensitive in nature and that they would like to approach the bench. So they have approached the bench and now they're talking there. So we're just going over some, information that we've learned watching this particular case. And that information is that she's done a lot of actions, very notable actions. Oh, good morning, Wanda. I see you in the house. Notable actions against when officers were present that they've watched and seen with their own eyes. And again, the most notable to me is when they were executing a search warrant for a cell phone. She takes off running. She thought they were coming to get her for his death, and she literally takes off running, not knowing what they were there to do. I also want to let everybody know I just dropped a video on Serenity McKinney, and that video should not have any advertisements on it. It is, we can get away with some stuff on lives and discuss certain things on lives that we can't do in a 9-minute video. So I went ahead and graded myself as it most likely being limited in ad suitability because of the sensitivity of the, it was talking about the condition that she was found. I did do it myself and kicked myself into the ad suitability, but I also am having them review it. So that's going to be one that we put together just for an update. If you guys would like to make sure that there's a like on that, that would really be great. I'd really surely appreciate that. I did put that together. It did bring a couple of different articles into this particular matter. This is a really sad case. This was one on Serenity McKinney, but we've been following Serenity McKinney case. We didn't give it as much thoroughness as we typically give cases because we were at the time, Serenity Harmony, we were dealing with Summer and Michael Monkey Vaughn. So we did cover the case. We kept everybody in the loop on what was going on with both Serenity McKinney as well as Harmony Montgomery, but we didn't give it the level of intense review and fact finding as we do most of our cases that we cover, but we did make sure our audience was kept abreast of what was going on. For those that are just tuning in, they're at the podium with the judge having discussions about a sensitive matter that they didn't want broadcasted. It looks like they're wrapping up now, and we should be getting back to the trial. The trial is now underway. Looks like the judge is going to tell the bailiff to go ahead and bring the jury in. And that's what you're seeing him do right there as he stands up, is bringing the jury in. The jury should be coming back now.
The first thing that we're going to do is bring in juror number 12.
Oh, juror number 12. They need to discuss juror number 12 by himself because he's the one that or he or she are the one that asked the question if they're allowed to take the, the defendant's actions in court, how they can handle that.
All rise for the juror, please.
Jury is
Thank you.
now
May
coming
all be
into
seated.
the courtroom.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect that juror number 12 has returned to the courtroom. Good morning. I'm sorry
Just the
to
juror.
have brought you down
Juror
again,
number 12.
but I wanted to think about this over the weekend. I also wanted to talk with the lawyers a little bit. And it was late on Friday when we did that. I know that you were waiting and I had some other matters that I had to deal with, so I just didn't want you to be waiting there.
Oh, it might be Tammy Crimes.
I
We'll
think
find out.
that,
I thought it
in
was the
this
one that was
circumstance,
asking.
I am going to excuse you from further service in this case.
Oh,
The law requires that I do it in front of the attorneys, the defendant, and in an open court. That's why I didn't call you. So
I guess you're
I'm
right,
sorry that you
Tammy.
had to
I
come
missed
down.
that.
I do have a final instruction for you with a caveat.
Okay.
The instruction is that your service in this case is being concluded. You no longer have any further obligation in this case. You may now talk to anyone you wish, including the attorneys and parties about this case. You may tell them as much or as little as you like about the case. Whether you do so or not is entirely up to you. If you decide not to discuss the case, your decision will undoubtedly be respected. However, if an attorney or party persists in discussing the case over your objection or becomes critical of your services as a juror, please report that incident to me. The caveat is, as you know, we've taken some steps to make sure that all the jurors remain anonymous. The only people who know who you are the other jurors, the attorneys, and I. So the caveat is you're prohibited from disclosing to anyone else who the other jurors are, and that's to respect their privacy. But again, at this point in time, you can talk to anybody. Aside from that, you can talk to anybody that you want. You can tell them as much as you like or as little as you like. In addition, Mr. Combs has, do we have that printed off yet? Okay. Mr. Combs has some information for you. If you have questions about that, give us a call. It's a difficult case. I know that those are services that we offer to every juror in every case. I also have a certificate of appreciation for your service. It's not much. It is all that we can
This is a nice
offer.
judge.
It is important, however, because it does serve as a symbol of your service in this case. In addition, El Paso County has a policy whereby if you are called down and serve as a juror, and then you are called in the next 12 months, you can call the jury commissioner and explain that you were on a jury in the past 12 months, and they'll excuse you without you ever having to come down. Remember those questions when I asked when we first started, have you ever been on a jury in the last 12 months? So this certificate has my name on it, the case number for this case, and the date of your service. You give any one of those three things to Commissioner Maestas, she should be able to look up your service and excuse you. So with that, make sure that you have everything out of the jury room. Any notes that you have, you need to give to Mr. Combs. They will be immediately destroyed. We're not going to distribute them, do anything with them. They're destroyed immediately. So just make sure that you have everything. And again, thank you for your service. And I know that you might have a feeling that you didn't get to sit all the way through, and you made it this far. You put this much time and effort into it. What I want to tell you is you did the right thing. That's what this process is all about. So I don't want you to feel bad about that. Okay, you did the right thing. Okay. All rise for the juror, please.
This judge is ultra nice. He's very he seems like a judge that's beyond reproach. It seems like he's a very friendly person that you can talk to this man about anything. We're very thankful for that.
So at this point in time, do we need to have Ms. Bell resume her seat on the witness stand? Is that where we're going? Okay. All right. Ms. Bell, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
I'll try to adjust the view once they get people up and everything. I wish I could get this view for this podium or the lectern as well as the witness, but it just doesn't work that way. So I apologize about that, guys. I try to get it adjusted, but we're going to have to wait and see. There we go. It's about as big as I'm going to be able to get it right there, which is about the same. Sorry, I'm just adjusting it, playing with the.
All rise for the jury, please.
Now the entire jury's is now coming
That'd be
in.
great. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm done playing with it. All right, the attorney's just getting recollecting his notes. The microphones are on. They're just waiting to start I believe this is the last witness they had on Friday. And they had asked if they could ask a few more questions of this witness.
All rise for the jury. Yep, there we go. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we're going to start the day with a question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to act as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. Okay. You might notice that we have one juror less today than we did last Friday. You shouldn't draw any conclusions or anything from that. That juror was no longer able to serve in this case. So it does bring up something I want to talk to you about a little bit. And that is you guys can rearrange. I know that I always feel bad for the people that are sitting down there in the pit. So if you want to, you guys can stay in the same seats that you're in if you want to do that. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. The other thing that you can do if you want to talk about it, you could all move down. That would put you up on the same level with everybody else. And our juror number 20 could move back into that back seat. You would be higher up. It's also up to you. I give you that option. If you want to stay the way that you are, that's okay too. But this way we have a little bit more room to play with. So I'll just leave it at that. When we took our break on Friday, we were in the midst of Ms. Bell's testimony. That's where we will resume today with that. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Bell.
Good morning.
There's a couple questions that I forgot
Happy
to ask you
birthday,
on Friday.
Sonia.
Okay, so I want to cover those with you this morning. Is that all right?
Yes.
Back on both searches.
I didn't know it was your birthday
January 29th,
today.
2020, as well as February 21st, 2020. Did you locate any shell casings in the residence?
No cartridge cases were located during any of my searches.
If you would have found expended cartridge cases, would you have collected those?
Yes, they would have been collected and placed into evidence.
During the course of the February 21st, 2020 search, did you also collect several prescription medication bottles?
I did. I believe it was 5 prescription bottles.
And do you know those? Do you have your report with you?
I do, if I may refer to it.
I figured you might, since you probably didn't know I was going to ask you these questions. And it's BATE page 0398. It's 2 of 6 of your February 21st report.
Correct. Yes, I do have that.
What items did you actually collect and submit into evidence?
I will do my best to say these names and not butcher them. But I collected a prescription bottle of Perigo, I believe is how you pronounce this, that was prescribed to Letitia Stout. I collected a prescription bottle of colchicine that was prescribed to Eugene Stout. I collected a prescription bottle of lisdexamfetamine that was prescribed to Gannon Stout. I collected a prescription bottle of amoxicillin prescribed to Harley Hunt, and a prescription bottle of doxycycline, which was indicated it was for a canine.
And did you collect and submit into evidence every prescription bottle you found in the entire residence?
The ones I collected on that day, I don't know that every single prescription bottle was collected and submitted into evidence.
Did you see a prescription for hydrocodone while you were doing this search on February 21st, 2020?
I don't recall offhand without reviewing photographs.
If you would have saw a prescription of that, would you have collected it?
I believe I would have, since the other prescriptions were collected.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Michelle, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. So, again, how many searches did you do with residents?
Myself personally,
Yes.
I was involved in 3 of them.
3 separate searches she was involved
And the
in, and there
first,
was
what was the
more.
date of the first one?
First one was January 29th.
And to your knowledge, was the resident secure between the time that Gannon went missing and when you did your search?
Secured in
I
one
mean,
way.
were other members of the family there? Were people coming in and out?
When I arrived on that day, I know at some point that Eugene Stauk returned back to the residence and remained on the upper level while I was working in the basement. And then throughout the other ones, I couldn't say for sure. It's my understanding that they were in and out of the residence.
And so before you got there on the 28th or on the 29th, how many people were in and out of the residence, like say the day prior? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Of family or
Family.
of law enforcement?
Of family, non-law enforcement.
I was made aware that Gannon's biological mother had been in the house the day prior, at least, or the evening prior. And beyond that, I don't know which family members had been in and out of the residence.
Or are there friends showing up to offer aid or anything like that? You're unaware?
That I'm not aware of. I wasn't at the door to see who came to the door.
Okay. And in regards to the carpeting, you had indicated that you've done some kind of testing with the fire department and with fire resistant material being put in the carpet.
Yes, so that was experimentation that was done several years ago, so not on specific carpet from this
Okay.
residence.
And that's was my next question. Do you know, was any of this carpet tested to see if it actually is fire resistant?
I'm unaware if any additional testing was done on this carpet.
Okay. Or any testing to see how long you'd have to put a flame to cause the type of fire damage that we saw? That
Correct.
wasn't done?
I didn't do any of that on this carpet, and I don't know that it was done.
Okay. Thank you. Redirect.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Bell? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Or the people would call Harley Hunt to the stand.
Ms. Hunt, if you would step forward and raise your right. Oh, where is she? I just saw someone coming through the door.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean to sneeze on you. We're still waiting for them to get back into the, I'm not sure what I guess we're waiting for the next witness or waiting for them to pull something up. I guess the next witness is being called. Thank you, guys. I see your chats. Allergies here in Florida aren't any joke, man. But I think it's because I cleaned. I mean, this house is like clean. I don't know what else to say. I'm sure there's still some dust lurking somewhere that I haven't gotten to yet. But oh, the daughter. Holy shit. Strikeys. Uh-oh. She's got to be nervous. Oh my gosh. They're having problems. Oh, this is a nail biter. This is a nail biter, guys. Is she going to come? Oh my gosh. She's not here. Like she's supposed to walk in. Now she's got to be freaking out right now. She's got to testify against her mother. Look at her mom. Look at her mother's face. Look at her mother's face. She's like, she better not come in here. She better not come in here. She better not come in here. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Guys,
Right, Ms. Hunt, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
she's going on the stand right now. I feel so bad for her. She's got to be terrified.
You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Look at
truth.
her face. That poor
Right,
that
and
poor
see the
girl.
witness stand. Please watch your steps as you step into the stand.
Oh, that poor girl. Oh, she should not have done this to her daughter. That is just, look at her daughter. Her daughter is terrified. Her daughter
morning,
should
Miss
not
Hunt.
be put in this position.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Harley Hunt.
Oh,
Hunt.
this poor baby.
Very difficult for you right now.
My heart's breaking. I'm gonna cry, guys. I'm like literally about to start crying.
We're going to get through this, okay? I'm going to ask you some questions, and we're going to
Oh,
have a
I feel her
conversation.
pain.
I want you to do the best you can, all right? Everything we say is being recorded, so if you can, speak as loud as possible. You can
Y'all
also
say a
pull that
prayer for this
microphone
baby.
closer to you
Say a
if
prayer
you
for
like.
strength. Pray for her.
Yes.
Okay,
How old are you, Harley?
I'm 20.
And who's your mom?
Letitia Stout.
Oh,
Is it the same Letitia Stout who's seated to my left here in the middle of these two gentlemen?
Yes.
The record reflect identification of the defendant subject to cross-examination.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Have you lived with your mom your entire life?
Yes.
guys,
was the
this
last
might
time
be
you
hard
saw
for
her
some
in
of you.
person?
So if you can't watch, we understand. This
the
is
day
hard
that
for
she was
me.
arrested.
Would that have been March 2nd, 2020?
Yes.
And was that in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina?
Yes,
Do you live out in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina now?
I do.
What do you do out there?
I go to college,
What are you studying?
nursing,
How much longer do you have for that?
a year and a half.
Pretty excited about that?
Yeah.
Things going well in school?
So far, yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your family.
Look at her mom's face.
Back in 2015, 2014 timeframe. Did your mother marry someone named Albert Stout?
Yes.
And did Albert have kids of his own?
Yes.
What's his kids' names? Do you remember?
Lena and Gannon.
May I approach you?
You may.
To show you what's been introduced in evidence as People's Exhibit 1. Recognize that person?
Yes.
Is that
Aw.
Gannon Stout?
Yes.
And Lena Stout is his younger sister.
Yes.
What was your relationship with Gannon Stout?
We had a good relationship. Of course, we had like a age difference. But I would always try to be there for them when I could.
Do you remember how old you were when Albert and your mom got married?
I think I was 12 or so.
How old was Gannon when that happened? Do you remember?
He was really young, 4 or 5.
And Lena was even younger than that, I would imagine. Do you remember how old Lena was?
2 maybe or so.
And so, did you also have a relationship with Lena?
Yes, I did.
Was she like a sister to you?
Yes.
And was Gannon like a brother to you?
Yes.
Although there was an age difference, especially probably when you got into your teenage years, right?
Correct.
I would imagine they may have been a little annoying for you a little bit.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Okay. What about your mom's relationship with Gannon over the years? Can you start out perhaps when Albert and your mom got married? How was that relationship between Gannon and your mom?
Yeah, so it was different at first because we were like a blended family. So we were just getting used to, more people in our life. They had an okay relationship. There were problems here and there, but
Was there a point in time when Albert and your mom first got married where Albert didn't have custody of the kids?
yes.
And were things a little easier when the kids weren't around?
I wouldn't say easier. Having to go back and forth between, the weekends and everything with them were difficult because, Albert, of course, wanted his kids full time with him. So I just remember there being like a lot of problems with that. But
At some point, did Albert get custody of both Lena and Gannon?
yes,
And were they living with you all more of a full-time basis?
yes,
And did you observe the relationship between everyone at that time?
yes,
Did it seem to be, for lack of a better term, a normal family situation?
yes.
Um, what about your relationship with Albert? How'd that go?
We had a good relationship. You know, when Albert first came in, it's when my dad passed away. So, you know, that was difficult for me at first because I didn't want like my father to feel replaced. That's how I felt like in my heart. But as time grew, we got closer.
It's making me wonder how
What
her
was your
father
father's
died.
name?
Chance.
Hunt?
Yes.
Do you remember when he died?
Yes. When I was 12 in October.
So would that have been October 2000? Help me out with the math here.
12 or 14.
Sometime in that time frame?
Yeah.
When your father passed away, were Albert and your mom married?
Yes.
Do you know how your dad passed away?
Yes.
How did he die?
An overdose.
And when did you first learn that?
This past week.
What were you told how he died before?
That someone came in and robbed him and killed him.
And who told you that?
My mom.
Had she ever told you the truth as to how your dad died?
No.
How'd you learn about that then?
The internet.
This case has got an enormous amount of attention on social media and the internet. Is that right?
Yes.
And you have actually gotten a lot of attention on the internet because of this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Very difficult you being here right now, testifying in this court.
Yes.
Is Albert Stout, do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Seated in the front row in the gallery here?
Yes.
When Albert and your mom got married, where were you living?
Myrtle Beach.
And how long had you lived there before you moved to another place? Do you remember?
I do not remember the exact time.
In the beginning of Albert's and your mom's marriage, was Albert Stout going to training a lot, and was he away from the house quite a bit because of his job?
Yes.
And were there often times where it'd be just you and your mom in the house while Albert was out training?
Yes.
Were there other times where it'd be you, your mom, and Lena and Gannon?
Only when he was like at work training, yeah.
How did your mom feel about, or do you know, did your mom ever talk to you about how she felt about Albert being gone all the time and being at training?
Yes. She wanted him to be home more, especially when we had the kids with us.
And did she tell you whether or not she liked being at home alone with the kids?
She did not know.
At some point, did you move to Charleston, South Carolina?
Yes, we did.
Why did you move to Charleston, South Carolina?
For their job purposes.
Whose jobs?
Both my mom and Albert. My mom wanted to teach at a new school, and Albert was able to find like a job position there too.
And did your mom tell you why she wanted to teach at a new school?
Just to get away from Myrtle Beach.
Did your mom want to move frequently?
Yes.
Was that pretty constant throughout your relationship with her?
Yes.
And so, how long did you live in Charleston?
Not long, maybe a year, if that.
And where did you go from Charleston?
Back to Myrtle Beach.
And why did you go back to Myrtle Beach?
Because my mom didn't like being in Charleston.
And did she tell you that?
Yes.
And so were you having to switch schools from Myrtle Beach to Charleston and then back to Myrtle Beach?
Sorry, guys.
Yes, so I actually went back to school as well when we stayed in Charleston too.
And did you end up graduating from high school early?
I did, yes.
Tell the jury about that. How'd that happen?
I eventually, when we moved to Alaska, I did online school. So I did 2 years of that. So I ended up doing 3 years of high school.
So you graduated essentially from being in Alaska doing online studies?
Yes.
And we're going to get there in a minute, okay? Do you remember how long you lived in Myrtle Beach the second time?
No.
Did you know whether or not your mom and Al Stout actually bought a house in Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Once we moved back, they bought a house there that we had over a course of time, also when we lived in Alaska.
And was that the first home that was purchased between Al and your mom?
Yes, that was purchased.
And at some point, did Albert Stout get orders to go to Alaska?
Yes.
Were you in the home at that time?
Yes.
The home that you purchased?
Yes.
Tell us, the jury, about that. What were the circumstances? What was the plan for you and your mother and the kids when Albert was sent to Alaska to be stationed there?
Yeah, so he was stationed there, and we still had our house in Myrtle Beach, and we would go back and forth from being in Alaska and Myrtle Beach.
And when you say we, who are we talking about?
Me and my mom.
Do you know where the kids were at this point in time?
Sometimes they would be with us in Alaska, and sometimes they would be back in Myrtle Beach with their mom.
And did you know their mother, Landon?
Yes.
Had you met her on occasion?
Yes.
And you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Sitting in the second row back here?
Yes.
Was this in the time frame around 2017, 2018 when Albert was stationed in Alaska?
Yes.
And you said that you would go to Alaska on occasion and go back to Myrtle Beach. And you indicated it was you and your mom, right?
Correct.
How often would you guys go to Alaska?
We would stay in Alaska for like a month or so, and then we fly back to Myrtle Beach for a couple weeks and then fly back to Alaska.
Did you fully ever move to Alaska with your mother?
No.
And why is that?
Because we still had our house in Myrtle Beach, so we would go back and forth.
Did your mom ever talk to you about moving to Alaska?
What do you mean?
Well, did she ever tell you whether or not she liked being in Alaska?
Oh, she did not like being in Alaska, no.
And what did she tell you about that?
Because it was cold and she couldn't work there. And there was nothing to do.
At some point, were you up in Alaska with your mom and discussions were talked about moving to Colorado?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I remember after like 3 or 4 years or so, Albert found out that he could move to Colorado and be stationed there. And we all were excited because it was better than being in Alaska.
Do you know whose idea that was?
My mom's.
And why do you say that?
Because there was an incident that happened in Alaska. I wasn't told much, but
Something that didn't want her or Albert to be in Alaska anymore?
Mhm.
You have to say yes or no. I'm sorry.
yes, sorry.
Okay, it's all right. And so, talk about the move to Colorado. When this decision was made to go to Colorado, did you still have this house in Myrtle Beach?
We did at first, and then they sold the house. After it was sold, we drove everything to Colorado.
Did you have to fly back to Myrtle Beach and then drive across the country to Colorado?
Yes.
And was it Colorado Springs where you were going to?
Yes.
What was Albert doing as all this was happening? Do you know?
I don't remember.
Was he still in Alaska?
I don't remember. I don't know.
That's fine. Do you remember moving into the house 6627 Mandan Drive here in Colorado Springs?
Yes.
When you moved in, was Albert with you initially?
No.
Tell the jury about that. When did Albert come to Colorado Springs to live with you and your mother?
So when we got to Colorado after driving there, the kids came at some point, and then a couple weeks later, Albert came.
And would this have been early 2019
Yes.
timeframe? Now, how long did you live in that house before Gannon's death? Do you remember?
A year. We moved in January 2019.
Was this year time frame the first time that all of you were together during Albert and your mom's marriage?
Yes.
And first extended time for a year?
Yes.
Had you had an opportunity to see Albert and your mom together on numerous occasions?
Yes.
What was their relationship like? And I'm talking about when you're in Colorado, 2019 on.
It started to feel like we were a family again, because everybody was there and like we were together.
Did they ever argue?
Yes.
How often would they argue?
Often.
And how do you know they were arguing?
Because you could hear them arguing.
What would you do when that would happen?
Anna and Erlina would come ask me why they were arguing. So like they would just come to my room and I would turn the TV up or something, because I didn't want them to have to listen to them argue.
Did you ever get pulled into these arguments?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
They would be arguing about something, and then it would be like, well, isn't this true? Or like, ask my opinion, try to get my say-so on it.
And who would ask you your opinion to get your say-so?
My mom.
Did you ever ask your mom, say, why do you pull me into these arguments to get my opinion?
Yeah. I just said, like, I don't want to be a part of this.
And what did she say in response to that?
But just keep asking, and then they keep arguing.
I want to go forward to January of 2020 now, right? Well, let me go back to Christmas of 2019. Did Gannon and Lena, were they with their mom during the holiday period?
Yes, I believe we celebrated Christmas early with them.
Did they go back to South Carolina to be with their mom over the holidays?
Yes.
Did they eventually come back?
Yes.
And would that have been now January 2020 when they came back to the house?
Yes.
Now, was your mom working here in Colorado?
Yes.
Where was she working?
At a school.
You remember what school?
I don't remember the name of it, no.
Branch Elementary sound familiar?
Yes.
Was that the school she was working at?
Yes.
In January of 2020, do you know whether or not Albert and your mom were planning to go on a cruise to celebrate their anniversary?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
It was a couple-day cruise that they were planning to go on. That was towards the end of the month.
And did they go on a cruise?
They did, yes.
Where did they go on this cruise? Do you know?
No.
What was going to happen with you and Lena and Gannon while they were gone on the cruise?
She hired a babysitter.
And did you know this babysitter?
No.
Do you know why she hired a babysitter?
No.
And you were how old at the time?
17.
And had you watched the kids before?
Yes.
Had you watched the kids overnight before?
Yes.
How did that? Did you ever ask your mom, why are you getting a babysitter? I'm here.
Yeah.
How'd she respond to that?
I don't remember. I just remember being like really upset about it.
Do you remember this babysitter's name?
No.
Had you ever seen her before?
No.
Have you ever seen her after?
No.
When they get back from the cruise, how long were they gone? Do you remember?
I think it was the weekend.
So was it a 3-day weekend or a long weekend, or was it just Saturday, Sunday?
I don't remember exactly.
When they come back, how was Albert's and your mom's relationship?
It seemed fine. I think his mom came to visit after that too.
When you say his mom, are you talking about Albert's mom?
Albert's mom, yes.
And how long did she stay?
Only a few days.
On January 25th of 2020, did Albert have to go to another training?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. Do you know where he was going?
I think it was Oklahoma.
And do you know how long he was to be gone?
No.
Was it longer than a couple days?
Yes.
Was it longer than a week?
I don't know.
Okay, not a problem. So, do you remember when he actually left to go on that training?
You mean like the exact day or?
Yeah, if you do, you know.
No. It was like close to the time that his mom came. It was like a couple days after, I think.
Did he leave with his mom when he went to the training?
I don't remember.
Why don't we do it this way? Do you remember January 26th of 2020?
Yes.
And was that the day that you were supposed to go on a hike with your mother, Gannon, and Lana?
Yes.
Did Albert leave the day before?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. That's fine. Was Albert Stout there on the day that you were going to go on a hike?
No.
So was he in Oklahoma or on his way to Oklahoma, or do you know?
Yes.
You just don't know when he left.
Right.
Is that fair? All right. So January 26, 2020, that's a Sunday. You recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall going to church with your mother and Gannon and Lena?
No, we did not.
Is that something you would remember if you did go to church that day?
Yes.
And on January 26, 2020, were you scheduled to go to work that day?
No, I was not scheduled.
Did you go to work that day?
Yes, I got called in.
And tell the jury about that. Where were you working and why did you get called in?
I was working at Massage Envy. And I think they were like short staffed or somebody called out. That's why I got called in.
And was that unusual?
No.
Would other employees get called in kind of last second if someone calls in sick, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And what Massage Envy were you working at back in January 2020?
First in Maine.
Where is that within the city? Do you know?
It's near like shopping complexes. I don't remember exactly where it was or road names or anything.
Is it in the northern part of the city?
Yes.
Off of the Powers Drive over there? Okay. How long would it take you to get to work?
25, 30 minutes.
And you were living on kind of the south side of the city?
Right.
All right. So you go to work that day, so obviously you didn't get to go on the hike. Do you know whether or not your mom and Gannon and Lena went on a hike?
They did.
How do you know that?
She told me and I got sent pictures.
And whose idea was it to go on this hike? Do you remember?
No.
But it was a planned event where you were actually going to go on it as well?
Right.
Did your mom tell you anything about what had happened on the hike, in particular with Gannon while they're out at the hike?
Yes, she said that he had used the bathroom, like in his pants, so they had to leave, go home
And how were you communicating with her?
through text.
And do you know where they went to go on a hike?
I think it was Garden of the Gods, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
Your may approach a witness.
You may.
They hand you what's been marked at 2:05. You guys. May I approach her?
You may.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 205, which is a notebook. Recognize that notebook?
Yes,
You have an opportunity to look at that last night.
yes,
And do you know what that notebook is?
yes.
And what is it?
It's text messages between my mom and I.
And are those text messages between January 25th, 2020 at 3:42 p.m. all the way January 29th, 2020 to 4:27 p.m.?
Yes,
And does those text messages in that notebook accurately reflect the conversations that you were having with your mom via text messages during that time period?
yes,
This time we'd move to admit People's Exhibit 205.
Exhibit 205 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, in People's Exhibit 205, we're going to publish that and go through them, okay, Ms. Hunt? Would that help you kind of establish a timeline as to when conversations are being made?
yes.
You can go ahead and publish 205, please. And Ms. Hunt, you can either look at the notebook
Okay,
or the TV screen, whatever is easier for you. So on the first page, we see a text on January 25th at 9:09 p.m. You see that?
yes.
And do you know what that's regarding?
Something about our dogs.
Now, for the jury's benefit, there's a blue bubble and a green bubble up on the screen. Who is the blue bubble referenced to?
I am the blue bubble.
So that's coming from your phone.
Yes,
And the green bubble.
my mom.
And this, what we see on the screen behind us, looks like a picture. See that?
Yes,
What is that picture of? You know?
of one of our dogs.
And do you know why it says maybe Nicole there on the green bubble?
Do not.
But you know that's your mom's phone number, right?
Yes,
And so do you remember having this conversation with her back on the 25th?
yes,
The next message says they are saying it may have been his daughters. Do you remember what that was a reference to?
no,
Is this about the same time when Kobe Bryant, the basketball player, died in a helicopter accident?
yes,
And were you and your mom discussing that prior to you going to work that day?
yes,
Do you know if that's in reference to perhaps Kobe Bryant's daughters being on the helicopter?
yes.
And do you remember having that conversation now that I've said those things?
I do.
Okay. If we can scroll down, please. Now, we have a blue bubble that says daughter up at the top.
Okay, thanks.
Is that your phone number at the time?
Yes,
So you say, oh no. Is that right?
yes,
Can you scroll down, please? That was with him? Is that what you say?
oh no, yes,
Okay. Can we go ahead and scroll down a little further, please? Go back, sorry. Back Right, so we're now at January 26, 2020 at 5:11 p.m. You're where at this time? Do you remember?
I'm at work
And you know where your mom and the kids are.
on a hike.
So you say where you're going, right?
Yes.
Are you there at 5:11 p.m.?
Yes.
And you can look at the TV if it's easier to see it. Okay.
Okay.
She says, "Get good." Can we scroll down? She says, "Food." For that?
Yes.
And why are you asking her where? Anywhere close to my work? I want chips.
Because I was hungry.
You wanted your mom to bring you some food, right?
Yes.
Do you remember having this conversation with her back then? Now, here she says, "No, LOL, we were going up the street because Gannon pooped his pants." Is that the first time you hear about Gannon pooping his pants?
For that day, yes.
Had that happened before?
Previously, yes.
Gannon had some stomach issues.
Yes.
That wasn't too surprising to you when you saw this message?
No.
Was it surprising to your mom?
No.
You say OMG. What does that stand for?
Oh my gosh.
I think everyone knows that, but I hope you understand why I asked that. Okay. Can we go ahead and scroll down, please? So does she? What do you think she means when she says, "Yeah, all that"?
And like exercising or moving around.
Did that in the past cause issues with Gannon's stomach and cause him to have accidents?
To my knowledge, yes.
How did you get that?
What I was told.
You told
I don't know.
her?
I don't know because it was said multiple times, so I don't remember.
We can go ahead and scroll down, please. Okay, let's stop right there, please. So now we're at the point, it's January 26th at 9:54 p.m. Are you still at work?
Yes.
You remember getting this text message that we see on the screen now that says, "Do panic, but Gannon turned on a candle downstairs, set the downstairs on fire. I had to get the dogs and Lena out and run back downstairs and jump on him with a cover and put it out. I kept jumping on it."
Yes.
What were you doing at Massage Envy? What was your role?
I worked at the front desk.
So were you able to read these as soon as you got them, or help customers, or what was going on?
We were pretty busy often, so I was probably reading it in between.
And then she says at 9:54 and 52 seconds, he is fine, he is scared and saying sorry and freaking out. Do you remember getting that?
Yes.
And do you remember how you responded to these text messages from your mom?
Yes, I was reading them pretty quickly because I was at work and I thought she was saying that the fire was on our dogs.
And you know that because the text messages are coming up, or do you remember doing that?
I remember, yeah.
And tell us about your dogs. How many dogs did you have?
We had 2 dogs, a French bulldog and an English bulldog.
And when did you get those dogs? Do you remember?
A little before Christmas.
So shortly before all this happened?
Yes.
So December 19, 2019?
I think it was closer to like November.
And do you currently still have those dogs?
Yes.
What's their names?
Sadie and Chance.
What kind of dog is Sadie?
A French bulldog.
Chance is?
An English bulldog.
And Chance was named after who?
My dad.
If you can go ahead and scroll down. So you say the fire was on Chance.
Yes.
Now, are you saying this because you didn't really get a chance to read the text, or
Yes, I didn't really get a chance to read it, and it was just like a lot, and I was so confused what was going on.
Would Gannon have a habit of lighting candles and hanging out in the basement by himself?
No,
You ever seen him light a candle and sit on the couch, hanging out next to a candle?
no.
So eventually, when we scroll down, we'll see that your mom makes it real clear that it was Gannon that was involved in this candle. What were you thinking when you were getting these text messages?
None of the texts were fully clear, so they were really confusing at first. So I was kind of asking to elaborate.
And did she actually send you a picture of the area where this candle supposedly fell down?
Yes,
Do we see that now on the TV screen?
yes,
This is said January 26, 2020 at 9:57 p.m.
yes.
Can we go ahead and scroll down again, please? So she says when you ask about Chance, she says, no, Chance was upstairs. The house is smoking. You remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. Said the first was on Chance. What did you mean by that?
I meant fire.
So do you think there was two fires, or
I thought that's what she meant the whole time, that the fire was on Chance, because she never said any names.
scroll down? A fire, and then she says, I jumped on him with a cover. Remember that?
Yes.
You ever talk to your mom about this text message on the phone or in person about what the heck are you talking about? What happened here?
I did once I got home.
Talk about that when we get there, okay? Let's go ahead and scroll down and look at the text. So you say, oh, okay, and she says, I never said Chance. Remember getting that?
Yes.
You said, jumped on him. You said, OMG again, right?
Yes.
Says yes, but never said Chance. Read again. Remember saying that?
Yes.
That I just had a heart attack.
Yes.
Why did you a heart attack? But why did you say I just had a heart attack?
Because I thought that she meant Chance, and still no names were said, so I don't know who she was referring to at that point in time.
Did you eventually, as we'll see as we scroll down, find out that it was Gannon she was referring to?
Yes.
Obviously, when you get home, you find that out. Right?
Yeah.
So you're asking where the other dog is, Sadie, right?
Mhm.
Yes. Or no?
Yes. Sorry.
And your mom responds, she was in the chair.
Yes.
So you're concerned about the dogs.
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down some more. Then you say OMG by the fire. Right?
Yes.
So your mom says that Lena grabbed Sadie and I grabbed Chance R. And R.
Yes.
And did you talk to her about that?
Yes.
Dance, now all of us were upstairs. You remember her saying that?
Yes.
Then scroll down. He was downstairs. You know who she was talking about when she said he was downstairs at that point?
Not until the next message.
So you say Gannon was downstairs.
Yes.
She says yes, right?
Yes.
During this conversation, is that the first time that you realized that Gannon may have been burned or was part of this fire situation?
Yes.
OMG. You ask her, how did he knock it over? Why did you ask her that?
Because at this point, I'm still confused of what happened or how it happened.
Was there some confusion based on your experience of Gannon not being the type of kid that would hang out by a candle in the basement?
Yes.
Scroll down. As he said, he must have fell asleep. You say, so it wasn't? I think you meant to say knocked over.
Yes.
I don't even know how you pronounce that. And you can go ahead and scroll down. He says, yes, OMG, and you read. Sounds like a typical mother-teenage daughter text conversation going on here, right?
Yes.
Other than the obvious fire situation.
Yes.
So how did you respond to that, you know?
Yes.
So she goes on and says, he must have knocked it over while asleep unless he was awake and lied. That sound like something Gannon would do?
I don't know, because kids will lie sometimes, so I can't really answer that.
Okay, no problem. You go ahead and scroll down some more, please. She says, but he acted sorry for sure. And you say AWW. What does AWW stand for?
Oh,
Like O?
no, like, oh.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. So, do you remember about what time you got off work on the 26th during this text messaging process here?
Yeah, it was late, around like 10:30 or so.
If the information from Massage Envy says you clocked out at 10:18 p.m. on January 26th, would that be accurate?
Yes.
Just refreshing your honor.
Yeah,
What,
you can ask her what time she thinks she clocked out.
Do you know approximately what time you clocked out and left work that day?
Yes, a little after 10 sometime.
In between 10 and 10:30?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got home?
Takes me like 25 minutes or so to get home, so a little bit of time after that.
Did you talk to your mom on your way home from Massage Envy that night?
I normally tell her that I'm leaving, so probably yes.
So, what do you see when you get home? Describe to the jury what you see in the house when you got home from work.
I get home. My mom and Lena are in the living room, and they're telling me about the fire. Gannon wasn't upstairs at this point.
So, who you said they are telling you? Were both Lena and your mom telling you about what happened downstairs?
Yes.
What did your mom tell you at this point?
She told me that the candle was knocked over. She thinks that he was playing on his Nintendo and he wasn't supposed to be, so that maybe that's how he knocked it over. That after the fire, they ran outside and she called her fireman friend and asked if the fumes in the house were okay for us to go back inside, and they said yes. And she said that when they were in the street, Gannon was screaming that he hates his life and screaming different things.
What did you think about that last part your mother just told you about Gannon life?
I didn't think that the candle thing was a big deal, so it was just still so confusing.
Was your mother concerned about Albert finding out about this and being upset about it?
Normally, Albert's not the one to get mad about like stuff getting messed up, so
When she told you about Gannon going out in the street and yelling that he hates his life and things like that, did that sound like the Gannon that you knew?
no, he hasn't done that before.
You said that it was Lena and your mom upstairs when you got home on the 26th after.
Mhm.
Do you know where Gannon was at?
Downstairs.
Did you go downstairs?
Yes.
What did you see when you went downstairs?
Him laying in his bed,
Did you go into his room?
by the doorway.
Was he asleep?
I don't remember.
Did you talk to him?
No.
Was the light on in his room?
I don't know.
That the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Were there any windows open in the basement when you went down there?
Yes, the windows were open. It was cold down there.
How many windows were open down in the basement?
I don't know.
It was January 26th, and you know about what time it is now when you went down to Gannon's room?
It was a little later because my mom was like, let's go tell Gannon goodnight. So that's why we went down there.
Anything unusual about your mom saying, let's go tell Gannon goodnight?
Not something that she normally would do.
It's not something she would normally do?
Correct.
That's surprising to you when she said that?
Yes.
She go down there with you when you went to Gannon's room?
Yes, we both went down there.
Do you recall your mom talking to Gannon?
She said goodnight to him. She was like, goodnight.
Do you know whether or not Gannon responded?
I don't remember now.
So was Gannon's bedroom window open as well?
I don't know.
Was it cold down in the basement?
Yes.
Did you sleep down in the basement that night?
No.
Where was your room within the house?
In the basement.
Would it have been close to Gannon's room, or was it like on the other side of the basement?
On the other side of the basement.
Was your room cold in there?
I don't remember.
Why'd you sleep upstairs?
Because it was cold downstairs. You could still smell like the fumes, and like everything just felt like everything in the house just felt weird.
Why did it feel weird?
Because my mom made the comments. She was like, Gannon's acting weird. I don't know what's wrong with him. She said that she was scared.
Who else slept upstairs?
Lena.
Is there anyone else in the house?
No.
So it's you, your mom, Lena, and Gannon?
Yes.
Gannon's the only one sleeping in the basement?
Yes.
It's cold down there?
Yes.
Are we talking freezing cold, or was it just colder than the upstairs?
Colder than the upstairs.
That's why you didn't sleep down.
Yeah.
And where did you sleep? In particular, what bed?
In my parents' room.
Did you sleep with your mom in the same bed?
Yes.
There
Sorry.
you go. Okay, good.
Young, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes, please.
This is a good breaking point right now, Judge, if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess until 10:45. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
Yeah, let me move this. I think this is where I'm at. Hold on, let me find out where I'm at. There I am. Yeah. Sorry, guys. This should be moved over to the other screen. There we go. And that should be brought down. There we go. That's a little bit better. That's the whole purpose of having two screens. All right, we'll wait and see if there's going to be any
If you
kind
now be
of
seated, record should reflect the jury has
motion
selected
hearings.
this time. You can set aside with the seating now if you would like to. All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the court is going to be in recess. Hold on, let me get, oops, I'm going to do that. Let me get back over here. All right. Still getting used to everything, guys. Bear with me. Bear with me. There we are. Let me turn the camera back on. I can't even turn my camera on. I didn't realize it was on that weird camera thing on this thing. So this is what we're stuck with for right now. Sorry, guys. At any rate, this was heartbreaking for me. It truly was heartbreaking. Like, you know, when I was hearing, and there's this is not the most intense part of this case. It's just not the most intense part because they haven't even gotten up to the trip to Florida. And that's where I'd like, she seems like she is a victim of her mother, hands down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I absolutely, my heart hurts for this girl. Seeing how nervous she was when she walked in to the courtroom for the first time. She was late. I remember seeing that look on the attorney's face as he turned around to go out to get her. And I can't imagine. First of all, I just want to say this: she's very brave for what she's doing, and her testimony seems very genuine and authentic. She's scared as all hell, but she's genuine and authentic, in my opinion, with her testimony so far. When she doesn't know, she's not trying to guess. Even when she knew what time she clocked in, because the wording of the question was improper, she still answered it the way she would have. So I really do like her as a witness for the prosecution. She's very believable. I'm focusing on her mother, and I think the attorneys are making her mother look away from her because there for a little bit, her mom was looking right at her, and that probably had to make her feel even more uncomfortable. And I can't even imagine, we all heard her. She's lived with her. I didn't know she lived with her mom. I knew she just wasn't living with her mom. Like she had to come home. She was living somewhere else from my understanding, but it sounds like she was living with her mom full time. So her mom raised her. Her mom seems like she raised her well. Her testimony is very telling because when I was listening to her, it seems like this was the first time the entire family was kind of together, all under one roof. And I think her mother just lost it. I think her mom wasn't, her mom was the way it sounded like, even when Mr. Stout, what was his name, Anthony or something. I'm sorry for Albert. I knew it was an A. Albert Stout. Even when he was in Alaska, it sounded like the kids lived with him for the better part of the time. That she didn't really have custody of these kids or anything like that. He had custody of them. And so it wasn't until a little later, finding out. I know, obsessed with true crime. It says, can you imagine finding out this is how your dad passed away because of this? And think about the horrific nature. But see, he died. Listen, I'm sorry. I question. I mean, let's be honest. A drug overdose can. I don't put it past Letitia being behind it if he was in close proximity to her. I'm sorry. I just don't. Because if he had that kind of a problem, she could have slipped him a hot pack. But for her to tell her daughter that he was robbed, knowing that he had an OD, I don't understand why she would go that route, because that had to have been very traumatic for her daughter to hear, instead of saying something like he was hit by a bus or, he was hit. I mean, nothing matter, but still there was a thousand other things to come up with on how her father passed away. So it's Wanda, charge dismissed. Wanda's charges are dismissed? Did she go to Three Flying Doves is having some breaking, I think possibly breaking news right now. Give me just a second. Let me start verifying some information. It sounds like it's possible that Sarah Wandra's case. Hold on. See the latest. I haven't seen anything come out just yet. Oh, well, I think I'm spelling her name wrong. I'm spelling her name wrong. That was 5 minutes ago. Charges dismissed on Sarah Wanderer, failure to report the death related to Michael's case. Dugan's reports has recently reported that Fruitland PD will not make any statement at this time, but this doesn't change the course of the ongoing active investigation. So we're hearing right now, it was just breaking, I think 29 or 30 minutes ago, that the charges, looks like 49 minutes ago, True Crime dropped it at 1 hour ago. So it looks like an hour ago, the information just dropped that those charges have been dismissed against Sarah Wandra. Sarah Wandra, failure to report a death has been dismissed for Sarah Wandra. So that, but the Fruitland Police Department said it hasn't changed the focus of their investigation. I think they have enough evidence that something happened at that house, and maybe something might be forthcoming, a little more, that holds a little more weight here in the near future. Let's pray for that. Let's pray for the Vaughn family as well. That is just a really sad case, but at least we're getting to see some light at the end of the tunnel on that case. It feels like it's a step back, but remember, they still have Stacey Wandra in jail right now. And we need to find out what's going on with that. And I'm hoping that the Fruitland Police Department will figure out how they're going to proceed and what they're going to state to the public. I do anticipate a statement coming from Fruitland Police Department here in the near future, if not later today, sometime this week from them. But I think that they would be, it would be a missed opportunity for them not to say something on the heels of this. So hopefully they, I'm the person that thinks that you need to kind of get stuff out sooner than later. So hopefully later today or tomorrow, they will have a statement crafted for the public. So we'll be on the lookout for that. And also I did find out that there is a press conference that's going to be happening here, here in the near future from, hold on a second. Let me get this down. I got to find there we go. Okay. That we are going to take a peek at and see what's going on. But there is a press conference coming out of Glenn County, and that is going to be for the Trenton Lair Camp case. They're having a press conference. So Glenn County press conference. I don't know if it's how else it's going to be. Let's see, Glenn County press conference. See what we have. 37. And I still get frustrated. Like even WJLC, I think they're the ones that interviewed me. They are just, I swear to God, they suck the nipple of these political people. And anything they say, that's how they're going to say the story. They're still calling this a hazing event. Even Glenn County has updated it from a hazing incident. it's just irritating. It's just, ugh, whatever. It was just updated 11:57 on April 17th, right? Glenn County Police give an update on alleged hazing incident that put teen in hospital. It's like, really? I think at this point we can all agree that this is far surpassed a hazing incident. This is, you know, something a heck of a lot more serious than that. That's all I'm going to say. How can they call this a? Because I'm not lying. Look at this. Like, seriously. Like, even the police have come out and said that even the, oh, can I move this? Hold on. No, I don't like that either. I'm not used to these settings on here. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. So even the police, I think even Brian Enton spoke about something related to this, saying, you know, this is far surpassed hazing. I think we can all agree that this has gone far, well past a hazing incident. I mean, this man was taped to a chair. He had a hose thrown down his throat. He was unable to leave on his own. He was unable to consent to ingesting any more alcohol. He definitely wasn't consenting to that photo being taken of him. He was out, and they waited until he was half dead before they took him to the hospital. Like, I don't want this to be chalked up as boys will be boys. This is far surpassed boys will be boys. Somebody almost lost their life. And they almost lost their life not by their own hands. That's the problem. Like, I would be okay with this if he was drinking that from his own, you know, with his own will. Like, he was picking it up and drinking that because he wanted to look cool in front of them. You know, something like that I can understand. But to have a hose put down your throat after being duct taped to a chair, that, I mean, they could have killed him. They could have drowned him. Like, I don't know what they were thinking. I just don't know what they were thinking. This sounds horrific. It sounds absolutely horrific. But coffee tastes so good. I finally got my first cup of coffee. What is going on with this here? There we go. I was looking a little weird. So they're going to be having a press conference here about this a case, you know, about the what is it? The Trent Camp case. But I'm trying to find the feed to it, because otherwise we're just going to have to listen. I'm going to have to listen to it on my phone because I don't want to get in trouble for sharing. Oh my gosh. The industry will age you. Oh my gosh. I'm glad I did not show you guys this, because it's on my private Facebook page when I went to log into Facebook. And apparently my little sister must have used an age enhancement app. And she's like, so she posted herself with this age progressed photo with wrinkles on her face. And it says, the industry will age you. It's cute. Oh Lord, I love it. I love it. Wynn County. Let's see. It should be coming up. I mean, it's like 22 minutes before the press conference. So hopefully they have it on here. Okay. So maybe they'll have it on here, or maybe we'll go over to watch. Gotta watch Glenn County. Jeez Louise. Okay, I can't watch this. Somebody is getting apparently they must have fallen on a branch or something and got some of the branch stuck in their ear. I'm watching this. Oh my goodness, I can't watch this. Sorry, guys, I can't show. I don't want to show it either. I'm just trying to find Glenn County Police Department so we can get a the. Okay, was live. Okay, well, I don't see. Let's look at live. So we're gonna. Okay, sorry guys. I'm trying to see who if they're going to be on. So I don't see anything. I don't see anything just yet. So I'll monitor that while we wait here. Excuse me. While we wait here for the Letitia Stout to get back underway. Remember, they are taking their morning break. They should be getting back in the next 5 minutes. So I'm happy to be able to commentate. We did get some breaking news. It was not the news that we were looking for, but Sarah WONDRA, for those that are just tuning in, or Sarah WONDRA, if you guys are not familiar with that name, Michael Monkey Vaughn disappeared shortly after Summer Wells in July 2021. And he was with his father, being watched by his father while his mom had just left to go to work. And she was working at the local Albertsons. Well, he went out, he got out of the house. His father left to go order pizza and to change the baby's diaper and do some other stuff while he was watching his kids. Now, mind you, this is not a house that had history of any kind of violence, disturbances. They knew their neighbors. It was a really good community. And so many were scratching their heads saying, what happened to this little boy? And so when we were getting some stories out, the father said that he just went to change the baby and to smoke a cigarette and to, order pizza or something, a combination of those or something to that effect. And Michael has gotten out of the house before. And so he's usually just, gone around to the neighbors to find out if anybody could play with him or something like that. Well, one of the neighbors did see him and, sent him on home and watched him go to the mailbox. So now that we know a little more information, it sounds that after she went back in and he was safely across the street and on his property, he must have got a little bike or some kind of something to play with and was playing out in the street. Well, he disappeared and nobody has seen him since. And so the Wondras live around the corner from them and were acting very suspicious. And actually their lifestyle in general is pretty unconventional and a little weird and odd to normal people. Well, what is normal? But it just didn't seem to be a very savory bunch of people. And when Brandon was interviewed by Jonathan, he said that they basically called a taxi and she basically brought him home with her to stay and help work. It was weird and bizarre, just weird and bizarre behavior. And so everybody's adamantly denying that they took this child, but there were some weird phenomenons that Brandon rather had indicated, such as the floorboard being up and there's like a little I don't know, area under the floorboard, a little storage or something like that down in the master bedroom that had been opened, and it appeared that the cats they left it open intentionally for the cats. We'll get back to this. We'll get back to this. Let me get you guys on to.
Let's have Ms. Hunt. Where did Ms. Hunt go? Oh, she's out in the hallway.
All right, guys, here you go. I'm going to do a test real quick, guys. I'm going to see if I turn this off, if you guys can still hear it. Let me know if you guys can still hear it.
has returned.
Okay, can you guys hear now?
When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony. and
Okay, I gotta
response.
save,
That's
keep
where we
mine
will
on.
resume.
All right, that's what I was trying to find out.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Hunter.
So you guys
Ms.
are gonna hear me
Hunt,
make
there's a
lunch.
few more text messages from January 26th that I want to cover with you.
Okay.
Before we go into the 27th. Your book should be opened up to January 26th at 10:30, or excuse me, 10:10 p.m. Do you see that? You see a text from your mother that says, "My arm is burnt jumping on him."
Yes.
Are you still at work when you get this text?
Yes.
So you say OMG.
Sorry, guys,
You
you're gonna
wanna
have
slow
to
down,
hear me
please?
beating around over here. I try to keep it silent.
And you say the fire was on Gannon.
Yes.
Are things becoming now clearer for you as to what she was talking about in her text message?
Yes.
Let's scroll down. Go ahead and go down a little bit further here. And she responds, "No, the cover was." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Scroll down, please. He was wrapped in it. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, I know we talked about what you saw, but did you see any injuries to your mom?
No.
Did you see any burn marks on her arm?
I don't remember.
When you got that prior text about her saying that she burned her arm jumping on him, were you concerned that your mother may have been burned during this fire?
Yes.
Did you ask her about it when you got home?
No.
Did she say anything about being burned when you got home?
I don't remember.
Go ahead and scroll down. She says, "I jumped on him, though, because he had the cover around him." You remember her saying that?
Yes.
Scroll down. You say OMGG has. And it looks like, if we can scroll down again, that she sent you a picture. Do you remember what that picture was?
Of the couch being burnt.
Was it the floor area with some blankets around what appears to be a burned area of the carpet?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sorry.
You were getting that night?
Yes.
Go ahead and scroll down, please. And you ask, "What is that?" Did she ever answer that?
No.
And so, do you remember about what time you went to bed that night after you got home?
No.
Do you remember whether or not you had to work in the morning?
I did. Yes.
And what time did you have to be at work now on the 27th of January 2020?
By 8:30.
That normal working time in the morning?
Yes.
We can scroll down now to a text from January 27th, 2020. Again, the blue is you. Do you remember making that text, "Are you here?"
Yes.
Why did you ask your mother if she is here? Remember?
I don't remember. No.
When you say here, are you referring to the house?
Yes.
Were you still at home at 7:20 a.m. on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time you left the house?
Around 8 o'clock.
So earlier you testified that you slept in the same bed with your mother that night.
Mhm.
Does that give you any context as to why you might text her and say, "Are you here?"
I don't remember why I said it. 'Cause I didn't see her.
But she wasn't in bed when you woke up, maybe?
Yes.
You know where she went or where she was at?
No.
Can you scroll down, please? It looks like that she texted you another picture, January 27th at 9:05 a.m. Do you recall getting a picture from her then?
Yes.
Do you know what that picture is?
Of our dog.
Do you know which dog it is?
Yes, Sadie.
Is that the first time you had any communication with your mom that morning?
Yes.
Would you have been at work by then?
Yes.
I know it's been over 3 years, but do you recall whether or not your mom's vehicle was at the residence when you went to work that day?
I don't remember.
What kind of car did your mom drive?
A black Volkswagen Tiguan.
Fairly new?
Yes.
Was it under lease?
Yes.
What kind of car were you driving?
A Volkswagen Jetta.
And what kind of car was Albert driving when he was home?
A Nissan truck.
Remember what color that truck was?
Red.
So you go to work. Are you at work then when you get this picture of, did you say that was Sadie?
Yes.
So you are at work then?
Yes.
And what was your shift going to be that day? Do you recall? What time would you get off?
I don't remember. It was like a morning shift, so it lasted until 4:30 or so.
Go ahead and scroll down, please. So when you get the image of Sadie, you say OMG, and she says, she was like, it's warm. Let me try. Is your mom talking about Sadie?
Yes.
Did you know that when you got this message?
Yes.
Can you scroll down, please? Then on January 27th at 9:27 a.m., your mother texts you, OMG, something isn't right. Do you remember getting that text message?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what that meant?
No.
Do you have any idea what that means now?
Yes.
What does that mean now?
She sent me screenshots of text messages after that.
And what were the screenshots and what text messages were they?
It was a conversation between her and Albert.
Remember what the substance of that conversation was?
About bath salts or hanging out with Gannon's older friend.
How did the bath salts and the older friend relate to Gannon in this text message?
It was said that that's what he had mentioned.
Did you ever know Gannon to use bath salts or have any association with bath salts the entire time that you knew him?
No.
Okay. We can scroll down, please. And so we see now images on an attachment that was sent from your mom. It looks like it was sent to you at 9:29 a.m. on January 27th. Is that the screenshots that you just talked about that she sent you?
Yes.
What were you thinking was going on here? I mean, had she ever sent you any messages like this before in the past?
No.
Any messages related to how Gannon and his activities and what's going on with Gannon ever sent to you in the past? Like,
Not like the messages, no.
was it a shock for you to see that somehow Gannon may have been related to bath salts?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't even know we had bath salts, and I wouldn't even think he would know what those are.
Did you know what they were back then?
Yes.
What were they?
Put him in the bathtub.
Ask a stupid question, you get right. Did you know whether or not kids were using bath salts at this time frame as a drug or a method to get high, that kind of thing?
I did not at the time, no.
Did you later learn about that?
Yes.
But when you get this message, you didn't connect that as to being Gannon may have been trying to get high on bath salts or something?
No.
You scroll down, please. So you didn't respond to that, but at 4:20 p.m., you text your mother, just got up.
Yes.
What is that?
I always text her when I like leave or when I get off.
Do that pretty routinely?
Yes.
And how did she respond to you saying just got off?
She said yay.
Had you talked to her on the phone at any point up until this time frame when you got off of work?
No.
Had you had any idea what her plans were that day on January 27th, 2020, when you were at work?
No. I did get a text message though from Gannon's phone.
Let's talk about that. I approach your witness.
Right.
I hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2. And that's a plastic sleeve, so you can pull the contents out. And I'll ask if you recognize that. Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 204?
It's
what
a
it is?
message between me and Gannon's phone.
And is that what you're talking about? Is that the message you got indicating what it says here?
Yes.
What was your understanding of what this message meant to you?
That my mom left her phone at home and if I needed anything to text Gannon's phone.
And does that help refresh your memory as to what was going on the 27th while you were at work?
Yes.
And does these messages accurately reflect the conversation you had with regards to these two phones back on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 204.
Defense. Exhibit 204 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And so rather than publish it, I'm going to ask you to read it. The messages from Gannon's phone, is that in the meaning of Exhibit 204?
Yes.
Did you read the messages and at what time you got those from Gannon's phone?
At 10:37, he messaged, Tisha left phone at home. If you need her, text me. And then at 1:20, messaged, you okay, miss you.
Did you respond to that particular message?
Yes. At 1:24, I said, yes, miss you too.
So if you needed to get a hold of your mom, you knew you needed to call Gannon's phone. Is that what this is all about?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not where they were going or what they were doing when the message came in saying she left her phone at home?
At the time, no.
Was that unusual for your mother to leave her own phone at home when she went out running errands or to do whatever she was going to do?
Yes.
Why was that unusual?
She always brought her phone everywhere.
Did you think it was unusual at the time you got this text message from Gannon's phone saying, hey, Tisha left her phone at home. Call me if you need something?
No.
Why do you think it's unusual now?
It's just weird how this particular day she left her phone at home.
Did you say that because when you get off of work and get home, Gannon wasn't there?
Yes.
So how long did it take you to get home on the 27th, 2020? Do you recall?
No.
What happens when you get home?
When I get home, mom's upstairs, just have a normal conversation, and she tells me that she looked up on the internet how to like remove fire stains from the carpet. So she wanted me to go to the store and get that stuff for her.
Who did you see home when you got home?
I remember seeing my mom home, and then Lena came in after.
Did you see Gannon?
No.
Think anything unusual about Gannon not being home when you get off work?
I did ask her, I said, where is Gannon at? And she said that he was with one of his friends. and that she told him to come back by a certain time because we were going to dinner.
So if you text your mother that you just got off at 4:20 p.m., what time do you think you got home based on that text message?
4:50.
If we have People's Exhibit 47 that shows you getting home at 4:37 p.m., would that be about right?
Yeah.
Do you know that there's Ring video in your neighborhood? You can see when cars are going. And
Yes.
so if you get home about 4:37 p.m., where was Lena at when you got home?
She was outside playing. I remember her coming in with like a bike.
And what time, do you know what time she got out of school?
Elementary gets out at like 2:30.
She ride the bus to and from school?
Yes.
Would it be unusual for her to be outside from getting off the bus up until you got home from work?
Yes, because normally there's like a routine. Kids would come home and like get snacks, do their homework, and then they would go outside and play.
So when you get home that day, what was your mother doing?
I don't remember. I just remember talking to her before I left.
You remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No.
Did you ever go down to the basement?
No.
Lena ever go down to the basement?
Not that I know of, no.
Your mother ever go down to the basement while you're
I know she did after, maybe, I'm not sure.
So do you remember about how long you were in the house before you left?
No, it was very like brief.
If the video says it's about 15 to 16 minutes by the time you pull up and then leave again with Lena, would that be accurate?
Yes.
And again, for the record, that's People's Exhibit 47. So what did your mom ask you to do when you were home?
She asked me to go to the dollar store to get the items that she sent me because it was to clean like the fire that happened downstairs the night before.
And did anyone go with you to the dollar store?
Lena did, yes.
Whose idea was it for Lena to go with you?
My mom's.
Why is that, you know?
No.
And did she tell you exactly what you needed to buy at the dollar store?
Yes.
Do you remember what that was?
Looking at the messages, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I can just have a second, Your Honor. Remember getting a receipt from the dollar store when you went there?
I don't know.
Let me see if I can help you.
You may.
Again, People's Exhibit 197 and 198. Okay?
Okay.
Recognize those items? Let's start with 197.
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 197?
The items that I bought at the dollar store.
And is that a photograph of a receipt from the dollar store?
Yes.
What about 198? You see that envelope?
Yes.
They're writing on that envelope?
At the top?
Yeah. Is there like a label with some print on it?
Yes.
Does that relate to the dollar store receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
There's some scissors to your right on that table right there. Would you mind opening that envelope and just pulling out whatever's in there? Take a look at it to yourself.
I can just cut the top.
You can cut it. You know, it's okay if I open it.
That's fine.
Just for the record, I'll cut it open. Okay? Cut it along the side. Scissors back on that table. You just pull that item out of that envelope and take a look at it.
Wait, hold on. Should need gloves.
No, it's a.
Go ahead.
Do you want gloves? I guess I should ask you, right?
I don't know.
There's some gloves if you don't want to touch anything in there. You put gloves on.
Okay.
You can do it this way. How about I pull it out?
Okay.
I'll show that to you. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The receipt.
Is that the same receipt that we have a photograph of in 197?
Yes.
The same general condition it was when you got it back on January 27th, 2020.
Yes.
It's lawyer stuff. Bear with me, okay? Your Honor, I moved to admit People's Exhibit 197 and 198 at this time.
That's no, exhibits 197 and 198 will be admitted.
Request to publish People's Exhibit 197.
You may go ahead.
As we're pulling that up, we may have to mute the screen, Your Honor, so that we can pull up another exhibit. Thanks. Did your mom tell you why you needed to buy these items at the dollar store?
Yes.
Why?
To help with the fire that happened the night before. She said that she looked it.
Good news. Good news. Thank you.
That she looked up,
All right, bye.
like looked it up.
So
Yeah.
she wanted clean
I gotta
air
go.
where
They
the
can
fire
hear our
was? Is that what
conversation.
it's for?
Yes.
Is that what she told you?
Yes.
The Struther parents have been arrested. The son of the
Probably
Struthers
muted
have
now,
been
Judge,
arrested. And two
So
other
behind you on the
juveniles
TV
have been
screen, you have
arrested in Trent
197.
Laircamp's
Can
case.
you just read
Great
off the
day.
items that you bought there?
Elastics. Sorry, it's kind of blurred.
You could probably look at the one behind you. It might be a little clearer. Better?
Yes. Elastics, extra strength. EEO. I don't know what that stands for.
Odorizer, maybe?
Yes.
Buying the odorizer at the Dollar Tree that day?
Yes. Baking soda, baby oil, baby lotion, double bubble, trash bags, and cotton rounds.
Bubble gum there as well, maybe?
Yes. Yes, I remember I had got like lotion and stuff for myself there too. So
And so you and Lena go. Do you remember about how long you were gone?
no.
We can take that down anyway. What happens when you get home?
We get back. Time had gone by. There was like a specific time that my mom said that she asked Gannon to be home, and as time like approached, he never came home.
So was there a plan for you guys to have dinner together or anything like that on the
Yes.
27th when you got home?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
She said that she asked him to come home by like 5 or 6 and said that we were going to go eat sushi. And then when time had gone by and he didn't get back, she was like, I guess he didn't want to eat sushi. And then after that, we started looking for him.
Did she tell you when he went to a friend's house?
No.
Was it unusual for Gannon to go to a friend's house and play and do things that normal 11-year-old kids do?
No.
So at that point, what did you think? I mean, was it unusual for him not to come home when he was told to come home?
Yes.
What do you base that on?
Because he's very specific with like time.
Is your mother pretty strict when it comes to following the rules around the house?
Yes.
And that way with you your entire life?
Yes.
That she was
Yeah,
that way
the
with
Strother
Lana?
parents as well.
Yes.
You go over there, you're going to be home at a certain time, or there's going to be consequences type thing.
Yes.
And so, what was your mom's demeanor like? What was her expressions when she was telling you that Anna was supposed to be home at 6 and he didn't come home?
She was worried. Remember, we got in the car and we drove to his friend's house. Lana walked up to the door to knock and see if he was there. They said no. And after that, that's when she started to get worried.
Guys, without Brett Buffington putting the light on that case, I don't think the parents would have been charged,
Yes,
and I
as soon as
think
she's
this would have
ready
been
to
swept under the rug. I truly do.
We can unmute it now, Judge, if you don't mind. Thanks.
And we don't want to forget Aubrey's family either.
So what I'd like to do is scroll down, if it's okay, Mr. Gratiano.
I agree, Ashley.
To January 27th. At 7:02 p.m. Be the next one there. We go, keep going. Are you there? Do you see that text message in the book that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Appears to be a screenshot of something. Do you remember what that screenshot was?
Messages between her and Albert.
Now, at 7:02 p.m. on the 27th, were you out looking for Gannon? Is that when you and Lena were going to a friend's house to see if he's there, that type of thing?
Yes.
You know why she's sending you this screenshot? Did she ever tell you why she was doing that?
I can't remember what's on it.
Okay. That's okay, Harley. We can move on. Why don't we scroll down, please? And then she sends you any luck at 7:08 p.m. on the 27th. You know what she was referring to with regards to that?
To finding Gannon.
Did she go out with you to look for Gannon at all?
We all went out together at first, and then I remember I took my car and drove down to his school to see if he was like at the park or something.
At that point in time, did you think he was out and about? What was going on through your mind? Did you think he had run away or what?
Yeah, I just thought that he had ran away or he was just at his friends, didn't want to come home.
Why did you think that?
That's just what I was told, so.
Who was telling you?
My mom.
Can you scroll down, please? And so you're responding to her. I couldn't remember the exact road that the park is on. Usually can just see with my eyes, but it is so dark, so I couldn't tell. But I'm at the school now. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And you're at Gannon School at this point in time?
Yes.
And Lena's with you? Or do you remember?
I don't remember.
And you say, if we scroll down, please. Look, OMG. And she responds, okay, anything. Do you know what's going on when this is being relayed to you?
No.
And then if we scroll down some more, please. You're asking your mom to ask Lena if she remembers any cars. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Why are you asking her that?
At this point in time, I'm pretty sure we were like knocking door to door. We had got told that he was with his friend Jimmy or something, and Lena couldn't remember which house was Jimmy's house. So I was like, does she remember like any cars or anything that was there?
Did you see, because the next message is old station wagon, did you see an old station wagon out there? Is that why you're asking your mom about that?
Yes.
So you're asking her to ask Lena if Lena remembers an old station wagon. Does that sound right?
Yes, because she had been to this kid's house before.
Okay, we can go ahead and scroll down. You're asking, or old cars. Is that the same thing? I mean, are you seeing old vehicles out in the neighborhood or something like that?
Yeah.
You ask about colors, and do you remember how your mom responded?
She said no, but don't go there by yourself.
Can we scroll down, please? Keep going, please. And then she says, Connor's mom is on the way and she could go with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is there any reason why, or did your mom tell you any reason why she wasn't going with you to help look for Danny?
She said that she was gonna stay home unless like he came home, so somebody would be there.
Can you scroll down, please? And she's asking again, anything yet? And keep scrolling, please. To you say no, and then she says anything. And there's a time gap of a minute or 10 minutes, it looks like, between the anythings. Is that, do you remember that happening as you're out searching? She texts you to see if you're finding anything?
Yes.
If we can scroll down to January 27th at 8:43. A little further down. She tells you that she's still waiting. Do you know what that was about?
Still waiting at the house.
So is that telling you that Gannon hadn't come home yet?
Yes.
You respond no. Why did you respond no to that? Do you remember?
From her previous message.
So what does she mean by still waiting when you said no? It's kind of confusing to me.
I had said no to her previous anything message.
Oh, okay. Got it. And then you say, look at the recent comment, and we can scroll down. Remember saying that?
Yes.
And you ask her, do you need me to get you anything? Do you remember that?
Yes.
If we can scroll down. He says, no, I may need to go to the store. Recall that?
Yes.
Do you know what store she needed to go to?
No.
And then below that, at 6:21 a.m., which would be now the next morning, January 28th, there's a text message to you that says, don't answer the door for anything. That's all.
Yes. So we had made a post in our neighborhood Facebook group, and she said that a bunch of people have her address, so people might show up. So don't ring to the door.
While you're out on the night of January 27th, 2020, was there several people in the neighborhood looking for Dana at the same time?
Not like people how it was like days after.
Did the police eventually come to your house on January 27th, 2020?
Yes.
And do you know why the police came to your house?
To file a police report.
Do you know whether or not your mother had dialed 911 or called the police?
I remember when we were in the car when it first happened, she was like, "What do I do? Do I call Albert?" And I remember she called Albert, and I don't remember if she called 911 or I don't know.
Regardless, the police show up. Do you remember about what time they showed up to your house?
I remember they took a long time to get there, but I don't know what time.
Prior to the police getting there, do you remember your mom telling you to look at Gannon's backpack to see
Yes,
if you do that?
yes.
What did you see in Gannon's backpack during this time?
When you open the backpack, you had a folder in there, and in the folder was a Swisher Sweets,
And what is a Swisher Sweets?
like a cigar roll thing.
What did you think about when you saw a cigar in Gannon's backpack?
Wasn't like him, and I was like, I don't know how a kid got this.
Flash forward to when the police get there. Did your mom tell the police anything about a Swisher Sweet cigar being in his backpack?
I don't know.
You recall when the police were there that your mom bring you in to talk about this Swisher Sweet cigar? It's in the backpack.
I don't know.
You know that the police officers had body-worn cameras on and audio in there.
Yes.
If that happened, that would be on those.
Yes.
Well, what did you think about the Swisher Sweet being in the backpack and your mother having you go search his backpack?
For one, I didn't understand why it was in his backpack, and it's not like it was trying to be hidden because it was, as soon as you opened it, it was right there. So
So if it was Gannon's Swisher Sweet cigar, you wouldn't expect to find it. It would have been hidden in the backpack. Is that what you're saying?
correct, yes.
But it was out in the open. As soon as you open the backpack, there it is.
Yes, like in the folder, yes.
You just have a moment here.
Me?
Do you remember texting other people, friends in the neighborhood, people that you worked with that may have lived in the neighborhood, about Gannon being missing? Can you or let me know if you see him? That kind of stuff.
Yes.
Were you doing that pretty routinely during this time frame, the night of January 27, 2020?
Yes.
Did you get any response from any of them?
Yes.
What was their responses?
Like praying for you, I'll keep my eye out, let me know if you need anything.
None of them saw Gannon though.
No.
So January 28th at 2020, she's telling you don't answer the door for anyone. Do you remember when you got that particular text message?
What do you mean?
Did you read it as soon as you got it, or did you read it when you woke up?
Whenever I woke up.
Remember what time you woke up that morning?
No.
We can scroll down, please. She then sends you a text that says, I'm going to see if people are out looking. That's 6:21 a.m. on January 28th. Now, if you see below that, it says red, January 28th, 2020, 11:25, 22.
Yes.
Is that when you would have read this text message?
Yes.
And if we scroll back up a little bit, it says the same thing for the prior one.
Yes.
Does that help you recall when you got up that day?
Yes.
So what did you think about that when you got this text message? Don't answer the door for anyone. I'm going to see if people are out looking.
I thought that she just woke up early to try to look for Gannon.
Up until this point, at 6:21, January 28th, to the point where your mother says that Gannon went to his house, had you ever gone into the storage room of your house?
No.
You know where the storage room is? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
It's where the furnace is and where boxes are and things like that?
Yes.
Did you ever go in there?
No.
Are you a light sleeper or a heavy sleeper?
Heavy sleeper.
If your mom was in the basement at 6 a.m. on January 28th, would you have heard her down there? Would you have heard her if there was objects being moved around within the basement?
No.
Did you see her at 7:25 a.m. on January 28th?
I don't remember.
Why don't we scroll down and see if that helps us? So at 7:31 a.m., you send her, it looks like a screenshot. You remember what that screenshot was?
Yes. There was just people in our neighborhood Facebook group like saying things or posting like their ring footage. So I would try to keep her updated.
And is that, if we scroll down, some other screenshots we see, is that what you're sending your mom, is what people are posting?
Yes.
And then you say, if we can scroll down some more, please. She's sending it see page. You remember that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Separate.
Separate page, as it says down below.
I think I just meant she is sending it separate.
Now, what was your understanding as to what was going on with Albert? Was Hannah's missing? It's been overnight. We're now on the January 28th in the morning. Do you know whether or not Albert was making arrangements to come home?
Yes, he was.
Do you know whether or not the mother was going to pick him up at the airport or somewhere else?
She was gonna. I think she was gonna pick him up at the airport. I don't know. Things had like changed so much.
Did she go to pick him up at the airport? Do you remember?
I remember her leaving. Yes.
Did you talk to her before she left?
No.
We talked about your mother's vehicle, this black T1, earlier this morning. Where would she park this vehicle?
In the garage.
How would she park in the garage? Would she pull in with the front first, or would she back?
Varies.
The garage has got a lot of woodworking equipment in it and not a lot of room to park in there.
Yes.
You know how she parked in that garage the night of January 27th, 2020?
I think she pulled in.
Pull in, what is that?
It didn't back end. She pulled straight in.
So the front of the car is going in first?
Mhm. Yes.
And so do you know how it was parked on the morning of January 28th, 2020, before she left to go get Albert?
No.
You see it that way.
I don't know.
You don't remember, or you don't know?
I don't remember.
But you knew your mom was going to go get him that morning.
Yes.
So as she's gone, does she text you with regards to your vehicle, the white Jetta?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, let's scroll down and see if that helps refresh.
Oh, sorry. Every time I go back to it.
We can go down one more, please. So at January 28th at 8:44 a.m., she says, once shoes are at the front door. Do you take that to mean what shoes are at the front door?
Yes.
And did you respond? What was it? Did you know what that was about? Why is she asking you about shoes at the front door?
There were ring videos that people were posting. So we were trying to think like what shoes was he last wearing.
And then
And
did
if
you
I took a picture, then she would know based upon what's at the door.
Okay, so if we scroll down, are those pictures? Is that a picture of shoes at the front door
Yes.
that you sent her?
Yes.
And then if we keep scrolling down, there's a screenshot.
Yes.
Is that this another screenshot from the neighborhood? People posting things on the Facebook page and things like that?
Yeah, and people, I think one of her friends were texting me, and she saw this video as well, and she sent it to me.
And then if we can scroll down at 8:48 a.m., she asked you if you're working. Were you scheduled to work that?
I believe so. I remember calling off one of the days. I don't remember which day.
And then you respond no at 8:48 a.m. Remember that?
Yes.
And then this next message, see, this refreshes your memory. Does she, we can scroll down, does she ask you to pull your car in the garage?
Yes.
What was that about? Do you know why she's asking you to pull your car in the garage?
No. In the next message, she just said there was like a lot of people coming. So
Did you take that to think that no, she didn't want anybody to see your car out in the driveway, perhaps?
that, or like, so there was space in the driveway for people to park.
Where was your car parked when you had to pull it into the garage? Do you remember?
I would normally park on like the side of the street or in the driveway.
Did you pull your car into the garage when she asked you to do
I think so, yes.
that? And do you remember backing in, or did you drive forward in?
I don't remember.
It's on video. Would the video reflect that?
Yes.
And did you text your mom saying that your car is filled in? If we can scroll down to January 28th at 8:54 a.m.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
And then she responds, Albert said to tell Lena to work on her clothes. Did you know what that was about?
I think it was just like cleaning up her room.
You can scroll down. You can keep going, please. So your mom tells you exactly what you just said. Clean the room before everyone gets there, right?
Yes.
What was your understanding of who was coming to the house?
I know Albert was coming home. There was different like army people that were coming. I know some like family flew in, so
People were coming out to look for Gannon, right?
yes.
Do you remember when your mom and Albert came back from the airport?
Yes.
Were they driving the black Tiguan?
I don't remember what car they were driving.
You remember your mom renting a car?
Yes.
Remember what color the car was?
No.
Remember what brand the car was?
No.
Did you think that was unusual that your mom left in the black Tiguan and came back in a rental car?
I was told that they were going to be driving, searching for him, so she didn't want to put miles on her car. And Albert's truck like takes a lot of gas.
Who told you that?
My mom.
So did you ask her about it, or did she just volunteer that to you?
I don't remember.
Were people from the media trying to contact you on January 28th in the morning hours?
I don't know if they contacted me. I did remember like news reporters coming.
Do you remember telling your mother that the news reporters, are particularly KKTV, is contacting us?
Mhm.
Do you remember telling your mom that on the morning of January
Yes, I think like she used my Facebook, so I think that's how they messaged me on Facebook.
During this time frame, are you also having FaceTime conversations and phone conversations with your mom as well as text messaging?
I don't know. I don't think so.
If you were, would that be reflected in the cell phone records?
Yes.
You talked about soldiers or Albert's coworkers coming in to help look for Gannon.
Yes.
Did they actually come by in a silver SUV?
Yes, I remember people from his unit came.
And did you talk to them? Did you let them in the house? What happened with that?
Yeah, I think I talked to them.
Were you also texting other friends and people that you knew in the neighborhood about whether or not they'd seen Gannon during this time frame?
Yes.
Let's kind of jump to the afternoon of the 28th. Do you know whether that Albert and your mom were actually talking to detectives at the sheriff's office during this time frame?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Told you that?
I don't remember. I just remember it being mentioned.
Do you remember a time in that afternoon where your mom kind of disappeared and you didn't know where she was at, that type of thing?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What was going on and what vehicle was she driving?
I remember Albert was home and he kept calling her. And that's when the news reporter came in and filmed a video in her house. And something about they were asking her for like a hairbrush or toothbrush. That's why she couldn't answer or something. I don't know.
If we can scroll down, I know we're going to be jumping a lot, but down to 4:26 p.m. on January 28th. Are you there, Miss Hunt, in the notebook, or we can look at the screen if you're not?
Yes.
So at 4:26 p.m. on the 28th, you're texting her, "Where did you go?" Remember that?
Yes.
How did she respond? If we can scroll down. You see that where it says, "I will text you in 10 minutes"?
Yes.
Do you know where she was at when she's texting you at this time?
No.
You know if she's in the rental car or what vehicle she's in as she's gone during this time period?
Do not know.
And then you respond with looks like a question mark. Or you said, I'm sorry.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Because I was confused when she said, I'll text you in 10 minutes.
And then if we scroll down, you ask, where's Lena?
Yes.
Did you know where Lena was at?
Yes. I said, never mind, she's here.
Okay. And she responds, if we keep scrolling, she was on her bed at 4:29 p.m.
Yes.
And then if we scroll down more, she says, don't open for anyone.
Yes.
What's going on here? Why is she telling you not to open the door for anyone? Do you know?
I do not know. I just feel like there was like a bunch of like stories or like reasons why. Never like clear why I couldn't open the door.
At this point in time, on January 28th at 4:30 p.m., had you heard of different versions of events of what happened to Gannon at this point?
Yes.
What version of events did you hear? Let me ask you, did you hear this from your mother?
Yes.
What did she tell you happened to Gannon at this time?
I had heard first that he was at a friend's house and then he was missing and then that he must have been with his friend's older brother. And then that's when she kept saying to me, like, after all that, she was just like, they're trying to frame me and people were thinking it's me.
Who is she referring to? Did she tell you when they say they are trying to frame you?
People in the groups. Remember her mentioning like the detectives were being weird, asking weird questions of her.
At this point in time, did you ever say, Mom, they just want to find Gannon. We're trying to find Gannon.
Right?
Did you ever say that to her?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
Remember.
Did you have problems with confronting your mom on some of this information?
Yes.
Like why you have a rental car, where's your car, that kind of thing?
Yes.
At this time period, are you just going along with what your mom's telling you?
Yes.
You can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. You say at 4:30, if we can go down one more, where are you going? And she responds, I said I would text you in in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Would your mom usually tell you where she's at, what she's doing under normal circumstances?
Yes. We had like 360, so I could always look on there too.
Did you do that?
It wasn't on
How do you know it was not?
because it'll say like nothing found, or it'll tell you.
So while you're asking where you're going and things like that, you're looking at her Life 360 app to see where she's at.
Yes.
It was shut down for whatever reason.
Yes.
Had that ever happened?
No.
You always been able to find your mom and vice versa. She find you, I take it.
Yes.
Based on this Life 360.
Yes.
Okay, we can go ahead and scroll down some more, please. Now you have the question mark symbol at 4:31 p.m. And she responds, something isn't right. I think they are hiding something.
Yes.
What was that all about? Do you know what she's talking about here?
She said that they were asking for like toothbrushes and like hairbrushes and stuff, so why would they need like DNA?
And you know that because lower in the text message, that's what she says, right?
Yes.
And did you help Albert get the toothbrush and things like that for the police?
I don't remember.
If we can go ahead and scroll down to January 28th at 4:33 p.m. You say, what do you think they're hiding? Did she respond to that text?
No.
And then if we scroll down, you have another question mark.
Yes.
And then at 4:50 p.m., you tell her, Albert said you need to go where he is at.
Yes.
Remember that? What
Yes.
was that all about? Do you remember?
I'm pretty sure they were both at like the police station.
Do you know whether your mom was at the police station?
I don't know for sure, but she said that she was.
Do you know that Albert was at the police station?
Yes.
When did she tell you she was at the police station?
I think when she got home.
And this was again on January 28th, 2020?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say it's been 10 minutes. What is that in reference to?
Because she said that she would text me in 10 minutes.
And her response is, can you scroll down? Huh?
Yes.
Okay. H-U-H. And below that, if we scroll down, you say IDK. Is that for what?
I don't know.
EFT me and said you need to go there.
FT is FaceTime.
Okay. So did you have a conversation with Albert then at this time period?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that Albert was at the police station and your mom wasn't?
Yes.
Was it clear to you that they wanted your mom to go to the police station?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, you do another question mark here at 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At 5:04 p.m., if we scroll down, your mother says, okay, I called them.
Yes.
And then she goes on to say, I'm talking to him to go. Remember that?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not your mom actually talked to him or ever went to the police station on January 28, 2020?
I do not know.
If we can scroll down to January 28th at 5:22:53. You see that where your mom says Albert?
Yes.
You say to go where? What are you referring to there?
Because in the previous message, she said, I'm talking to him to go.
And
And it was never clear what she meant.
and if we scroll down, your mother says, they said I have to go back to the place. Do you know what she's talking about there?
No.
Do you know where your mother's at 5:24 p.m. on January 28th, 2020?
No.
And if we continue to scroll down, your mother says they are treating us crappy. Remember that?
Yes.
And you, if we goes to the left, say, I'm not sure what that means. It says emphasized in quotes, they are treating us crappy. Is that something you're typing out or what did you do?
No, it's like you can hold down the message and choose like a symbol.
It's like a thumbs up thing.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
there's only one side up. So you respond to her message somehow emphasizing they are treating us crappy.
Yes.
Were you being treated crappy?
No.
Were you under the impression at this time that your mom was being treated unfairly by the police?
Yes.
Is that what your mom wanted you to think?
Yes.
We can scroll down to January 28th at 5:27. Your mom's asking you, who is there with you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at this time, it's just you and Lena in the house. Is that how you respond?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, keep going, please. There we go. Back up. I'm sorry. She says, who was at the ring? And she says earlier. Do you know what that message was about?
No. And I said nobody was at the rink.
Did your mom have access to your doorbell camera on her phone?
Yes.
So you say nobody's at the ring. And then if we go down to January 28th at 5:28 p.m., your mom is now saying, what did Albert say to you?
Yes.
You know what that's in context?
I guess when he called me.
The FaceTime that we saw earlier that you talked about.
Yes.
And did you tell her what Albert had said to you?
Yes.
Can we scroll down, please? To tell you to come there, right?
Yes.
And then your mom responds, this is nonsense to come there again.
Yes.
And now you're texting her at 5:45 p.m. that someone is here with pizza. Remember that?
Yes.
Why are you texting her about that?
Because she told me not to open the door.
And then she responds, it's pizza. And you say, do I open?
Yes.
Why did you have to ask your mom for permission to open the door to get some pizza?
Because she had told me originally to, and she would have watched the camera. I don't want to be in trouble.
Were there any consequences for you? You didn't follow what your mom's telling you to do?
Yes.
You gotta let me know when I can go right up to noon or.
So it's up to you. I was going to ask you to find a briefing point the next 5 minutes or so.
Why don't we scroll down to January 28th at 6:12 p.m. and 55 seconds. Right there. Your mom says, "What's going on there?" You remember that?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, you say Alberts came and left. Wells back now.
Yes.
So what was going on with Albert? Was he coming and going from the house during this time frame?
Yeah. Just like the police station or wherever he needed to go.
At this point, is your car still in the garage? You know.
Yes.
And is Albert driving his red Nissan truck?
Yes.
And your mom, you don't know if she's driving a rental or what vehicle she's driving?
Correct.
And you don't know where your mom's at still?
Correct.
Did you ever ask her, why don't you just tell me where you're at, Mom? I'm worried about you.
No. From her messages, I just assumed that she was at the police station.
And then if we scroll down, she asks you again. We can scroll down one more. She says, "What's Albert?" And she says, "Doing," in the correction down below. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then she tells you at 6:24 p.m. on January 28th, they are asking me dumb questions. You remember that?
Yes.
Now, do you know where she's at when she sends this?
While she was at the police station.
And did you think she's there based on what she's telling you here?
Yes.
And then you respond, talking to the news because they're here. Is that when the film crew showed up that you talked about earlier?
Yes.
And were they in the front yard or where were they?
No, they came in the house.
How'd they get in the house?
I think Albert let them in.
Oh, so Albert was there at this point.
Yes.
And was he being interviewed by them, or do you remember?
Yes.
Then at 6:31 p.m., your mom asked, "Is he still with the news?" Do you remember that?
Yes.
You say they're about to leave. Is that right?
Yes.
Does anybody else know in the house that you're talking to your mom via text while all this is going on?
I think so, yeah.
Did Albert know you were in communication with your mom?
I don't know.
And is that why he's asking you to tell your mom to come down to the police station, that kind of thing?
Yes.
You know, this is a good time probably to stop for lunch if you like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury in the jury room a little bit before 1:30, we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please.
Did anybody catch the time of when we're supposed to be back? I missed it. I'm right here, but for some reason. Oh, thank you, Team Summer.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Hunt, you can step down. Watch your step as you step down. We will be in recess until 1:30. Is there anything else we need to take up? Prosecution?
No, you're-
Okay, all right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All rise.
So that will be 3:30 our time, and I realize that this is all you're going to get if I turn these cameras on. I didn't realize I needed to switch the camera. It does that. It switches on me. And I never understood how to get it off. I've deleted everything that says OBS on it, and it's still manages to have that one camera extension somewhere, and I can't figure out how to get rid of it. So we started this live with it on, and so this is, you're only going to see AAB. I don't know where AAB came from, but there you have it. So this was rough, as we were talking about. We're going to break just for lunch, just for a little bit, so we can all eat. And I'm going to be muting this. There's not going to be any music or anything because we're not on StreamYard, where everything is built into the system already. Well, it wasn't built into the system. It was just added over the time I've been on it, which has been for forever. So we don't have that over here. And even if we did, we're not on the Pro. We're using the free version of Restream to restream this to Kick, because we haven't been on Kick in a little while. So anyways, this case is getting a little bit more difficult. It looks like they're taking their lunch break, and I have to think that they're getting their final touches on the afternoon segment of this witness, because they're now leading up, to her mother's comings and goings at the time Gannon disappeared, and what her behavior was that nobody else saw or knew or were apprised of. It's starting to get to that point where this is going to start getting a little tougher for her. I feel absolutely just horrified for her. You could tell she was terrified when she walked into the courtroom. She was very upset, emotionally upset, visibly upset as she was heading up to the witness stand. It was very hard for her to even say her name. She could tell she had been crying. This was very difficult for her. But as she was on the witness stand a little bit more, and the prosecutor questioning her was, he was very gentle with her, and it really did, calm her down, where, it's more of a conversation now. It seems like she's at least more comfortable than she was at the beginning. She's in for a very long day, as many of you guys could imagine. She had the inside knowledge of what was going on in and around the time Gannon was killed and removed from the home. And you're hearing from her that Letitia Stout was kind of disappearing. Her and her stepfather were trying to get a hold of her. Just some other odd behavior. But I think the most chilling for me out of this testimony so far is when she talks about going down and saying good night to Gannon, how odd that was, and how he was the only one down there. And it almost seems as if, which I think is what is being implied, is that Gannon was already dead when they went down there. And she even said that her mother never really went down there at night to tell Gannon good night or anything. That sounds sad. So she just never really bonded with him at all. And it sounds like she resented him. So I don't know. It's sad. That's all I can say. Oh, you guys can't even see me. I thought you guys could see my little emoji thingy. There we go. Let me see if I can take this off. No, I want to take this off. There we go. And then I want to incorporate. Sorry, I'm still trying to get used to this. There we go. All right, now we can see everybody's comments. It makes it easier when I can put them at least up by where the screen is. So as you guys talk, I can see those. I didn't mean to hurt your stringer. What is that about? I had to testify 20 years apart against the same person and same crime. It definitely isn't easy on the mental health. Wow, that sucks. And that I know I don't know where they got that from. I really don't. But I don't know if I can change my emoji or not. I haven't gotten that invested in real Restream. I have to be honest with you. I'm not that invested in it. I kind of I don't think their setup is as user friendly as StreamYard personally, but I do like the quality of the imaging much better. I just need to learn a lot of stuff that I just don't have time to learn, but I'm going to have to force myself at some point to learn. You never stop learning. Don't ever stop learning. Now, I'll never stop saying you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but don't stop learning. Everybody is kind of in outrage right now over the whole Sarah Wondra stuff. I've got to be honest with you guys. We were on live here. We had that break that they had. There is some outrage now starting to pour in from social media over Sarah Wondra and the Fruitland Police Department, saying, what gives at this point? Saying that, yeah, let me just go through some stuff. People want some answers from Fruitland. And Fruitland remember when we were breaking it, I said Fruitland has declined to answer, and I even suggested hopefully we'll get a response from him later this evening or tomorrow. I'm trying to be respectful over here, right? But there is starting to become some noticeable outrage across social media right now, saying, hey, what gives? There's nobody in custody. Where are we in this investigation? Nobody's in charged with Michael's death or anything now. And remember, they did dig up the backyard of the Wondras, and there is nothing there. So I don't know. I don't know. It's a little crazy for me. It's a little crazy for me, to say the least. So I'm curious as what's going to be said at this point from hold on, I got to change something here. Okay, put it here. Breaking. Oh. I've gotta update the title. There we go. So before I think I got it now. And there we are. Okay. I changed the title because I wanted to make sure other people knew that we were going to be talking about this whole Sarah Wondra situation on the lunch hour here, because we're finding out that the state dropped the charges. So what I'm reading online is that people are outraged with Fruitland Police Department saying, hey, why did you charge her to begin with? And we have to remember that they did dig up the yard. They said that they found an impression in the yard that they believe was redug up and where he would have been moved. Is that true, or is that not true right now? Fruitland Police Department does have some explaining to do, but I'm sure in good course, we also want to preserve the integrity of this case. So I understand the battle that they must be in at this moment, but they have to make a statement. That was the only connection that we had, that Michael Monkey Vaughn is no longer with us. So is it possible that he's still out there? They do have some clarification and explaining to do, because the way the rest of the community is looking at it is that this poor boy is gone. And if there's a possibility of this poor boy being out there, we have stopped looking for him. So we do definitely need some kind of response from Fruitland Police Department. And a lot of people, again, are starting to voice their outrage on social media as this is breaking, and it has been breaking for the last 2 hours. People are starting to get wind of this, and it's not looking good for I didn't realize that it would. Well, I kind of had a feeling that it would be. Um, that's why I said, they really want to come out with a response sooner than later. When we were talking about it earlier, but let me find some stuff on this um, Wondra, the Sarah Wondra stuff. But it's not really necessarily people are upset. So people are saying like such. So charges have been dropped against Sarah Wander, who was arrested last year in connection with the disappearance of Michael Vaughn, according to Argus Observer. And it goes into the IdahoNews.com, and it says Sarah Wander, who was arrested last year in connection with the disappearance of Michael Vaughn in Fruitland, was charged with failure to report a death to the coroner. After a motion to dismiss was filed April 14th, those charges have been dropped, according to the Argus Observer. The charges were dismissed on a motion of the state, which means the prosecutor who brought the original case was the one who motioned the court to drop the charges. CBS 2 has reached out to the prosecutor's office and Chief Huff of the Fruitland Police Department for comment, and will continue to update this story as information becomes available. And we heard that they have publicly stated that they're not going to comment, the Fruitland Police Department. And I'm just hoping that it's possible. Well, here's a statement from Alex from Fruitland Police Department. We will not be making a statement, but this doesn't change the course of the investigation. That's not very clear and very vague. We need, I think, at this point, as a community, need to know whether or not Michael, if they still believe Michael is deceased, or if we're going to be still looking for a potential kidnapped child. We need to know that. So I can't imagine. Thank you. Prayers for Michael's family. Thank you, Robert Skrull, because I can't imagine her family or his family. And I have to believe that this is some heartbreaking news for them. I'm sure they're asking the same types of questions. This has got to be very upsetting. So I'm hoping that there's some clarification on this case that comes from the Fruitland Police Department. Fayette County prosecutors or Fruitland police need to make a statement on the status of Michael Vaughn, and that's what it was related to. And that's when Alexandra Dugan responded. Some of the comments are, so there's no charges will be filed against her in regards to Michael Vaughn and not reporting his death or knowing what happened to him. I won't say that. The investigation is still ongoing, meaning they can file more severe charges later. That's coming from, again, Alexandra Dugan. There's some other comments here. It says, thank you for your coverage on the case. And then Z News says, thanks, Alex. The prosecutor had 5 months to prepare for her probable cause hearing, when normally they're held within 14 days. It's deeply concerning that Idaho is unable to proceed or file charges 5 months after the warrant and arrest. I do not see a response related to that comment from Z News. There's another comment here that says, does this mean they dismiss charges against WONDRA? And that answer would be yes, but I don't see a response. Here's show replies. Yes, the state dismissed charges. They're saying, wow, thank you for the clarification. You're welcome. Another person says, I'm confused. I heard that she was having to come back on the 25th. So what is that for? ? So a lot of people have mixed feelings about this, but some of the other people out here have made comments a little more outrageous, demanding a response from Fruitland Police Department. So I'm wondering if Huff will be making a response in the near future, and I'm hoping he does. I had an opportunity to meet Chief Huff face to face. While I didn't really ask him any questions about this case, I did get to shake his hand and introduce myself. And I was there, looking in, doing some due diligence and some fact finding. And it's a small police department where the records department is kind of just outside of the chief's desks, so it's kind of hard not to run into him. But he was ultra nice and very respectful, and he knew who I was and knew why I was there. And again, very respectful. And I do appreciate, the hospitality when I was there. And I did have an opportunity to let him know that we were putting up a banner and whatnot. So that was really cool. And he gave me some ideas of where we could put that big banner for Michael at. And we didn't take his specific suggestion, but we made something doable that worked for everybody. So anyways, that was just the conversation that I had with Chief Huff. And he is, in my opinion, ultra capable of handling this type of case. And very knowledgeable, and he's a kind of a hold to the chest kind of vet, or hold, close to the vest kind of guy. So, we're not going to get a whole lot from him, but I really do hope that they just come out with some statement, expressing at least about, about Michael. I mean, the victim here. We need some clarification on that, and I hope that they do come out and say something about that. So let me see what other information that I can find out about. Okay, one of the comments is, I love that the Fruitland Police Department knows they don't owe the general public any information that may jeopardize the overall prosecution in Monkey's case. Yes, Sandra WONDRA current failure to report the death of dropped a petty charge for her overall involvement anyways, is one of the comments that were made. Some are saying the charges are dismissed, but let's look at the comments on these things. So the state requested it to be dismissed. Where's the motion? That's what Sleuthy Goosey commented on. And I'm not sure. And it says, I've requested it. True Crime with Eve said, I'm requesting it, waiting. It'll be filed on 4/14/2023. And somebody else is saying, what the H is going on? How do you have credible information that he was there and that she knew of his death, but now it's dismissed? I'm so sick for Brandy. She has been through hell with this. Amen to that. That woman has been through pure hell, I can tell you. Wasn't so credible after all, is what True Crime with Eve has said. So I feel sorry for them. What a mess. And Z News says, wow, Payette prosecutor or Fruitland police make statements on status of the Michael Monkey Vaughn and why they've dismissed the charges. Nobody's hearing from them. Chief Huff, please tell us you've got other suspects at this point unrelated to the WONDRAs. I'm curious why they're still holding a status conference and pretrial hearing if the charges are dismissed. Somebody says, this is so messed up. Another one has an emoji with all the expletives going across the face. So people are really upset right now about this whole WONDRA situation. And, of course, I've got mixed feelings about this. We were out in front of the WONDRA house. I wish I had, I know I have the footage somewhere. I'm not sure where, but I took plenty of footage out in front of the house shortly after they were named. I think it was when we went on our first trip to Idaho for the Idaho 4. It would have been because that was the time we were in Boise. So I've got some footage. I just can't remember what the time was. I know it was before New Year's. I think it was like October or November was when we went there the first time, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, Pat, it's very sad. That poor family. I can't imagine either. When I had an opportunity to drop by there on our first trip to the Idaho 4, I dropped off a poinsettia and a car, just letting them know I was thinking of them. I didn't knock on the door or anything. I just put it out the door where they have, they had it set up so they didn't have to be disturbed if anybody was dropping off any care packages or anything like that. So yeah, and don't forget, guys, maybe I know there for a while people were, sending some food baskets over or some hot meals over to their house. It might be an idea. Idaho court records. Oh, let me put this up here. Let me see if I can show this. It says Idaho court records state she's charged with assault aggravated with deadly weapon or instrument, evidence destruction, alteration, or concealment, controlled substance possession. Okay, so she still has other charges that she's charged with. It's just the concealment charge, or that the charge related to her. What was it? The charge related to not reporting a death. That's the one that was dropped out of multiple ones. Thank you, ICO. Is that what I'm understanding? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly as to what you're posting here. I'm just waiting for her to respond. Thank you so much, by the way, ICU. So, no problem. I think it's just a little delay from the time I asked to the time it goes back. I think it's like 40 seconds. It seems like forever. Lordy, lordy. Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm saying. Okay, perfect. Okay. Perfect. So she's not out of the woodworks yet. It's just one charge of those, but it's still a devastating charge. People really want to know why she was charged with that particular crime. I just want to make sure that I think at the end of the day, it's people stopped looking after that day. I mean, it kind of lost the steam out of everybody's winds. We lost the wind out of our sails, rather, when we heard that she was charged with not reporting the death of Michael Vaughn. So with that being removed, I think it makes most of us believe that there is a possibility of him still being alive. I think the Fruitland Police Department at least owes the public either confirmation that he's no longer with us, or that this has changed things where there's a possibility of him being out there. And we need to start ramping up efforts abroad. But I think at this point they owe us, they owe the public something. I think they owe the public something. I know it's not going to be what the public wants to hear. Whatever the response is, it's never enough. I got that. I do believe that it's never enough. But I think that and somebody's never going to be happy. But I think that they need to at least, even if they don't want to speak a statement, just a written statement about Michael Vaughn. I think we need to know something. And I'd like to know what happened with that charge. Why was that charge dropped? Some information like that. But if they can't give that to the public for whatever reason, at least tell us that they just didn't have a stop looking for a kid for all these months, and there's a possibility he could still be out there. I think that's more of my concern than anything. They don't owe us all the information, but they should let us know if they don't think he's deceased. Thank you, Miss Robin. That's perfect. That's exactly it. They don't, I understand that they don't owe the public. Well, there is some portion that they, because it's such a high profile case, they have to weigh the public interest in, with stuff. So they really should be giving us, the information that they're allowed to give us. If it's directly to affect their actual investigation or whatever. I mean, I've got to think that if they're looking at somebody else in this case, that and they just don't want to bring that to everybody's attention, I think by the dropping of this charge, it might bring that to light. But it sounds like she's got several other pretty significant charges. And at the end of the day, we would like her to, I mean, if she didn't do anything, right? If she didn't do anything, we definitely need her as a witness in this, or if her involvement was much less than, it seems like something happened when Sarah, Adrian, and Brandon were out together. It seems like something happened at that moment. That seems like when they were out, something happened, and the only person in that neighborhood was Stacy Wondra, the husband. So, this might be strategic to entice her cooperation. We don't know what is in this, and maybe they can't tell us because of that. There may be some plausible explanations that if they comment might cause problems in their investigation, or put on notice a suspect that they need not to be worried, or need to have comfortable in their environment. We don't know what their strategy is, if there is a strategy, if there is no strategy, if they're like, oh crap, this is not good. We don't, at this point, we really don't know anything. And it's kind of hard. I mean, I definitely would be on the train of I would like to have a response from Fruitland Police Department. And would I get upset if Fruitland doesn't respond? I think I would be a little mildly disappointed, and maybe mildly to strongly disappointed. But definitely not something that is going to make me come unglued. I'm hoping that there's more to this, but we always say, hope in one hand and, in the other, and see which one fills up faster. And so when I hear myself say that, that always is always in the back of my head. It's like, until they say something, we don't know. And it's like you want to say, like, give us something, but hopefully they'll do something. This is a little concerning information, and if it's nothing, and this really didn't carry a whole lot of sentence, or they had a better case without it, or something that would kind of put the community at ease, I think would be welcomed. I think what else would be welcomed, and them just letting us know that whether they believe Michael Vaughn is with us or not with us. I think we need clarification, because this does put doubt in our mind about whether he's here or not. So those people are disturbed. I agree with you, Phoenix. Their behaviors, not only that, but before this boy went missing, on how she brought these strangers home, they would call for a taxi cab, and next thing you know, they're sleeping on her couch and staying there weeks on end. It's just weird. I mean, what is, I know we know, we'll always say what is normal, but I'd have to say that maybe the majority, maybe not normal, but the majority of people don't usually bring strangers back to their house, especially ones that are down on their luck, because you don't know if they're going to rob you. You don't know where they come from. You don't even know really who they are, if you really want to think about it. I mean, who goes and picks somebody up from the airport for seeing them for the first time in their life and driving them back to their house and letting them stay there? Who does that? That to me is weird, but this isn't, I mean, if it happened once in a lifetime, like really, somebody gave you this really sob story, and your heart just bled, and you just had to help this person and you did it, I guarantee that might be once in a lifetime. this was a regular thing. And now that we know that her and Brandon were fooling around, it kind of gives you a different perspective with what was really going on in that house. And the fact that she, she did want a kid, and the whole time she's been with her husband, she couldn't conceive. So is this some kind of, this gets really weird. I mean, if we still wanted to go down those rabbit holes, but you can see this can be spun in like a million different directions. But no matter how many times we spin it, none of the endings sound very good, or very moral. I mean, this doesn't sound like, they talk about being Christians and stuff, but you don't hear about them going to church. You don't hear about them, like you hear that Sarah is this ultra religious person on one breath of Brandon's, but then in the other one, you hear how he's talking about her stepping outside of her marriage with him on another breath. So I don't know if you can be both. I mean, I guess you could. I shouldn't say it like that. There's many people that have made mistakes that go to church and things like that. But it's hard to think that somebody can be practicing their faith that strongly and do that particular cardinal sin, I guess would be the most appropriate. Help me out here, Robin. I'm stuck on words with this. I'm trying to be very delicate because, I think, there are people in their history that have done this themselves. But I mean, I don't know how many people keep picking up strangers and bringing them home. I mean, it was a lot for them. I mean, there was a lot of different bodies that have been in and out of that house. It's just, I don't know. There's just something totally unsavory about it. And then living, and maybe it is just a coincidence that they live next to a husband and a wife, both that are RSOs. They were both RSOs. That means they were both doing things that they weren't supposed to be doing, if you get what I mean. And they lived in the house directly next to the WONDRAs. So now you have this house with Stacy and Sarah bringing these weird people home that they just meet on the side of the road. And then you've got these RSOs that live next to them. And then in the middle of all this, a little boy disappears. So it's like you don't want to let your mind go to all these horrible places, but it's hard not to let your mind go to all these horrible places, especially with those two homes, those two specific homes in that neighborhood. They look so normal on the outside, but everything but on the inside. It's scary. It's scary. And it literally could be any one of our neighborhoods. I'm not lying. I'll have to show it. Maybe tomorrow morning when I'm on here, I will find it and I will show it. Oh, let me stop that. Okay. Sorry. I was looking at something and I didn't want to play and then get in trouble because it played through the speakers. They always try to hit you with those damn copyrights. But I forgot I didn't have my volume turned up on my phone. So yeah, it was pretty scary. But they dug up their yard, and I want to even say that the RSO house, gave them permission to dig up their yard, and I think that they actually dug into a portion of the RSO yard as well, if my memory serves me well. But again, this is the case that I want to know: is Michael? Is there a chance that Michael is out there? That really needs to be the topic of conversation at this moment. And I think that the Fruitland Police Department does owe us a response for. I don't think that should be a should. I think that needs to be a must, because with this information, it makes us question it. Where could he be? If he's not in their yard, where could he be? Now, I truly believe if this is as they say it is, and the Wanderers are responsible for Michael's disappearance. There was a trip they took September 2021, or right before, maybe the end of August, somewhere around there. It was my understanding it was to Texas, but that information could have been, skewed. I don't know if it was or not. I don't want to say it's 100%, but there was a trip that was taken uh, to somewhere. I'm assuming Texas, but again, not confirmed. Sometime when they got back, and it was around the end of September, and I can't remember the exact date, but I know it was the double digits, but I think it was between the 18th and the 29th, one of those dates, perhaps, I'm not sure which. He had this really strange post about, walking with Jesus and on the path, and, how he's been absolved of, this or that. It was just, it was a weird, strange post. And then when we heard, I never, I just thought I did bring it up several times, but I also thought that, and I brought it up because I thought the post itself was a little odd because he really didn't have a whole lot of religious posts on his Facebook page. There was really not a whole lot, anything to do with God or walking or stuff. You did see a lot of it on Sarah's page, on Sarah's TikTok primarily. And that ramped up a lot after Michael Monkey Vaughn disappeared, by the way, as well. But this one post kind of creeped me out that Stacy, her husband, posted on his Facebook page, and it almost seemed like he was absolved of sin. And when we heard Chief Huff come out and say that they had a hit, that there was a abnormality in the ground that they picked up, and they were digging it up, and they had a dog hit on the scent, and that's indicative of a body being there and being moved. And then we start looking at this, and with that trip that he took, whether it's to Texas or somewhere else, shortly thereafter, Michael Monkey Vaughn disappeared. That might be the reason why we can't find him, because it seemed like after that trip is when Stacy, the husband, felt this relief, so much so he was almost floating, that he made this really bizarre post on his Facebook page about how wonderful it is to be on this walk with Christ, and whoever wanted to come with him on this beautiful journey, some weird stuff like that. But it happened after that alleged trip that him and his wife took to go. It was, I was under the impression, to go get a dog. It appeared that they had a dog in the house. I am unsure whether they went to get another dog, whether the whole dog story was rumor, whether this whole story is rumor. But there was a weird post after this alleged rumor had taken place. You see what I'm saying? Like there was this trip that people were talking about, and then this post. So I don't know how they can, figure that out. I don't know how that could have all organically came together unless it did happen. But there is a possibility that that was just a coincidence. I assume. So I don't know. This is a little disappointing. This is just a little disappointing for me. I think it's I think why it's so disappointing to me is because this could mean, in my opinion, this could mean potentially that Michael is alive, and we all stop pretty much looking for this poor boy, because we believe that he was dead and the Wanderers were covering it up. So it's sad. It's sad. I see some people coming in. A hi voucher. I don't know if I even said hi to you guys. I really don't. So Be Betty fan, Robert's girl. I saw Robin. It's nice to see you guys. Phoenix Rising. I am Team Summer. It's good to have you guys here. So let me know. We do have 153 people in the chat. While I can't add the phones on this, or I don't know how to add the phones on this, let me know in chat real quick your thoughts on this whole Sarah Wondra. Do you think this is going to have a huge impact on it? Well, let me ask you this before you respond to that. Some of you might have already responded to that, but so we'll make it a 1-2 question. On account of one or two, how many people in my audience believe that Michael Vaughn has met his demise? One, that you believe he's no longer with us, and two, that you believe he's out there somewhere. I just would like to gauge my audience. I know we don't really have that, that big of a group here, but at least we can have more of a intimate conversation about it. One. Okay. Oh, Unicorn, these cases are sad, especially these kids. Especially these kids. Yeah, okay. So a lot of people have just come to they just feel in their heart and soul he's not with us. I think that is ultimately what we're going to find out. But with Sarah, these charges being dismissed by the state themselves, it just doesn't feel good. I was just hoping that either the state or the chief would just explain, even if it's like, look, this was just this was a small charge against her. We have much more stronger charges. We didn't really have enough evidence to meet the burden of proof on this. So we opted to dismiss this and, carry on with the other charges that she had. Like that to me would be a reasonable response. It's a very calming response to the people out there saying, yes, we understand this looks bad, but we have a stronger case without it. This one, we really couldn't meet the burden, but we can meet the burden on the stronger case that we have on the other charges. It's explained and people understand and they're calmed down. And then you don't have people, demanding, police chiefs to say, hey, what's going on here? And I have to say that by them addressing that at least they're essentially stating that, we didn't lose time on looking for Michael Vaughn, if he's out there. So I think these are legitimate questions. I think the outrage is understandable in some. It seems like it's, when I say outrage, it's not like, pitchforks and, a mob of angry people. No, but I'm talking about people. They're outraged about this case, and they're outraged that nobody is talking about it. That this is what led everybody to the digging up the yard, the reality that Michael wasn't with us, and I don't know. It's sad. Wait, maybe the husband spoke up and dropped the charges against Sarah Wondra. Yeah, maybe I am Team Summer, but they said nobody has been charged at this time. So now we really don't have anybody that appears to be charged with any crime related to Michael Monkey Vaughn, leaving many to believe that, I think people just are curious and want to know, is this little boy with us? What does police think? I mean, they did make the statement that nothing has changed, the focus of their investigation or something to that effect. So we do have that. But, short of that, it's still a little hard. It's a hard pill to swallow. Wait, maybe that we already read that. And let me see what else we've got in here. Once they brought dogs in, here, let's see. Laura says, once they brought dogs in and they hit on something, I knew in my heart he was gone. Dogs don't lie. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for that. And not only that, it is. Phoenix says, give me just a second. It's going to pop up. This particular case is sickening after seeing those people's TikTok. Yeah. I think I agree with you that the TikToks were, especially Sarah's, they were pretty pretty outrageous. They were a little out there for my comfort. And I'm not a Bible thumper type of Christian. I do go to church sometimes. Well, most of the time I do an online church. But occasionally I'll get out and actually go be around people and go and habitat an actual brick and mortar church. But I'm not a Bible thumper. And I know people that are, like my family from Georgia, for example, never had TVs in their home. Girls could not wear pants. They always had to be in a dress or a skirt. They were just a different lifestyle, being very committed to the word. And they didn't even talk like that or anything. They were very kind people, but she was just weird, almost obsessively weird. I don't know how to explain it. I really don't. But I think everybody that watches it gets this I don't know, weird vibe from it. They did. So far, I haven't talked to a person yet that hasn't had some kind of strange reaction, if you will, when they see this TikTok profile. It is bizarre. But what you do see is that there's not a whole lot of anything on her TikTok. There's a few videos here and there. But then as soon after his disappearance, like she was making, I can't remember, what was it, like 2 TikToks a day or just weird stuff. Like it does make sense though. Like when you look at it and it's like, that is weird behavior. Those are things that I would, equate to red flags and stuff like that. It's just nobody knew, I guess is the best way to state it. Nobody really knew. So I don't know. It's odd for me. This particular case is sick. And yeah, I just read that. Sorry, I'm trying to get. And then we've had that. In my opinion, what does it say? In my opinion, they got holy roller attitude, not real. Right. That's kind of how it felt. But have you guys remember that Jonathan actually had that interview with Brandon? Let me pull that up. Give me just a second. I'm gonna pull that up. And this was from a while ago too. Here it is. Oh no, hold on, let me go back. Here it is. We'll watch this. We'll only be able to watch some of it. But this is, we'll get past we'll say hi to JLR on this because he's in the bush. I should stop. He's in the bushes. I'm just joking. Stop it, guys. I'm not picking on old JLR. You guys are so mean to me. So mean, I say. All right, guys. I'm gonna. Oh, you guys can already see him up there. I'll go ahead and let him stretch across this. Perfect. And I'm gonna play now, and you guys can listen. Let's see how far he is. Okay, yeah, here it is.
I am covering the Michael Vaughn case out of Fruitland, Idaho. 6-year-old Michael Vaughn. He's been missing since July 27th, 2021. Where is Michael Vaughn? Now, I have an exclusive interview I want to share with everyone on a conversation that I had with Brandon Shurtleff. Brandon Shurtleff, he was with Stacy and Sarah WONDRA on the day Michael Vaughn went missing. And he shares a lot. I'm going to share the entire video right now, unedited, uncut, full interview that I had with him, and then we will discuss afterward. You need to watch this. He shares vital information about the Michael Vaughn case. Check it out. Okay, now thank you for talking to me. Thank you. I respect that, considering that I put a video out on you sharing what's going on. But as you know, I never said you were a suspect. I just said that you were there in the mix. So this is very important because a lot of people are following the Michael Vaughn case, and people just want answers. People want Michael found. They want insight on the WONDRAs. They want to know everything. So, can you just explain what's going on here?
What's that?
Can you explain what's going on? Like what happened? What went down? What's up?
Yeah, the people that I used to stay with sometimes on the weekend and drive taxi for or whatever, they're involved in some big shit about. They're saying they know more about the Michael Vaughn case and everything like that. And I heard that they're saying that they actually killed him themselves.
Now, who said that?
I think the detectives told me that that's what Stacy and Sarah said themselves, is that they did it or they were involved in it or they know who did.
Interesting. Do you know any names or these people? Who are they?
One of the people that went to their house before was Tanner Butler. I just looked at my Facebook page now, and his name's Tanner Butler. He was staying there with me and Stacy and Sarah at the time. Like, all four of us were roommates.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
And then I guess the whole thing on how this started was the fact that Sarah, kind of threatened him or, told him, get out of my house and don't come here no more because you were drinking, and I don't want you to be a bad influence on my poor little husband, Stacy, blah, blah, blah. So
yeah, and that was the incident earlier this year, around the beginning of April, right? They got arrested?
Correct.
Who got arrested?
Sarah did. Sarah WONDRA. And then Stacy. Okay, so Stacy got arrested first.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, Sarah got arrested not long after.
Interesting.
And that was all over guns. It was all over a .17 caliber, some kind of a little gun they had.
Yeah, I saw the reports, and I saw that. I read the indictment of Stacy, and he was trying to sell a gun. I think it's the gun you just described, to a gun shop out in New Plymouth.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So, but you're saying Sarah got in a fight with this Tanner guy around the same time in her house?
Right after he went to give that gun to somebody else, then that is when he went and tried to sell the gun to that gunsmith guy. And then right after that, Sarah was...
Hold on. So we have somebody in here. Trisha loves all. I'm interested, and you can put it in the chat if you want. How are her? You say you know Sandra's or Sarah's mom and dad. How are they? Because I was looking into her mom, and her mom appears to be like they were caught. Her and Sarah both were kind of caught stealing people's identity at one point. So I'm just interested in knowing, like the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree, or, like what's, well, she was with somebody from the house around the corner, and they both got arrested unless her mom died after that. Cause it was, I think 2019 potentially, I think. Something like that. I remember reading about it. I remember talking about it on my log.
That other roommate kid with a Glock or a gun or some shit that they weren't even supposed to have.
So it was all over Tanner drinking in the house.
Yes.
It's interesting that you say that because I've observed posts from Sarah, that she would make in her taxi group. She had a group called Faith Taxi, right? And she would make posts saying,
Listen
I
to
am
this.
not going to pick up anyone and deliver them to buy drugs or alcohol. I forbid that. I don't do drugs and alcohol. I don't want to be around drugs and alcohol. Something in that sense.
Yes, sir.
So, maybe, she's just didn't want alcohol in the house. How long was Tanner staying there for?
He was staying there for like, I'd say we had a relationship for like 2 or 3 months off and on, where he'd just kind of come in, and then they gave him a taxi ride one day, and then they said that he could come kind of stay with them at nighttime a little bit so he could get a job in the day. And they're just trying to help him, give him a place to stay at night so he could work in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, get back on his feet, and then he's going to go back to his parents or whatever.
Interesting. So how long were you there at the house for?
I probably knew him for 2 years in total, and
Did you guys catch that? We need to rewind just a little bit. He said we were in a relationship off and on. Does that mean he was with Tanner? Let's listen to that again.
I am not going to pick up anyone and deliver them to buy drugs or alcohol. I forbid that. I don't do drugs and alcohol. I don't want to be around drugs and alcohol. Something in that sense.
yes, sir.
So, maybe, she's just didn't want alcohol in the house. How long was Tanner staying there for?
He was staying there for like, I'd say we had a relationship for like 2 or 3 months.
What? I just heard that. Did I hear that wrong, guys? I've heard this tape 1,000 times and never picked up on that. So was he Sarah? Because we know him and Sarah. Let's keep listening. Interesting. Let's see what this says. It's interesting.
Off and on, we just kind of come in, and then they gave him a taxi ride one day, and then they said that he could come kind of stay with them at nighttime a little bit so he could get a job in the day.
This sounded like this was
a place to stay at night so he could work in the day.
A weird house.
And then after that, get back on his feet, and then he's going to go back to his parents or whatever.
Interesting. So how long were you there at the house for?
I probably knew him for 2 years in total, and I probably stayed with them off and on for a year because I went out and drove taxis at their little Faith Taxi business.
Yeah.
So I take people to Walmart and give them groceries and help them out in the community and stuff like that. And then I'd go back and kind of hang out with them at nighttime and do a little barbecuing, drink a couple beers or whatever. And then after that, that was pretty much
drink a couple beers.
How much did they pay you doing the taxi? What were they paying?
Usually they charge like $2.25 or 50 cents a mile.
Faith.
So basically they'll go out and let people go where they want to go, and they just cover the fuel and give them like a little tip or whatever to help them with groceries.
Okay. Did they have other people working for them besides you?
Yeah. They had one other guy that was working there, and then me and Stacy and Sarah. So there's like 4 total.
What was the other person's name? Do you know?
The other guy was I want to say it was another Hispanic guy that was my friend that they met during that time.
Yeah.
A friend he can't name. He couldn't even remember the guy's name.
He had an SUV, and we drove around a little bit and talked, and he kind of stayed there like 1 or 2 nights. And then after that, he just kind of headed out.
You don't know his name?
I don't know, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm getting like all kinds of freak vibes coming from this household. Like, this was kind of maybe the taxi business was kind of the front. I mean, I don't know what to think here. And I know I raised this once before, but that was pre me hearing him say we were in a relationship off and on for about 2 months, and knowing, and we're going to get to it later in this whole process, before maybe it might have to be after, or even tomorrow on possibly Robin. I mean, she was adamant about, most of the people that make a stink about something is usually the louder they squawk, the more they're involved. So, that Ruby, I mean, it sounds like a little more than that. It sounds like maybe they weren't getting tipped from the Faith taxi cab service. They were being tipped some other way. Maybe Sarah's a madam. I mean, I don't know. This is a little bit. I'm sorry. Every time I hear this interview, it's hard for me not to, like, this is something's not right. Something's so unholy, going on here. I'm telling you, anything but holy is going on here. Maybe that's why she needed her faith. Maybe she just couldn't get the dirt off of her. I mean, I don't know, but something's just, I don't know. I just feel it. I can feel it. And I tell you, you can't get strong feelings through a computer, but when you get strong feelings through the computer, can you imagine face to face? Holy moly. All right, let's get back to this. This is just all kinds of freaky. That's all I'm saying.
I want to say it was like, it wasn't Jesus. It was like, Caesar or Jesus, kind of like one of those names, but it started with a J.
But it wasn't Caesar, the guy that was in the car with you in that picture, right? Not him.
Right, because that was
Lord,
when that picture was taken. I only met him like 1 or 2 other times before that. Stacy took me over to his house and we picked him up for a taxi ride, and we took him to, like, I don't know, just one of his friends, and then came right back. And then we were all just chilling.
That's what I'm kind of thinking of.
So you're saying that this Tanner guy did he must have done this to Michael. Tanner had to do something. You're hearing, or
No, I don't think Tanner did anything like that. I just know that Tanner and Sarah got in a fight, and that's why she got charges in the first place, is because she didn't handle the situation properly.
Okay, so going back to the
That's
couple
what I'm
weeks
thinking,
ago when
Stacey.
authorities went to the Wandra's house with a warrant for the property to dig up looking for Michael, what brought them there? Like, who said what? Who said what to bring them there? Did the detectives tell you?
I think that they said that the cadaver dogs, they brought dogs over there and it alerted, like on a scent trail or something.
Mm-hmm.
And there was rumors that there was a little tricycle bike over there and a little shirt or something like that.
But why would people spread rumors? Are you thinking they were just trying to pin it on them?
Possibly. Yeah, I think that they were, I don't know.
Yeah, because it is interesting, and I'm so dumbfounded on this because we all want answers. Everybody wants answers, right? Everyone wants the truth. Right. And I appreciate you telling me because, believe it or not, me digging in on you, I'm thinking, okay, this Brandon guy is involved because Sarah got arrested. But at the same time, people are like, well, Sarah's like kind of crazy, right? She's kind of mentally ill, and she could just been rambling, hey, I buried the body, when it's not true.
Yeah, and even if there was any bit of a slight suspicion or whatever that happened, I'm glad that they went there and looked, because that would be a way to find more clues to what is going on.
Yeah, because you told me you don't think Sarah or Stacy.
Yeah, I know where their mom.
I don't think that they're capable of doing it because they're just kind of like normal people that just have little businesses trying to get money, just barely scraping to get by. They don't,
And then, okay, like what other business they got? They got the taxi business. What else?
And then they have an oil change business. So they started WONDRA's Lube, and that's what came up on the Google when you Googled it.
Yeah.
And then that is why I was there at all ever for any reason, is to help them with their oil change business, because I did that before and I'm good at it.
Where would they do the
So-
oil change at their house there or another location?
They had a little shop over there in Ontario, Oregon, where they did oil changes. They were renting it out.
So up to the arrest where she got arrested in April this year, was that business still running?
It was starting to slowly decrease because it was going good, and then one day Stacy had an argument with the owner and his daughter over a shop vac, if you can believe it or not. And they were sitting there just doing that, and he said, if you're going to treat my daughter and talk to her like that over just a shop vac, then I'm going to go ahead and not rent this to you guys anymore. You know what I mean? And you haven't paid me for a little bit anyway, so things are not up to date on the payments. You guys, your contract has been terminated.
Interesting. Yeah. So what about the taxi business? Was that still functioning up to when she got arrested?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Yeah, I was still functioning, and it'd still be going today if none of those charges would have happened with her and Tanner. That's what set it off.
So she gets arrested for fighting with Tanner. Does she get bond?
Yeah.
Does she just get released?
I think they gave her bond. They gave her bond for a little bit, and then they let her out on a preliminary hearing kind of a thing.
Mhm.
So they're waiting to determine if any more evidence comes up, if she really did like try to smack him with a dog bone, or if she tried to threaten him with a gun, or if that was true, or if it was just hearsay.
So he's accusing her of hitting her with a dog bone?
Yeah, he said that she smacked her with a dog bone and said, get out of my house right now or I'm calling the cops. And that's what started everything. And then right when that happened, me and her got in an argument as well. And I got my little van and I left and went home.
So you never
'Cause I
went,
was like,
you never went back after that?
right. After that, I went back one time, and then I went back there and was hanging out with another friend. His name was Randy, and he was from North Carolina, and he got in a crash with his motorhome. So they were trying to help him with that, with the taxi, by giving him a ride to do the
Oh,
repairs on
Jeff,
his pickup.
this is
They got
weird.
totaled from the crash, and then from there, that's when that kind of went sideways. And I went back there once, and me and him were trying to do the taxi by ourselves, but then Stacy got involved and got in with a new phone and tried to run the show in the company. And then me and Stacy got in arguments about who could drive the car, who couldn't, who could work, who couldn't, and it just became a big nightmare from there.
Interesting. Did they bring in like, it seems like they're just bringing people in because they want to help them.
Yes.
Why are they doing that?
I don't know. That was one of the biggest questions that was on my mind too. It's just like they were trying to, they said that they kind of did it for God, or they did it for the church, and they want to give people a place to sleep at night so they don't have to be homeless, you know?
Yeah. Was Stacy religious?
He pretended to be, but he wasn't as, like, he believes in God, you know what I'm saying? But he doesn't believe in like all the religious practices like most of the people.
Yeah.
But they went to church, and they paid tithes and tried to help people and got money from the church to pay their bills, and they were with the church, you know.
They give money to the church for the
Interesting.
church will help them pay
because
their
people are
bills.
saying about Sarah, right? Because they're saying right
Right.
after Michael Vaughn went missing, then she starts making all these religious posts, like within a month after he went missing, and people are suspecting, is she trying to repent? Is she have a guilty conscience? Is she trying to deflect and try to thwart off anyone that's investigating her to act like she's religious? Like, what's the deal with that?
Yeah, I know that they always kind of like hid behind it, or they went with those kind of things. Like the whole time I was there, they just say, oh, we believe in God, and God tells me what we should do for the day and how to help people, and we believe in doing good to the community, and it'll come back around, kind of like a good karma thing.
Yeah.
And so that's why, like, they were kind of like good charity people. So I don't know why they would go from that to getting caught with guns and then trying to run off with the story that definitely didn't happen in front of my eyes, or else I would have reported it too, you know?
Yeah. So
that's why it's questioning to me.
And that's why I'm asking you questions, because maybe you have the clues or the idea, but you're saying that they couldn't have done it. Now, let's go back to that day Michael went missing, right? So
yeah,
that morning, where were you all at on July 27th, 2021, the day Michael was reported missing? Where were you guys at in the morning?
Okay, so earlier that day, I spent the night there because we came in towing my car from my mom's to their house. And we came back over there. And then right as soon as we were getting the car back to the neighborhood, the whole neighborhood was on high alert looking for the little boy, Michael Vaughn. And they said he went missing right that day earlier, right before we came in with the car we were towing. And then right as soon as that happened, I went out and tried to look for the kid with Sarah. We got in her little Toyota car and drove to the gas station and drove around after we got out of the pickup, and then tried to look in the field to see if he went down by the river or if he could be out just wandering lost. And, you know, that's what hit my mind first. And then from there, it was me and Sarah. We went to the gas station, got some milk, and then did this and that and came back. And then right when we got back, Carson had his pickup next door with a light bar on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, hey, we need to start this up and kind of go look in the neighborhood and the farmer field and the river. We got to go find this missing person report that just came out, you know? So that's what was on my mind right when it happened. But earlier, before that day, before we towed the car, we went to Applebee's. And
What time was that?
That was earlier in the day after we woke up and had breakfast and watched TV and coffee. And then we went, me and Sarah and one of our other friends that was there visiting for like a week or so because he came in from the airport. He wanted to go visit his family over by Nampa area somewhere by the Karcher Mall.
Who was that?
So that's Adrian.
Is that the Adrian Hernandez?
No, that's a different guy. Adrian Hernandez, I was locked up and incarcerated with him at the Canyon County Jail earlier this year. And he was just there for like some kind of quarrel or marijuana or just some little petty charge. And he's just there for that. But this Adrian that I'm talking about was a different person.
Who? Like, what's his last name?
I don't know his last name at all. I just know that he was Adrian and he had like kind of an afro. And we went and did kind of a YouTube video that day where we were trying to make music and kind of like a car crash scene.
Mm-hmm.
And we were hanging out with him doing that earlier. And then after that, me, Adrian, and Sarah went to Applebee's where we dropped him off there after me and Sarah got a chicken sandwich and a soda pop over there at the Popeyes restaurant.
Who bought the Applebee's? You or him? Or who paid for it?
Sarah took me to lunch over at Popeyes, and she was going to buy a sandwich for me, Adrian, and her. But he said, my family's here. I want to see him. So I'm going to go to Applebee's and go over here and have dinner with them or lunch with them real quick. And then give me a little bit of time to do that. And then you guys come back and get me.
Yeah.
So we did that. And in the meantime, me and Sarah were bored just kind of driving around the mall. And we didn't know what to do. So I drove back over to my house to get a water bottle and fill it up with water to bring back over to their house because I didn't like their water.
Yeah.
And then during that time, after that, we came back to the mall and we picked up Adrian, me and Sarah, and then all three of us, Sarah, Adrian, and I, we hopped in the car and we went back to the Fruitland house where they do their taxi business.
All right, so where was Stacy during all of this?
He was back at the house.
So Stacy said, you think Stacy stayed home all that day? Stayed home?
We left him there at the house. I don't know if he stayed there the whole time or not, to be honest.
Was anyone else there with him?
I don't think so. I think it was just him home alone at that point. And that was before we went to tow.
And they had dogs and cats there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they had one hound dog and like 3 or 4 tuxedo cats.
So Stacy's there. You guys go out. What was Adrian doing at the mall?
He was just visiting his girlfriend and his son. And then after that, we went over to Macy's and kind of went in there and shopped around for clothes a little bit. And we were playing on our iPads and just taking pictures, goofing off. And then from there, we go back and then that's how it goes.
Well, what about the afternoon from the mall to you going back to the neighborhood? Did you guys go anywhere else? Stop anywhere else?
We just went over to a pawn shop, I think, just kind of look around at the pawn shop a little bit. And then I think he bought like an iPad, or he was trying to get a new iPad, I think.
That's Adrian, right?
Right, yes, sir. And then I think he bought one there. We went to the pawn shop, bought an iPad, and then came back and we were just chilling.
So what car were you guys all in?
We were in that little Toyota 2006.
Okay, what is that? What color is it? White?
It's the blue one.
A blue. Okay.
Yeah.
And I remember you were telling me that they were towing your car. You told me earlier in another conversation that your car was being towed by their truck that day.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So where's that come into play here?
I asked them earlier that day if we could use their pickup to go to my house, my mom's house, and get my Mercedes Benz and tow it back over there so I could work on it if I was going to be hanging out over there doing the taxi business.
Yeah. So when did you guys go over there to get your car?
I think it was around like 6 or 7 at night.
6 or 7. Then you're saying while you're coming back, that's when you noticed everyone searching for Michael?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember going to the gas station. We were probably at the gas station filling up like right at 7.
Right at 7. What gas station?
It was the Chevron right there just up from their house.
Yeah. So where you were seeing people out there looking for Michael, or you were seeing police?
I was just seeing police cars cruising around, and I was seeing a lot of like the neighbors going out in their cars cruising around, and just like the whole subdivision from the left side to the right side. They were all just out, everybody walking around and looking, and flashlights. Search and rescue was there, police, everything.
But how did you know they were looking for Michael?
Because so when we were pulling into the subdivision, Sarah was driving the pickup, and she stopped and talked to the neighbor that was coming down the road the opposite way.
Mm-hmm.
And she stopped right there in the middle of the road, and they both opened their doors and they started talking to each other right there.
Okay. And you told me you never seen Michael Vaughn before in your life prior.
Right. I never met him or his parents ever before. I just know that they're neighbors of where I was staying over there with the WONDRAs. They live like diagonal.
Yeah. What about the okay. Yeah, I got so many questions. All right. So Adrian, where's he from?
I think he's from California somewhere.
So but how did he get up there? Like how did he end up there in Idaho?
He just flew in from California to come see his son and his old girlfriend or whatever.
But where did Sarah meet him? Like how does she know him?
I don't know. I think he just randomly like called their phone one day from the airport and said, can you give me a ride from here to there or whatever? And that's probably how those two met.
Yeah, because, obviously, Sarah, according to this arrest affidavit, she's claiming that this Adrian guy helped bury Michael in her yard. That's what she said, according to the arrest affidavits, or the neighbors. She also said the neighbor's yard, too.
Right.
So people are wondering, who's Adrian?
Yeah, he's just some kid that came here from California for a little bit to visit his son and his old girlfriend.
Did he get arrested at all?
No, he didn't get arrested or talked to or nothing.
So how long was he there at their house for?
He was only there for like a week up to 2 weeks, tops.
After Michael went missing?
After Michael went missing, I'm pretty sure he was there for like a couple days after that as well.
Okay, so he was there about a week and a half prior to Michael being missing. Then Michael went missing, and then a couple days later, he goes back to California.
I think so, yeah.
Do you know where in California?
I have no idea.
You're in a hot tub. I see you're in a hot tub. What's that, the North Dakota life?
Yeah, that's North Dakota life, trying to stay warm out here right now.
Yeah. Interesting. So interesting. Now, did you know that, like, Stacy had, like, crazy criminal record in the past of being in the feds and locked up and all that kind of stuff? Did you know that?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he talked to me previously before that, and he said that he got locked up for like a year or two because he lied on a federal application to buy a gun or something at a store.
So you seen him with guns. Like, why would he still have guns if he already got arrested for it? Did he just not care? Or?
I think that was it or something. Because at first he said, hey, I know that you're not a felon and you can have guns. Do you want me to try to find you a gun? And I said, no, I already have a gun. I don't need to get another one, you know. But if you are selling that other little 17 or whatever, I'll buy it if I get money from you guys paying me from doing taxiing, you know. That was our first previous conversation.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I wonder why he was so interested in you getting a gun, you know? Like why does he want others to get a gun? Is he like fascinated with guns?
Yeah, I think he comes from a background where like him and his grandpa used to hunt back in the day before he got in trouble. Like when he went out with other people that were responsible, he probably did some hunting.
So some people are saying that does Sarah have any kids that you knew of or had kids?
No, sir.
See, some people speculated that if Sarah is involved and she got arrested, but people are speculating, hey, maybe Sarah did it because she wanted a kid on her own because she couldn't have kids, or, you know, what do you think?
Hold on just a second here. I'm in an interview right now, so I'm gonna have to do this real quick. I think that she couldn't have kids because her husband Stacy said that he got his nuts crushed in a bull riding rodeo accident or whatever, blah blah blah. He said he used to bull ride and a bull stepped on his thing and crushed it, so he couldn't have him.
So he couldn't
funny,
give her
but
a
it's
child.
not funny. I know it's not
Right,
funny,
and
but
he
it's
wanted
hard
a
not
kid
to
and she
laugh.
really didn't.
I'm sorry.
Oh, she didn't want a child.
No, she didn't really want to have a kid, but he was trying to push that on her.
So is it possible? Okay, so you're with Sarah
It's just so matter of fact.
and you're with Adrian out or getting your car and bringing it back. Is it possible
Tattoo.
Stacy
Nice
was
to
home
meet you,
left
love.
alone and did something and maybe like went out and snatched Michael? I mean, how do you do you guys know about Stacy's whereabouts at the time?
I personally don't. So I'm saying that could be a possibility.
Because there was no one else there with him, correct?
Right. Yes, sir.
But you're saying that you were with Sarah all that day. You and Adrian and Sarah were all together throughout that whole day, starting in the morning. And you didn't she didn't go off on her own or do anything?
No, I was with Sarah that whole day and Adrian. And then Stacy was left home alone.
Stacy was left home alone. What there when you guys were out, what cars were there with Stacy?
I think he had his little Cadillac Escalade that he cruised around at that time.
What color was that?
It was a white one, an older one that he traded his pickup in for. That when that pickup started to have a couple issues, instead of getting it fixed, he just traded it in.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We got just a few more minutes of this interview we're going to be able to watch, and then we're going to have to get back to the trial. We will come back to this, but it is long, but very telling of that day. Now, that's if you take his side of the story. Now, remember, he is now alleging he was there the day that Michael went missing. So we have to take that into consideration. And, you know, he did end up leaving and going to North Dakota, where he is at when he gave this interview. And law enforcement were looking for him to question him about that day. So we do have to take that into consideration when you're listening to his story. So I just wanted to let you know, I will try to find a stopping point to stop this. But if I stop it abruptly, it's because the judge came back on.
See, you know, because he's left alone and no one else is there with him. I wonder if he ventured out. Yeah, okay, for instance, when you guys got back, was he in the house?
Yeah, he was in there. He was in there on the couch, I'm pretty sure.
What was he doing?
Just watching TV.
Like he never even went anywhere.
Right.
Yeah, you know, because, you know, he's left alone. It seems like you three have it, you know, you guys are each other's alibis, I guess, you know, and you're saying you did whatever throughout the day. And I appreciate you talking to me. I mean, you know, like somebody that would be guilty wouldn't be telling all this in a sense, you know, but, you know, people just want answers.
Yeah, and I want answers too. You know, I don't think Adrian did it, and I don't think Sarah did it. But Stacy, I know that sometimes he's lied to me and he's lied to others, and he says he'll do something and then he really don't do it. And I got after him about that, and I was trying to teach him that you're not supposed to do that in life, and then he'll get sometimes mad at me, you know. So that's where my trial kind of ends, and that's where I'm kind of curious in my own head.
With Stacy.
with Stacy. I'd like to talk to him personally, and if he was here right now, I'd be talking with him and say, "Hey, I know you and me didn't. I know that you broke my watch, and you thought I wanted to steal your girl or this or that, but that was all accusations. It's not true. I was just there to help you guys work, make a business, and pay the bills. That was my whole objective."
So he was accusing you of trying to get with Sarah
Yes, sir. Like every day.
every day, but he didn't kick
Yeah.
you out of the house.
Right, because she liked me a little bit because I was kind of the cool guy on the
Here
block,
it
hanging
is.
out, trying to save the day, and he got a little bit jealous of it, and I wanted to kind of shut that down and say, "Hey, we're all friends. You keep your wife. You guys get along, and you guys stop doing that." Kind of like a counselor or a mediator.
Was he ever did you ever see him do any violence?
No, he pretended to try to be a tough guy, try to do that kind of stuff, but he never did it when I was around.
He's a pretty big dude.
He's a heavy feller. He's like 450, 500 pounds.
So, I mean, if you see him walk, I mean, does he get tired when he walks a short distance?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's interesting. So because he's left alone, you guys are out. Michael Vaughn goes missing around, we'll say 7 p.m. And, what happened? Where was Starkey? Where was Carson Starkey?
I think he was driving for another company at that time because he was mad at Sarah and Stacy because they were kind of trying to give him a little bit of bluff or a little bit of grief, and he was like, "You know what? I can go work somewhere else or be part of somebody else. I don't have to sit here and take your guys' nonsense."
So, interesting. What about the Cesar Garudo? What's the deal with him? Is he involved? Could he be involved? Was he around their house?
I know that he went to their house like one time. Other than that, me and Stacy went to his house one time, and he had a couple other friends over there, and they were just kind of hanging out and chilling with a couple other people.
But Cesar was not around the house the time Michael went missing.
As best as I know, yeah, that's true.
Interesting. So you never seen Michael. Have you ever hear Sarah or Stacy talk about the bonds or mention the bonds or say anything?
Never once. Not even. The only time I heard them ever mention the Vaughns is when they stopped the car that day and they said, "Hey, there's somebody that's missing in the neighborhood. His name's Michael Vaughn. Do you guys know him or know where he went?" That was the first time that came up to my attention. And then, as far as I know, they both said, no, we don't know where he's at. Let's go help look for him from that point.
Interesting. Yeah. Man, I'm so scatterbrained here because it's just a mystery. It's a mystery.
It is. That's all it is right now at this point. Yeah.
But you're assuring, like, if the Vaughns were watching right now, what would you say to Michael Vaughn's family?
I would say, don't lose hope. Keep your head up, keep your chin up, and know that he might still be out there somewhere because they never brought him into their house when I was there, not once. No little kids ever even came into that house, and I was there like a good majority of the time running a taxi business. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the people that I knew that was there, they seemed like they were all right, decent people that weren't trying to do that. They were just trying to have normal, everyday lives,
So, what's your family think about what's going on? Did you tell them?
Yeah, I told them. The police and the detectives and everything, they've been at my mom's house since I've been gone doing like siding in Montana and stuff, trying to pay bills, and they're beside themselves and just scared and freaking out. Don't know what's happening, what's going on.
So, do you feel like the detectives think you're involved, or they just want to ask you more about the Wanderers? What is the detectives' reasons of coming to you?
I think they want to find out more about like the Wanderers and their lifestyle of how they are and what they do. And I'm probably the best guy to ask because I was there around them the most at that time.
Did you feel detectives think you did something, or was it, were they hard on you and questioning? Were they making you feel like you're guilty of something?
Well, they were pretty stern. They wanted to get to the bottom of it, and they kind of interrogated me, and they were pretty rough and aggressive with it. And I said, "Listen, guys, I didn't do it at all. And if they're saying that this happened and that they did it, they know more about it than I did because when I was around them, they didn't act that way." So they're like, "Okay." And then from there, it's just been kind of like they hit me hard, and I told them everything I know, and then it's been a stale fish, a standstill, and we're just trying to see like who all was even at that point in time in history.
So you're not nervous at all? Are you nervous about being arrested at all or anything?
Yeah, that definitely crosses my mind every day, you know, and I know that if I go back to Idaho, I'll be arrested immediately.
Wow.
And, you know, they're going to talk about me about my marijuana charges, probably do 20, 30 days in jail myself if I go back. And then from there.
So you have pending charges in Idaho?
Yeah, I have pending charges in Idaho just from probation and like possession of marijuana. And that's what I was in trouble with those guys for before.
I appreciate your honesty with that. Appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
So you're not going to go back in there and try to settle it, or do you think they're going to extradite you, try to scoop you up there where you're at?
I think for now it's just a basis of I need to get back to work and get some money because I still owe them money on those charges.
Yeah.
So I kind of just came here trying to get to work because the other people I was working for, it was hard to get paid and pay all my bills on time. So I'm just trying to find a solution to make it peaceful for everyone and kind of find out what's going on here and get to the bottom of it. That's what's on my mind right now.
Did detectives ask you about any other names besides the Wondras? They say any names?
The biggest names that are coming up right now on this is Stacy, Sarah, Adrian, that Garudo. Yeah, Caesar Garudo and me, and
all these men.
That's it from that very day.
No mention of Starkeys.
The Starkeys, I know that they had previous charges from stuff, whatever they did in their life before. I don't even know, but yeah, they said that they went to their house and asked them. They asked Mr. Carson Starkey and his mother that was hanging out there, and they questioned Dorothy, his ex-wife, that she can't really hear that good. She has to write everything down on paper and what she heard or seen or knows or anything like that. So I know that they've been there. I know they dug up the yard, and it's a big case, big thing here.
So you've been so now you've been Googling around following this case?
Yeah, and yes, sir. And then I seen your YouTube that you put out this morning, you know what I mean? And my picture right next to those guys, and that's when it really started to hit home. And I was like, you know, I got to find everything I can do to help. I don't even care about me and my freedom anymore. I need to figure out what's going on here and stop the lying and bring the truth to everything that I can and help.
Yeah. Do you think, based off what you've been seeing, do you think any of the Vons are involved?
At first, my very first thought on all that, I thought, well, maybe just the mom and the dad got in a fight about custody, you know, because I got in a fight with my ex before about custody, and I know how that can go. So I thought it was just kind of like one of those things from the beginning, just who gets who, and maybe the dad came and got the kid and took him to his house, and the mom got all mad and called the cops, and that's what I thought it was from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then my second thought from there is that he might have went missing. He might have went out from his neighborhood because he was trying to go play with other kids like that, his age, and he might have got out in that field and went too far down. There's that Snake River right there by the Ontario-Idaho border right there. So I said, I hope he didn't fall in there and didn't know how to swim, or if he swam to the other side and got lost, or who found him, or what, you know, because there's a million bazillion possibilities that could happen right here.
Yeah. Inside the Wondra house, what does it look like inside there?
It's just a regular, like, double wide kind of a trailer house. Well, it's not a double wide, but it's a manufactured stick built home. Just a regular 1, 2, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, and a garage house.
Do they have a basement?
And they have a crawl space under there in their master bedroom. You walk in their master bedroom, take a right, and there's like this little crawl space right there.
See, it's the crawl space.
And I know that was open one day, and I went in there and looked, and there was like some kind of one of the cats that got down in there and pissed everywhere.
Oh, really? Why were you looking down there?
Because it was open.
Oh, you were just seeing what it was.
So those dudes in the master
What about
bedroom in a hole in the
door?
floor.
The door was open, like they wanted their cats to go down in there or something, or like that was another I don't know. I went in their bedroom and looked to the right one day, and then that thing was open. Their basement crawl
That's
space
just
door.
weird.
Where's it at in their bedroom? Under their bed? Is it noticeable? Is it hidden?
It's kind of, you go in their bedroom and then you go straight into their master bedroom. There's a shower on the left, and then right when you turn to the right, there's just like this little hatch door that opens.
But if someone just you could see the hatch from the wall, or you could tell something's there. I mean, is it hidden?
It's cut into the carpet, so it's like just a big piece of carpet with like a little square kind of cut out on two sides, and then and it comes open.
Do they have a attic?
No, sir. I don't think they do.
Is their house?
There's no-
Is their house? What at the time you were there? Was it all dirty, messy, clean?
For the most part, it's pretty messy.
I think I
Kinda
saw. I think I saw a photo of you sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, that's pretty much the main spot where I hung out, is just answered phones off the couch and went and drove taxis and went back to the couch, played PS4 and drank some beers and went to bed.
Who else was in that
A
house?
woman that doesn't
you
want
seen when you were
alcohol
there?
or,
Like
or
anyone
drugs
else
in her
that
home.
we haven't named that was inside that house ever?
I think there was like three or four people at least when I was there that came there. And this one guy, he got in trouble for like a BB gun and some knives or something like that. He went outside the house because him and another person other than Tanner got in a fight with Sarah about staying in the house and God and religion and all that. And he went cruising around the neighborhood, and he had like some kind of a knife deal, and he was threatening that if he doesn't get to come back in the house, then he's gonna like slice some people up or do this and that.
What's his name?
I'm not quite sure on that. It was just some guy that was kind of walking the streets of Ontario.
And they
It's kinda
brought they brought him to the house.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he was like a homeless guy in Ontario that they met one day, and they just brought him back to his house.
I'm telling you, this household.
Interesting. It does seem like it goes into a pattern of them just bringing people off the streets, or people just they feel like they want to help and bringing strangers into their home.
Yeah. So if something did happen, it happened like that. You know what I mean? Just people that you don't even know who the hell they are, or what they're doing, or what their motives are, and they just bring them in like their family. You know what I mean?
What were they all like? Would you all eat dinner together? Who cooked? Like, did everybody fend for themselves?
No, Sarah. We'd go out shopping, Sarah and I, and then we'd come home, and she'd cook a nice meal for Stacy and I and her and whoever was over there for a guest. That was the usual behavior.
I'm sorry.
Did Sarah use profanity?
She tried not to, but when she got really super.
All right, we're getting ready to go back.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358.
Give me a
People
second.
versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay. And I'm working on your copies here. All right, bring the jury in.
That's just, I don't know. That chick is just.
You just scan it up.
That's just weird. I don't
Just
know.
scan it up.
Normal people just don't bring strangers home,
Yeah,
and
just
if they
scan it
do,
and
it's
see
like
what-
once in a lifetime. That's all I'm saying. That just gives me a weird, creepy, a disgusting, unholy. Just it doesn't make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. That's all I'm going to say about that. Mm-mm. It's something, ZA. I don't know what the heck it is. It's just, nope. I need more coffee.
All rise for the
I need
jury.
a shower after thinking what I'm thinking. Oh.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to court. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the examination of Ms. Hunt. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hunt. Kind of want to jump forward a little bit on January 28th, 2020. But before I do that, I think we left off somewhere around 6 p.m. in the afternoon. Up until that point, had you known where your mother was at?
No.
And I'm going to fast forward to now 7:21 p.m., where you're texting your mother, someone is here. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was going on at the house, and why did you say someone is here?
There were detectives at our front door.
And did you see them out front, or how did you know they were there?
Yeah, I saw them out front.
And again, I want to scroll down. Your mom says who, and then you go on. What do you say after that?
I don't know, people with badges.
Imagine that's how you knew they were detectives, right?
Correct.
And did you know the sheriff's office was investigating the disappearance of Gannon?
Yes.
And so she responds, "Don't poke," and I think she corrects it if we scroll down and says, you say okay, and then she says open. How did you take that?
Don't open.
Did you open the door for the police?
No.
And I don't want to go through the whole text here, but did they ring the doorbell or knock on the door?
They knocked on the door.
And did they announce who they were?
I don't know.
Let's scroll down and see what you say. So now they're knocking. They're leaving, I think. Again, let me just keep scrolling down. She says, WTH, who is that? And how do you respond?
I responded saying, I don't know.
We can scroll down some more, please. Then you say their car is still here. And then what happens after that?
Someone called my phone, no caller ID, and left a voicemail.
So why are you doing a play-by-play of everything that's happening to your mom?
Because previously she had told me not to answer the door, so I was just kind of updating her with what happened.
And if we can scroll down a little bit further, do you get a voicemail from this call?
Yes.
Says there I didn't answer, so I take it you didn't answer?
Correct.
And you say it was a defective. Did you mean to say something else?
I meant to say detective.
You must text like me with your thumbs, maybe?
Yes.
We can keep scrolling down. So they left the voicemail. Do you remember what the voicemail was?
I just remember them saying like, "Hey Harley, it's the detective. We want to talk to you."
Okay. And did you forward that voicemail on to your mother?
I did, yes.
We can scroll down so we can see that. Keep going down, please. All right, so we stop it here at January 28th at 7:32 p.m. Is that the voicemail that was left on your phone that you sent to your mother?
Yes.
And we can scroll down to the next one. She says, why do they want to bombard you? You know what she meant by that, or what that is reference to?
Yeah, I guess like, why are they showing up trying to ask questions?
We can continue to scroll down, please. What do you say in response to that?
I said, I don't know. How did they get my number?
How long were they out there? Do you remember? The police.
They were out there for a little while. It wasn't like a quick, like, here and go.
Okay. And so at 7:37 p.m., do you remember calling your mother and having a conversation with her?
Yes.
And do you remember about how long that conversation was?
No.
If the records indicate it was 10 minutes and 15 seconds, would that be about accurate?
Yes.
What did you guys talk about? Do you remember?
I remember she just said, like, don't open the door, like, you're a minor. they can't talk to you because you're a minor.
And did you follow what your mom was saying?
Yes.
Did you keep an eye on them? Were you looking out the windows to see if they were still out there during this time period?
Yes.
And did you actually try to call your mom back on a couple of occasions during this time period?
Probably, yeah.
Did she answer?
I don't remember.
Do you remember actually having a FaceTime conversation with her at 9:55 p.m. January 28th?
No.
Does that sound like something you might do if the police are outside and you're wanting to figure out what to do?
Yes.
And so, what did you eventually do about 10
I think she's
o'clock
getting the attention
PM
she
that
wants
night?
being between them.
Yeah, so sorry, now that I'm reading the messages, it's refreshing me, but she had called me and told me to leave the house. She tried to get me to leave Lena there, and I told her I didn't want to. I didn't feel comfortable doing that, so she told me to bring Lena to one of her friend's house. And that if I left and the detectives were there, to not tell them where I was going.
So I take it was just you and Lena in the house when the police were outside?
Correct, yes.
And the police get there at 7:21 p.m., is that right, based on the text messaging?
Yes.
And at 10 o'clock, are they still there when you try to leave with Lena?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What happens?
So I opened the garage and they just came out from the side, right from the garage. And they were like, "Hey, Harley, like, where are you going?" And my mom told me to say I was going to like Starbucks or something. So just listened to what she said and told them that.
Did you cooperate with them?
Yes, they asked me questions and I answered it, and then I feel like they kept asking me more questions, and I was just like, I don't want to talk.
And why didn't you want to talk?
Because at this point, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Everything's just so like up and down. I'm just so confused.
If we can fast forward to 10:03 p.m. in the text string. Like, just maybe go up a little bit. All right, that's good. So, are you there in your book, or do you need to look at the TV to see where we're at?
Yes, I'm here.
So January 28th at 10:02:50, I think it's 6 seconds. You say, as soon as I opened the garage, they stopped eating. Is that what you're talking about? They were out there when you opened the garage door?
Yes.
And so does that help kind of refresh? They were out there from 7:21 until 10 p.m. at night?
Yes.
When you were leaving with Lena, did you know the police were outside?
No.
Do you think they had already left?
Yes.
If we can scroll down now, please. You say they were hiding out? Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, we can keep scrolling down. And your mom says, "Wow." Remember that?
Yes.
And then you go on and say, "Yeah," and then we can scroll down, please. Why did you say, "But I think I'm allowed to leave"?
I just didn't want to do anything wrong, so I didn't know if we were allowed to leave the house or not. So
If we can, your mom says, "Why wouldn't you be allowed to leave?" Do you remember that?
yes.
Can you scroll down, please? You say IDK, I don't know. All right.
Yes.
Your mom says, "I want my dogs and you." Remember that?
Yes.
You know what she was talking about there?
Just that she wanted like the dogs in me. I don't know.
Kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah.
All right. You just have a second. We're going to scroll down. Do you remember telling your mom during this text string, that I told them I'm not going anywhere or saying anything?
Yes,
And why did you tell your mom that?
because that's what she told me to say.
Go down just a little bit. Keep going. Keep going, please. You can find where I just read from. Yeah, I'll find it here. Okay, there it is. So at January 28th at 10:04 p.m., this is you telling your mom, I told them I'm not going anywhere or saying anything. And you said no. Saying that.
Yes.
You remember how your mom responded? You scroll down.
She said, just keep saying that.
What did she say after that?
Tell me what that guy says.
Do you know who she was referring to when she said that?
The guy at the door.
If we can scroll down, please. One more, please. Now at 10:05 p.m., your mom asked you, has any other family asked where I was? As like our family. That
Yes.
give you any context on any of the phone calls earlier about what this is about?
No, I just assumed she meant like if she was okay.
And she'd been missing essentially since about what, 3:45 that afternoon?
Yes.
If we can scroll down, please. We can keep going down to going. As we're scrolling through this, were you still giving her a play-by-play as to what the police were doing in the house and things like that?
Yes.
On January 28th at 10:07 p.m., do you remember your mom saying, I have to get an attorney fast?
Yes.
And do you know what that was based on?
She kept saying that they are setting her up.
Was that a continuing theme,
Yes.
really, all the way till you go back to Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
And do you recall telling your mom that they're just taking pictures during this text string?
Yes.
And how did your mom respond to that? Do you see that?
She asked of what?
Were they taking pictures?
Yes, of the house.
And did you tell your mom what they were taking pictures of?
Yes.
Yes, Mike.
If we can scroll down to 10:11, please.
Don't start getting me hungry now.
We can go down one more. Right there. Well, let's go back up. I'm sorry. My computer's out. So this is where she says, what are they taking pictures of? You say the entire house.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, you don't hear from her until 10:11 again, where she says, what's Landon been doing?
Yes.
Had you seen Landon up until this point?
No, but she's not here.
And then she asked you, who's there at 10:11 that night? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
I said just me.
Now, was Lena still in the house at this point?
No.
What happened to Lena?
The detectives took her.
You know where she went?
To Albert.
We can scroll down, please. She says she's been set up at 10:11 and 31 seconds. You remember that?
Yes.
And then she says just you and is that supposed to be Albert?
Yes.
How did you respond to that?
I said, no, it's just me.
Did she ever tell you what to say to the police officers when they were there? Do you remember?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She just kept saying, like, don't say anything, like you're a minor and they shouldn't be asking you questions.
Did she ever ask you to call 911 if you need to?
I don't remember.
We can scroll down a little bit, please. You see that in there yet,
Yes.
Miss Hunt?
Mhm.
What exactly is said there and what time is it?
She kept asking, why are there detectives there with you, an underage minor? I was at 10:12, and I said, I don't know, but I'm asking if I can leave. And she said, tell them you're uncomfortable with these men at 10:13.
Can we go ahead and scroll down to 10:13? And did you ever tell them that?
I just said, I don't feel comfortable answering questions.
Did they stop asking you questions?
Yes.
And was there a female officer there?
Yes.
Do you remember having conversations with her not related to this in the kitchen?
Yes.
That kind of thing. Okay. We can scroll down, please. Now at 10:13:56, your mother says if not, you need to call 911 and tell them they are making you stay there. Remember that?
Yes.
Did you ever call 911?
No.
Why didn't you call 911?
Because it didn't seem needed.
Cops are already there, right?
Right.
I want to fast forward to 10:23 p.m. Do you remember having a FaceTime conversation with your mom?
Yes.
We can blank that out if you like. Thanks. And how long was that conversation?
I don't know how long it was, but I know generally what was said.
What was said?
She told me to go meet her at one of the hotels and to just be careful leaving.
What was that all about? You know, why did she tell you to meet her at one of the hotels?
We were going to stay there that night.
Is this the first time the entire day where she told you where she's going to be?
Yes.
So what did you do after having this FaceTime conversation with your mom?
I listened to what she said and then I went to where she was.
And did you go by yourself?
Yes.
Did you take the Jetta?
Yes.
While you're driving to go wherever you're going, did you attempt to call her a few times?
Yes.
And did she answer?
No.
Where was this hotel you were going to, and how close was it to where you work?
It was right next to where I worked at.
So close to the Massage Envy?
Yes.
Off of Powers?
Yes.
Did she say why you're staying in a hotel room that night?
She said that she didn't want to be in the house with Albert and Landon and his family.
Why did she need you to leave the house? Did she tell you?
She didn't want me there with them.
And so did you pack a bag?
I assume so.
So tell us about it. And why were you trying to call your mom on the way to go to this hotel?
Because I wanted to make sure that she was there. It's because we hadn't spoken really after that. And then I remember I got there and I was waiting for a while because I didn't know where she was.
When you say there, where are you talking about?
The hotel.
Do you remember what hotel it was?
It's probably like a Marriott or Hilton or IHG or something.
Several hotels in that area?
Yeah.
Did you eventually see your mom at this hotel?
Yes.
You remember about how long it took her to get there and what time it was, that kind of thing?
It was quite a while. I remember waiting for a long time.
Was it in the morning hours in the 29th, or was it still the 28th?
I don't know. It was late though.
It seemed like you were sitting in your car a long time in a parking lot waiting for her.
Yes.
What vehicle was she driving when she eventually showed up?
Her Volkswagen.
The Tiguan?
Yes.
When's the last time you saw that Tiguan?
It was that night.
How about prior to that night? Did you see it on the 28th at all?
I saw it prior. I don't know the exact date though.
Do you know what happened to the rental car?
No.
So you just go to this hotel, your mom shows up in the Tiguan. When she left that day, was she in the rental car? You know.
I don't know. I just know that when I met her at the hotel, she was in her Tiguan.
What happens when she eventually shows up at the hotel in her Tiguan?
So she shows up and she's like, we just need to go home. She leaves her car there and then we drive back to the house in my car.
Did she tell you why she's leaving her car at the hotel?
No, she was just like, we can ride together.
Did you ever get out of your car to go to her car and look and see if there's anything in it, that kind of thing?
No.
Did you ever get close enough to her car to smell anything?
No.
Did you ever ask her, what are you doing, Mom? Why are you leaving your car here if we're going to go home?
No. She just kept saying like, she was just kept being like paranoid, I guess you can say.
Did she tell you why she was being paranoid?
There was a couple of different stories, yeah. I was told that they brought Albert and her in different rooms and tried to say like the other person did this to see how they would react. And that's why she felt like she was being set up.
Do you even know if she ever went to the police station to be interviewed?
No.
At this point? You know, the next day is when she went to the police station to be interviewed. If you don't know it, that's fine.
I don't know.
At least she's telling you that her and Al are at the police station. They separate us and they're trying to play each other against us. Is that what she's saying?
Yes.
Did you guys go straight home from there?
Yes.
If the phone records indicate that you were still trying to FaceTime with your mom at 11:26 and 11:31 p.m. on the 28th, would that mean that you hadn't seen your mom yet?
Yes.
And so what happens when you get home?
I remember going home. I stay in my bedroom. Yeah.
Who was there when you got home? Do you know?
Pretty sure Albert and his family and everybody was there.
Was Landon there?
Yes. I think, I'm not sure.
And if you looked at your text messages, People's Exhibit 705 that's in front of you, do you see a string of text messages on January 29th, 2000 from 1:36 a.m. to about 1:40 a.m. in there?
Yes.
Is your mom in the house when these text messages are going on?
Yes.
She upstairs and you're downstairs, or what's going on?
Yeah, she's upstairs. And I'm downstairs.
And what is she asking you about?
I guess the police had like gone through her clothes and everything, and there was stuff everywhere. And asking me if my room was the same way.
Do you see in People's Exhibit 705 whether or not she asked you what the downstairs looks like?
Yes.
Am I saying 705? I meant to say 205.
That's 705.
I apologize, Your Honor. It's Exhibit 205. Does this text messaging back and forth go on for an hour or so that morning?
Yes, while we were at home.
Does it end roughly around 2 in the morning?
Yes.
So I'm assuming you eventually went to sleep, right?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time you got up?
Mm, around 8.
Did you have to work that day?
Yes, I did.
What time did you have to be at work?
8:30.
So January 29th, 2020, you have to go to work. Did you take anyone with you when you left to go to work from the house?
Yes, I took my mom with me
And why did you take your mom with you?
because she said that she was going to pick up her car since it was right by where I worked.
Okay. Did you ever ask again, why did we leave it there anyway?
No.
Did you make any stops on the way to go pick up the Tiguan?
No.
You didn't go to the airport that day?
Oh, yes, we did. Sorry.
Okay, tell us about that. What happened? Why'd you go to the airport? What happened?
I remember we were driving there and she told me, don't speed. I think someone's following us. And she had to turn in the keys for the rental car.
Did she tell you where the rental car was at?
No, I think it was at the airport.
So did she tell you why she kept the keys that the rental car was already at the airport?
No.
So can you describe to the jury what you remember seeing your mom do and how she returned the keys?
I don't remember. I just remember being in the car when she returned them.
Did she go inside the airport?
I don't remember if she went in or left the keys in the car.
Well, did you see the rental car when you went to the airport?
If she left the keys in them, then yes.
Well, how long were you there? Was this something that happened fairly quickly or did it take some time?
Yes, it was quick.
You didn't see her talk to anyone from Avis or did you?
No.
So what happens after she gets done with the keys?
We drive to my work.
Did she get back in your car then?
Yes.
Did you park your car anywhere or are you still just kind of in the drive-through at the airport of theirs?
Yeah, I was just sitting there waiting.
So what'd you talk about as you're going to take her to your car, or her car, excuse me?
She just told me not to speed because somebody was following us. And when we got to my work, she sat in my car for a little while and I went inside to work.
How close was it to the hotel where the Tiguan was at, your work?
It was close, across the street.
Did she tell you what her game plan was? I mean, as she sat in your car?
No, she just said that she needed a minute and she sat in the car and then she came inside to give me my keys and left.
Did you see her looking around the parking lot or looking to see anything?
No.
Earlier you alluded to that she kept telling you not to speed. Did you say that she thought she was being followed or something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did she tell you who she thought was following her?
The police.
Do you know where she was going after she got the Tiguan?
No.
What time were you supposed to get off of work that day? Do you remember?
I was supposed to get off later than I did, I'm pretty sure.
Did something cause you to leave work early? Do
Yes, I got a call that she was at the hospital.
you remember who called you?
I think one of her sisters.
So what did you do when you got a call from one of her sisters saying that your mom was in the hospital?
I asked if I could leave to go pick her up.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you pick anyone else up or ask anyone to go with you to pick up her mom?
Yes, eventually I did.
And who was that? Do you remember?
Janine.
Is that Janine Sanchez?
Yes.
And is that someone you work with?
Yes.
Is that someone who was a friend of yours back then?
Yes.
Why'd you ask her to go with you?
I remember I tried to go there at first and they wouldn't let me go in because I was a minor. And then I remember just before that day, she was like, if you need me or anything, I'll come with you for anything that you need.
So where did you try to go first and they wouldn't let you in because you're a minor?
Right.
Where was that?
The hospital.
So do you remember what hospital it was?
No.
Was it one close to downtown here?
Yes.
Memorial Hospital sound familiar?
Yes.
So you went to the hospital, then did you have to go somewhere to pick Janine up?
Yes.
Where did you go to pick her up?
I believe I picked her up at her house.
Did you go back to the hospital after you picked up Janine?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to the hospital?
We picked her up from a Taco Bell.
How did that happen? How did you get from the hospital to Taco Bell?
I got a call. She said she was riding with some random person and to pick her up at the Taco Bell by the hospital.
Who called you and who said that?
My mom.
And so did you ask her why? Why we're going to a Taco Bell? I thought you were at the hospital type thing.
Right. Pretty sure I was told like they didn't want her to leave at first, so.
And how did you respond to her when she said, I got a ride with some stranger to the Taco Bell?
It was weird. I was like, be careful.
So did you and Janine then go to this Taco Bell?
Yes.
And was the Taco Bell here in the downtown area?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Platt and Wasatch?
I know Platt.
Okay. Was the Taco Bell close to Platt?
Yeah.
Close to downtown?
Yes.
And so what happens when you get to the Taco Bell?
I'm driving. Janine is in the passenger seat and my mom's in the back seat.
Does your mom say anything to you as to what's going on and why you picked her up at the Taco Bell versus the hospital?
Yeah, she was just rambling a bunch of things.
Remember what those things were?
No, it was just, I remember being like just a lot, just a bunch of random stuff.
Did she have her phone with her?
No.
Did she ask to use anyone's phone?
Yes.
Whose phone did she ask to use?
She had my phone.
And how long did she have your phone after that?
At least until we got home.
Did she tell you that the police had taken her phone?
Yes.
Let me approach the witness, Your Honor.
Right.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 206. Have you had a chance to look at that last night?
Yes.
Do you know what People's Exhibit 206 is?
Yes.
What is it?
Yes. It's messages between my phone and Albert's phone.
And does it cover this time frame that we're talking about here after you pick up your mom from the Taco Bell?
Yes.
In particular, January 27th, 2020, 7:16 p.m. to January 30th, 2020 at 10:41 a.m. Is that when it starts and ends?
Yes.
And do you recognize those messages?
Some of them.
Do you recognize the ones up until the point you picked up your mom at the Taco Bell?
Yes.
And do you see the ones that were used after you picked up your mom from the Taco Bell that went to Al Stout?
Yes.
Are those messages that your mom used while she had your phone?
Yes.
Overruled.
And do they actually reflect your messages and what your mom was doing when she had your phone on those dates?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 206.
Mr. Tellini? If sufficient foundation has been laid, she's stated that she's familiar with her phone number. She's familiar with who she gave the phone to. If it goes to weight, not admissibility, the objection's overruled.
In addition, Your Honor, this exhibit was shown to Albert Stalk, and he authenticated his messages on there.
He did.
Thank
Yes.
You.
Go ahead.
So, where did you go after you left the Taco Bell with your mother and Janine Sanchez?
To Janine's house.
Did you make any stops, or did you go anywhere before you went to Janine's house?
I remember getting the dogs at some point.
Do you ever remember going to a parking garage?
Yes.
What was that all about, and who told you to go to a parking garage?
My mom told me, and she was looking to see if her car was still there.
Do you know where this parking garage was at?
Somewhere downtown.
And describe to the jury what you did as you went to this parking garage.
We just drove around, and she was just seeing her car was still there, and we left.
What did she tell you happened to her car, and why was she looking if she told you that?
I think she was worried that the police took her car.
When you picked her up at Taco Bell, did you ask her where her car was?
I think she had mentioned it to me that it was there.
At the parking garage?
Yes.
Was it your understanding what this parking garage was associated with?
Just, I thought it was associated with the hospital.
Okay. Was it close to the hospital, though?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you find the car in this parking garage?
I think so. I don't remember.
Did you see some deputy sheriffs in the parking garage around the car when you drove by it?
Remember.
Okay. All right. So then you said you go to Janine's house. Why did you go to Janine's house?
I was just told that we couldn't stay at our house.
And were you planning on staying there prior to picking up your mom?
Yes. Remember her telling me, like, because I remember talking to her in conversation saying, like, I don't know if we can stay at our house. And she was like, well, if you ever need to stay with me, then you can.
So prior to picking up your mom, you already made arrangements. I'm going to stay at Janine Sanchez's house tonight.
Yes.
How about your mom? Was it planned for her to stay there as well?
I don't remember.
Well, did she stay there?
Yes.
Do you remember her text messaging Janine while you're in the car?
Yes.
How do you know that?
From these messages.
So that's not you texting Janine. What does the text message say?
These aren't between me and Janine.
Well, do you remember your mom texting Janine, is it okay if I stay here, or words to that effect?
Yes.
And did she eventually stay at Janine Sanchez's house with you?
Yes.
Were you there the entire night once you got there after the Taco Bell?
Yes.
I'm going to flash forward to January 30th of 2000. Do you remember, well, I'll ask you, did you text Massage MD saying you're going to resign?
Yes, I remember my mom wrote the email for me.
Was it an email or a text? Do you remember?
A text message.
And if the records indicate that was at 4:30 a.m., would that sound accurate?
Yes. I don't remember being up that late, but
Did you text that, or did your mom text that? Do you know?
I don't remember.
So what happens when you get up? What do you do the next day on that January 30th?
I remember getting up, we took the dogs out, and I think that's the day that we drove to like Marshall's.
Now, as you're driving to Marshall's, who was in the car?
Me and my mom.
Did your mom ever say anything about the police following you at that point?
No.
Did she say anything about go the speed limit, don't break the law, that kind of thing?
No.
Did you know that the police were following you?
Eventually.
We're going to talk about what happens to the marshals. But
Okay.
up until the point that happens, did you know that they were following you on the road? In other words, any discussion, hey, there's a car behind us, and that car's been behind us for a while.
No.
Was your mom ever looking around to see if anyone was following?
No.
Nothing unusual about that trip then?
No.
So tell us what happens when you get to the marshals.
We get to the marshals, go inside to get like clothes or whatever we were looking for. And then I'm at the cash register, and that's when like the police come in.
What did the police do when they came in?
They took my phone, and as we were walking out, they put me in handcuffs.
How did that make you feel? Bad. Was your mom in the store with you when this happened?
No.
What was your mom doing when all this was happening? Do you
She
remember?
walked outside
Did she go out before or after you?
before.
And did you see her when you came out?
Yes.
What was going on with her?
She was also with the police.
Was she in handcuffs as well?
Yes.
Did she say anything to you that you remember?
Yes.
What did she say?
To not say anything.
And how did she say that?
She was yelling it.
Pretty hysterical at that point?
Yes.
Was she screaming other things?
Yeah, I remember her saying other stuff. She was just like, that's my daughter. Don't do anything. Stuff like that.
How long did all this take place?
25 minutes.
It seemed like a long time.
Yeah.
Did they eventually take the handcuffs off and let you go?
Yes.
Same thing with your mother?
Yes.
Did they take your car and your phone?
Yes.
Would you recognize your phone if you saw it again?
Yes.
Probably wondering what I got in my hand here, huh? If I may approach you, Hunter, we're going to hand you what's marked as Exhibit 203, okay?
Yep.
In 203, it's pretty obvious that there's a cell phone in plastic there. Do you recognize that cell phone?
Yes.
Just take it out and look at it. And whose cell phone is that?
This is mine.
And is it in the same general condition as was when the police took it from you on January 30th, 2020 at the Marshals?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 203.
Mr. Chair, Exhibit 203 will be admitted.
So what was the game plan after they took your car and your phone? What were you and your mom going to do?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet my family. And at that point, we didn't have a phone to contact them to let them know where we were. So we walked down to a store that was in that plaza to use the phone to call them.
Now, prior to all this happening at Marshall's, did you know that you had family members flying in?
Yes.
And did you know what family members were coming?
Yes.
And what family members were coming?
It was my grandma, my uncle, and my aunt.
And what are their names?
Deborah, Dakota, and Brenda.
Is it Deborah Locklear?
Yes.
And who's Deborah Locklear?
My grandma.
And Dakota Lowry?
Yes.
Who's Dakota Lowry?
My uncle.
And Brenda, is it pronounced awkward?
Acquired.
What is it?
Acquired.
Okay, acquired. I'm
Yep.
sorry. And who is Brenda acquired?
My aunt.
And so did they eventually come and pick you up there?
Yes.
Where did you go after you were picked up at the Marshalls?
We went to the hotel we were staying in.
And do you remember the name of that hotel?
It was an extended stay.
Was it Extended Stay America?
Yes.
And you probably don't know the address, but was it up north area?
Yes.
Does 5855 Corporate Drive ring a bell at all?
No, I didn't know the address.
Okay. So what did you do when you got to the extended stay?
We got there, we were talking with my family, and then after then we went to Walmart.
And why did you go to Walmart?
They were just saying, like, you guys need to get some clothes because we didn't have any at that point.
I'm assuming you got some clothes at Walmart.
Yes.
Then where'd you go from there?
back to the hotel.
You guys remember where you ate that night?
No.
So once you get back to the hotel, do you remember how many rooms you had?
2.
Who was staying in which room?
It was back and forth, so I'm pretty sure my grandma and my aunt stayed in one room, and then it was me, my mom, and my uncle.
So you and your mom and Dakota?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about what you were going to do the next day or what the plan was? Your family's out here. You got 2 hotel rooms. What was the game plan the next day? You know?
Yeah, so they were just there, like supporting us, of course, because of everything that happened. And the next day, we were supposed to go and get our belongings from the house.
And how are you going to go about getting that?
They rented a van.
And who is they?
My aunt.
What kind of car did they have, or did they have a car? I'm assuming when they picked you up at the Marshalls. Did
Yes, it was a sedan.
you remember what kind of make and model it was?
Nissan.
Sorry?
Nissan.
Altima? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And so did you go the next morning to get a van?
Yes, we all went to get the van.
And who rented this van?
My aunt.
Would that be Brenda?
Brenda, yes.
And so where did you go after you rented the van or after Brenda rented the van?
After we got the van, that's when we went to the house.
Did you take the Nissan Altima as well?
Yes.
Do you remember who was driving which vehicle?
No.
You remember what vehicle you were in?
I'm pretty sure I was in the car.
Do you remember who was driving the car that you were in?
No, I don't know.
It's okay. If you don't remember, that's fine. So what happens when you get to 6627 Mandan Drive?
There are police there. And we went in to go get our stuff. Albert's family was there. He was there. Just like everyone was there. And as we got our stuff, the police had to look through everything that we brought.
What kind of stuff were you getting?
Mainly just like clothes.
Did you go to your room to get your clothes, or what items did you get out? Do you remember?
Yes, I went to my room to get my clothes.
Were there suitcases?
Yeah, we were filling like Tupperware bins or suitcases or like bags or kind of anything.
Do you remember seeing a big, large, olive green suitcase that had wheels? And did you remember seeing that when you were moving things out of the house that day?
No.
Do you know what suitcase I'm talking about?
Yes.
And who did that suitcase belong to? Do you remember?
Albert.
And is it a suitcase that you saw in the past when you were moving from Alaska and things like that?
Yes.
Were the police checking every suitcase that came out of that house?
Yes, they were checking anything we took out. If there was any books, they had to go through the pages. We couldn't really take any technology.
And so how long did this take to get things out of the house and put in the van?
They were trying to do it quick, maybe like an hour.
What happens when you get your things and the van is loaded up? Where do you go from there?
We were supposed to drive back to the hotel, but as we're leaving, my mom saw a reporter and wanted to talk to them.
Whose idea was it to talk to the reporter? Do you remember?
My mom's.
Did anyone try to talk her out of it?
Yes.
Who?
I just remember my family saying, like, that's probably not a good idea.
Was your mom pretty determined to talk to this reporter?
She had got out the car, so I don't remember what she had said to them. But I remember, like, we had left the area where we were at and went down, like, a back street at the back of the neighborhood to talk to them.
So you went somewhere else so that your mom could do this interview with the reporter?
Yes.
You still had the Nissan and you still had the rental van?
Yes.
So talk about that interview. What were you doing when your mom was being interviewed by, was it KKTV?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was just waiting in the car.
Was there a point in time in the interview where your mom asked you to come out?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did you get on camera and answer questions?
Yes.
Why did you answer the questions the way you did on KKTV?
Because that's how she told me to.
Were you doing what your mom told you to do during that time period?
Yes.
And do you recall what those questions were?
I know they asked me my name. I don't remember what they asked me after that.
Do you remember talking about the hike at Garden of the Gods and whether or not you saw Gannon after this hike and things like that?
Yes.
And is that what you're talking about? You're just going along with what your mom wanted you to say?
Yeah, when she came to the car, she was like, come on, let's go do this interview. I didn't want to do the interview. And I was like, I don't know what I'm like supposed to say because I was told that we weren't allowed to talk about the fire. So I was like, am I allowed to talk about the fire? So yeah.
And you said you saw him, right? After the hike.
Yes.
And you did see him, as you testified earlier. That's when he was in the bedroom and you got home from work late at night. And you didn't know if he was asleep or awake, but
Yes.
you saw him in bed.
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after this interview?
We left and went to the hotel.
Both cars?
Yes.
In car?
Yes.
What happens when you get back to the hotel?
We get back. Remember my mom saying that she needed to leave because she needed to get dog food.
And did she leave?
Yes.
Do you recall what car she took?
The rental car.
Nissan Altima?
Yes.
And how long was she gone?
She was gone a while.
2.5 hours?
Yeah, it was
Did it seem like it was that long, 2.5 hours?
a long time, yes.
Did she tell you where she was going to this pet store, what location it was, and things like that?
No, I remember when she came back, I was like, what took so long? And she was like, I didn't use the GPS. So I got lost.
What was the game plan for the next day when she comes back? Did you know what was going to happen the next day, February 1st?
That's the day that we left.
And so just January 31st is when you go and get the items out of the house, the KKTV interview, you go back to the hotel. She's gone for quite a while, comes back. The next morning, what was the game plan?
Next morning, I remember that we were going to leave, and my aunt said that she didn't want to pay for the van while we were gone, and just like insurance purposes, so we had to go and get a new one.
And when you say we, who are you talking about?
Like they just had to go get a new one.
Do you recall who went and got a new van?
I don't remember if I went with them or not.
Did eventually your mom show up in a different van? And
I agree,
at the
kind.
hotel?
Yes.
And would that be in the morning of February 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Did you have
I
any
also
idea
believe
what
with
was
you,
going to
here we
happen
go
when she
as
came
well.
back with the van, a new van, and on February 1st, 2020?
I just knew that we were leaving. I didn't know where we were going.
Did you ask your mom where we're going?
Yeah, the destination changed multiple times.
Tell us about that.
We were leaving. I remember she just kept saying, like, where do you want to live? And then I was just confused. And originally it was going to be Texas, and then it was Florida, and then Myrtle Beach. Just kept changing.
When your mom came in this new van, did you see what was in the back of the van?
No.
Did you ask about where our stuff is? Because assuming all your bags and things were in the first van that Brenda, is it acquired?
Acquired.
I'm struggling with that name. They were in there when you moved them. Do you know how they got from one van to another, or if they even got transferred?
Yes, my mom and my uncle moved them.
do you know that?
I just remember that that morning it was cold outside and I was in the hotel and they had moved stuff.
So was this a pretty quick deal? I mean, did your mom literally come back, pick you up, and then you hit the road? Is that what happens?
I remember that they were on a time crunch because my family had to get back to their flight in Denver.
And so did your family go one direction? I don't know if it's the same direct, but and you and your mom went somewhere else?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
You may.
And just to let you know, you might hear the doorbell ring. I ordered dinner.
201 and 202. Okay. Do you
Wanted to
recognize those
apologize in
exhibits?
advance.
Yes.
What is People's Exhibit 202?
It is the back of the van.
Is that a picture of the van that your mom rented back on February 1st, 2020, and picked you up from the hotel?
Yes.
And 204, is it 204? 202 and 203. Is that right?
201 and 202.
God, I'm not even close.
Great
So
job, guys.
201 is a picture of the van. What is 202?
A picture of the back of the van.
Burger.
The back of the van look like
Fattening
Sarah
burger.
Jane?
Yes.
Was there a partition between the driver's seat and the back of the cargo area?
What do you mean?
You see like a metal grate between the cargo area and the driving area of that van?
Yes.
Is that what that's like from inside?
Yes.
Move for the missions 201 and 202.
Exhibits 201 and 202 will be admitted.
Request to publish.
You may go ahead.
So here we have People's Exhibit 201. Do you see that on the TV screen behind you?
Yes.
Is that the van then you drove off to with your mom on February 1st, 2020?
Yes.
And People's Exhibit 202? We see in People's Exhibit 202.
It is a picture of the back of the van.
Do you ever go back in this back area during the entire time you had this van?
I did not know
And why not?
because everything that I needed was right by my seat in the front of the van.
Want to go back there?
I remember like wanting more clothes
Why didn't you go back and get some more clothes?
just because whenever we stopped, it was like quick, like whenever we stopped at hotels and stuff. So, no point.
Well, did you ever ask your mom, why can't I go back there and get some clothes?
No.
Did your dogs ever go back there?
No.
Did you have your dogs with you? I guess I should ask first.
Yes, we did.
Can we go to People's Exhibit 303 that's already been admitted? I'm going to show you a picture that's already in evidence. It's People's Exhibit 303 in just a second. Okay, 303 is up on the TV screen now. Do you recognize this photograph? It has a placard 14 with what appears to be a kind of a rubber dog bone.
Yes.
Recognize that dog bone?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
Because we had all like the dog's toys up front and their food and everything. They were playing with it on the drive.
Did you leave that in the van after you turned it in?
I didn't know until yesterday.
How sure are you that that's the dog bone that you had with your dogs in that van?
It looks familiar, like it, cause like they were puppies, so we had like the little bones. So yeah.
All right, great. We can take that down. So, what are you talking about as you're leaving in this budget van from the hotel? You asked your mom where you're going, what's the game plan, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so I did. That's when she was asking me like, where do you want to live? And the destination just kept like changing. And she was just talking about like starting a new life.
I ordered from a place called SOB
What about
Burgers.
Elena, did you ever talk about leaving them?
No, she just kept saying that, Albert went against her and doesn't believe her. So that's why she wanted to leave.
And it's something like that happened in the past where you and your mom left Albert and the kids on the road somewhere over here?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
There were multiple times that she would just get like angry or frustrated and ask me to like pack up all my clothes, and we'd get in the car. One time specifically from Colorado, we drove all the way through Kansas, and then she would always like be like, okay, we just need to go home, because her and Albert would talk it out, and then we'd go home.
Did you think that was going to happen on this trip?
Yes.
Did that happen on this trip?
No.
At what point did you realize that was not going to happen on this trip?
Once we were close to Myrtle Beach.
So all the way across country up to Myrtle Beach, you're thinking, we're going to go back to Colorado, everything's going to be fine, they're going to get back together?
Yes.
Do you remember when this trip to Kansas happened, that you ended up turning around and going back?
It was during the time that we lived in Colorado. I don't know the exact month.
Sometime during 2019 then?
Yes.
Do you remember stopping at a Love's truck stop in Pueblo, Colorado to get gas?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time it was?
Good question, Aaron.
Do you remember stopping at a Walmart in Trinidad on your way in the budget van?
Yes.
Did you know why you stopped at the Walmart in Trinidad?
To get a phone.
And did you guys get a phone?
Yes.
Who went in and got the phone?
My mom.
Up until this point, as she's driving, was she obeying the laws and stopping at stoplights, stopping at stop signs, that kind of thing as she's driving?
Yes.
Did she know where she was going? Did she ever tell you, I'm lost, I don't know what to do?
No.
Where did you think you were going as you left Walmart in Trinidad?
Texas.
Why Texas?
I just remember her saying, like, Texas is a good place to live.
Up until this point, did you notice anything unusual in the back?
No.
Smell anything in the back?
No.
You talked about Gannon and where Gannon might be driving down through Trinidad.
Bingo. You asked your question, Aaron.
No, she was on the phone a lot talking to people about everything.
What was she talking about?
I remember one conversation was about a video that was going to be surfaced. She said it was going to prove her innocence. Just going over like everything that happened.
Who was your mom concerned about during these phone conversations?
Sustained. I think you can ask her what she said.
Sure. During these phone conversations, did you hear your mother talking about?
Did I what? I'm sorry.
Hear your mother talking on the phone to someone on the other side?
Yes.
Did you hear what she was saying?
Yes.
Who was she talking about with regards to what's going on with Gannon being missing and things like that?
Her sister.
Was she talking about her sister, or was she talking to her sister about herself?
Talking to her sister about herself.
And what were the kind of things she was saying?
She just kept saying like she was set up, that this video that's going to surface will show that Gannon came home. Just things along that line.
Now, as you're sitting in that van listening to these conversations, did you ever ask your mom, what are we doing? Why are we leaving? Gannon's missing. Why aren't we out looking for him? That kind of stuff?
No, I didn't really question her a lot.
Why didn't you question your mom?
I would be told that, like I'm being like disrespectful or like talking back.
And what would happen if you were being disrespectful or talking back to your mom?
Sometimes she would like backhand me
Where would she backhand?
Wow.
to my face.
Is that why you just didn't say anything and you sat in the van and went wherever she was driving?
Yes.
That scared me. Thank you so much.
Do you eventually go to Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
And do you recall staying the night in Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
And do you remember what hotel you stayed at in Amarillo, Texas?
No.
Did you stay at a Candlewood Suites?
Sounds familiar. Yes.
And do you remember watching some videos of you and the dogs walking in a Candlewood Suites in Amarillo, Texas?
Yes.
You know, we can take a break now and then get into the videos, or I can keep going, whatever you prefer.
Council approach, please.
So the judge is speaking to them on the bench.
Right.
Or from the
Yeah.
bench.
Yes, sure, thanks. You know, I believe there's a stipulation to the admission of People's Exhibit 316, 321, 317, 318, 320, and 323. And that's the order we're going to play them. That's why I went out.
I was going to say, let's try that again.
All right, let's go 316 through 318,
316 through 318.
320, 321, and 323.
Okay. And defense, do you agree?
I do.
All right. Exhibits 316 through 318, 320, 321, and 323 will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And before we play those, Ms. Hunt, did you hear your mom making these reservations as you were driving, particularly the one in Amarillo?
Yes.
Remember about how close in time when you actually checked in that she made these reservations?
It was close in time. Yeah.
And would she make the reservations for one person or two people with two dogs? How would she make that reservation?
For one person.
Did we see that in the video that you'll walk through the lobby first with two dogs? She later comes in and goes to the counter and registers?
Yes.
With that, we would play People's Exhibit 316.
All right.
Before we hit play, is that you with the dogs right there that we see in the still image?
Yes.
Go ahead, play, please. Now the clock on that video looked like it said 7:48 p.m. or 1948. Remember being about that time when you checked into the hotel?
Yes.
We can now play People's Exhibit 321. Can we? Yeah, we'll just let it play.
Can't really see it very well. So hopefully that'll describe it.
Now that video stopped at 7:47. Is that a continuation of you walking through the lobby, going back to the elevators?
Yes.
It speaks for itself, but is that what happens here?
Yes.
And where were you gonna go? Why'd you go to the elevators? Do you know?
I just know, like, she didn't want to pay for 2 dogs staying with us, so we just went in separate.
And was that routine throughout this trip? Would you do that every night you stayed somewhere?
Yes.
We can play 317 now. Your mom there with you at the counter?
Yes.
Video stopped and it looked like the time was 7:47 p.m. Did you see that on the counter?
Yes.
You know where you're at as your mom's at the counter?
At the elevators.
You can go ahead and play People's Exhibit 318. Now, we haven't seen any bags in either of your hands now. Did you guys get bags out of the van or change clothes, or what was the plan of that?
No, it was always just like a in and out thing when we would stop at hotels.
We can go to 320 now.
She had to have known something was wrong. She just couldn't say anything.
Okay, 320 has been played. It looked like it was 7:50 when that stopped. Is that right?
Yes.
So we can go to 323 now.
Yes, Linda Lou. Yeah, that's correct. This is the daughter of the defendant. She was the one on the road with her.
Was she on the same elevator you did?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met up in that hotel that night?
No, I don't know if we knew the room beforehand or how we arranged that.
Do you leave the hotel at all to go eat dinner or do anything like that? Do you know?
No.
How did you eat that night? Do you remember?
We would order it to the room.
Room service? What'd you do?
No, Grubhub.
During the entire trip, did you ever stop anywhere and eat at a restaurant, a sit-down place?
No.
What kind of places, where would you eat during this trip?
Places with like a drive-through.
And would both of you go in to the drive-through, or would you drive the van to the drive-through?
I remember one time me going inside to get our food.
Did you ever stay in the van by yourself?
No.
You know why?
No.
Do you remember when you checked out of that particular hotel room?
The next day.
On February 2nd, 2020? Do you remember about what time of day it was when you left?
Around like 9 or 10. Checkout's at like 11, so.
Okay. And so when you wake up the next morning, do you have any idea where you're going?
No, just back on the road.
Was the plan still going to Texas, moving to Texas?
I think at that point it was we were just going somewhere in Florida.
Now, the night you stayed in Amarillo, Texas, did you and your mom sleep in the same bed?
I know there were times where we did. I don't remember at which hotel.
Were there times where you had your own bed?
I don't remember. I remember like one specifically when we did have the same bed.
Well, the night of February 1st into February 2nd, did your mom ever leave the room by herself?
No, not to my knowledge.
February 2nd, do you remember driving all the way to Decatur, Texas on that day?
Yes.
And do you remember staying at Candlewood Suites in Decatur, Texas?
Yes.
Did your mom do the same thing? Would she call in advance, make a reservation? Would you go in with the dogs first? She comes in later.
Yes.
As she's making these reservations, do you recall her using any kind of corporate rate or saying that she was with a corporation, things like that?
Yes.
What would she say?
I believe it's called Ford Motors.
Where would that come from? Do you know?
My aunt.
So your mom knew that she can get a cheaper rate by saying Ford, or do you know that
Yes.
based on where your aunt worked?
I believe it was her husband.
Do you remember your mom ever leaving the hotel room when you're in Decatur, Texas on February 2nd, 2020?
No.
If she would have left the hotel room, would you have known it?
When I was awake, yes.
Obviously, if you're asleep, you don't, right?
Right.
So February 3rd, 2020, do you remember checking out and leaving Decatur, Texas?
Yes.
Would it be about the same time you left the hotel in Amarillo?
Yes.
Do you remember driving all the way to Pensacola, Florida?
Yes.
Long drive, right?
Yes.
When you get close to Pensacola, do you remember your mom making the reservations at a hotel room?
Yes.
And do you remember what hotel room that was?
Not the name, no.
Was it the Candlewood Suites?
Probably.
Same process. She's with the Ford Motor Company, corporate discount, one person. Would you walk in first? She walks in later?
Yes.
You remember that happening?
Yes.
At this point, I'd like to publish People's Exhibit 181, which is already in evidence.
Oh my God, it was so good. It was the Brewster. It has beer cheese, pretzel bun, bacon, and caramelized onions. Mmm.
So People's Exhibit 181 is up on the TV screen. You see that?
Yes.
Recognize any signatures on that document?
Yes.
Whose signature do you recognize?
My mom's.
You remember staying at that Candlewood Suites in Pensacola, Florida, on the night of February 4th into the early morning hours.
Yes.
Did you remember checking in after midnight?
Yes.
Or actually going to bed after midnight?
Yes.
How many beds did you have in that?
One.
And was that a queen size bed?
No, I think it was a king.
This document says it's a queen size bed. Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did you guys eat at the hotel that night, or do you remember?
I think we ate beforehand, but I don't know.
Did you stop on the road somewhere and do one of these drive-throughs you were talking about? Pick up
Yes.
some quick food? Okay. So what happens when you get into this room? Do you remember?
We just get in, go to sleep.
Now, on People's Exhibit 181, it says that the car you're driving is a Nissan. You guys weren't driving a Nissan.
Right.
You see the Ford Motor Company at the top of the page there. That old machine here is zoomed in.
Oh, yes.
That consistent with what you've been talking about, how she would use corporate reductions to stay in these hotel rooms?
Yes.
So after midnight on February 4th, 2020, did your mom ever leave that room?
Not that I know of, no.
Were you sleeping the entire time, or were you awake during times that night? And we're talking 12:30 in the morning on.
I was asleep.
Earlier, you indicated you're kind of a hard sleeper. Would you know if your mom left that room or not?
No.
How was your mom acting as you checked into this hotel room?
She's acting normal.
Up until this point, had you ever gone to the back of that van?
No.
At any of the stops up to this point, had you gotten any change of clothes or gotten any suitcases out of the back of the van?
No.
At any point during this trip to Pensacola, did you smell anything in the back of that van?
No.
Do you know why I'm asking you if you smelled anything in the back of that van?
Yes.
Why?
Because Gannon was back there.
How do you know Gannon was there?
Because you guys told me that there was evidence that he was back there.
Did you later learn that Gannon's body was found in Pensacola, Florida on
Yes.
March 17th,
Yes.
2020? How did you learn that?
When they arrested my mom and the FBI came to the house and told me.
So what happens when you wake up morning hours of February 4th, 2020? What's going on in the room? What's about when you check out?
Yeah, it was just like all the other days. We just check out. Afterwards, we go grab breakfast, and then we go to Orlando.
Why are you going to Orlando?
She was planning that that's where we could stay. I remember her calling apartment places to see if we could live there.
As far as you're concerned, is that where you're going to be living
Yes.
into this trip?
Yes.
Miss Sun, I want to ask you a direct question, okay?
Okay.
Did you help your mother throw that suitcase over a bridge in Pensacola, Florida
No, I did not.
on February 4th, 2020?
No, I did not.
How was your mother acting like after you left Pensacola?
I remember that morning when we went to go get breakfast. That was another time that I went into the restaurant. I went into McDonald's to get our food, and she was just I just remember her being sad, just being down.
Did you ask her why she's sad or down?
Yeah, she was just because of everything that's going on.
When you get to Orlando, do you remember how long it took you to get to Orlando from Pensacola?
No.
Was it the next day?
Yeah.
What happens when you get to Orlando?
We were supposed to stay there. That was supposed to be our time that we were going to stay there for a while. I think she booked our hotel for 5 or so days, and we left early.
Why'd you leave early? Do you know?
She kept saying they know I'm here, they're following us.
And who was she referring to? That she said they're following us or they know we're here.
The police.
Was she acting the same way she was when you're in Colorado, saying following us and things like that?
Yes.
So what happens after that conversation?
We end up leaving, and I remember her saying we don't have like the money to keep staying at all these hotels in different places, so we drove to Myrtle Beach.
And do you remember when you got to Myrtle Beach?
A day or two after that.
Did you turn the van in to the Budget Rental Center in Myrtle Beach?
Yes.
Did you go there directly, or did you go somewhere else first?
We went somewhere else first.
And how long it took to turn the van?
I remember we got to Myrtle Beach. She had parked the van at a hotel near where we were going to stay at like a friend's house.
Okay. Do you know why she did that, or did you ask her why she did that?
No, I think she said like she just didn't want the person that we were staying with, like, for them to get like attention brought to their house.
Did your mom ever mention to you the fact that that van may have had a GPS device on it? She was driving.
No.
Do you know that?
No.
You know that now?
Yes.
How'd you unload the van in Myrtle Beach, or did you unload the van?
I did not know.
Who unloaded the van in Myrtle Beach?
I was told something of who unloaded the van. I don't know if you want to hear that.
But who told you that? I guess it depends on that.
It is my best friend's mom.
We can't get into that. We can get into things your mom tells you, but not others, okay?
Okay.
You stay in Myrtle Beach up until the point your mom was arrested.
Yes.
Tell the jury about your mom's arrest.
I was scheduled to go in to meet with my recruiter that morning. And she brought me there. She waited in the car that we had there. And that's when I walked in, and like there was like police and everything talking to me and told me that she had been arrested.
Did you actually see her get arrested?
No, I did not.
And did this happen on March 2nd of 2020?
Yes.
Did you give an interview with FBI agent sitting over here?
Yes.
Recognize him?
Yes.
And did you talk about some of the things that we talked about here with regards to the Dollar Tree and the events surrounding Gannon's disappearance?
We did, yes.
Were you completely upfront with him at that time?
Yes.
When you were talking to him, did you still believe that your mom didn't have any?
Yes.
And that was before Gannon's body was discovered, is that right?
Yes.
What about when Gannon's body was discovered?
That was a little bit after when I found out it was discovered in Florida. It was just weird because, like, to myself, I was like, we were in Florida. But I kept like wanting to think it was like a coincidence and that somebody like did follow us, or there was a different story.
You still believed your mom even after that?
Yes.
At what point did you not believe your mom anymore, that she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's death?
I like started having questions, but I still like believed her for a while, and it wasn't until this past like November, it was recently.
What are your thoughts about your mom pleading not guilty by reason of insanity?
I didn't know what it meant at first. Yeah.
Did you learn what that meant in November?
Yes.
I want to talk about your life with your mom since the day you were born, as far back as you can remember. Okay? Had you been with her 24/7?
Yes. Other than like when I was at school or work or.
Would she ever disappear for weeks at a time and you not know where she's at?
No.
Had you always known where she was at up until we talked about the Life 360 app? But did you always know where your mom was at for a given time?
Yes.
Had you ever gone to Australia with your mom?
No.
Have you ever gone to Saudi Arabia with your mom?
No.
Has your mom ever gone to Australia or Saudi Arabia without you?
No.
Would you know that if she did?
Yes.
Had you ever seen your mom change personalities into someone she isn't?
No.
What do you mean by that? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Has she ever not remembered who you were?
No.
You ever seen her not remember who Al Stout is?
No.
Have you ever seen her not remember who Gannon is?
No.
Lena?
No.
Had she ever been treated for any mental illness in your lifetime?
No.
Would you know that if she was treated?
Yes.
Would you know if she ever went to a psychiatric hospital and was in an inpatient program and couldn't leave because of some kind of mental illness?
Yes.
Did that ever happen?
No.
Had she ever seen a therapist about mental illness that you know of?
No.
During the entire time, especially in January 27th of 2020, all the way up till you go to Myrtle Beach in this van, your mother had the capacity to know right from wrong.
Yes.
Did you see that with your own eyes?
Yes.
Did she know how to check into rooms?
Yes.
Did she know how to register for rooms?
Yes.
Did she obey the traffic laws?
Yes.
Did she do anything unusual on during this entire trip?
No.
Have you seen people who are mentally ill?
Yes.
Do you know the difference in what I'm talking about? Someone who can't function in society versus the way your mom was acting?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence of that with your mother?
No.
Had you seen instances, especially in January 27th of 2020, where your mother had the capacity to form the intent to do things?
What do you mean?
She intended to go to the store.
Yes.
You went to Walmart to buy clothes. Did you talk about that? And did you in fact go to Walmart and buy clothes?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to see her to have the capacity to form judgment, use judgment and reflection, and to make decisions?
What do you mean?
Was she able to decide things?
Oh, yes.
Was she able to rent this rental van on her own, take you and drive Texas all the way to Florida up to Myrtle Beach? Has your mom ever referred to herself as Jasmine?
No.
Do you have a cousin named Jasmine?
No.
Jazz?
Her name's Jaslyn.
Jaslyn?
Yeah.
Okay. I must have misunderstood something. Do you know who Jasmine is in the Disney movies?
Yes.
Aladdin?
Yes.
Your mother watched a lot of Disney movies?
No.
You never seen her act like Jasmine, the princess in Aladdin, saying she's going to go to Saudi Arabia and things like that?
No.
Have you ever heard your mother refer to herself as Taylor?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She didn't like her first name, so she wanted to change it. And I thought she changed her middle name to Taylor, and that's why she went by Taylor.
Did she open social media accounts with the name Taylor because what you just said?
Yes.
Do you know if she ever legally changed her name to Taylor?
No.
When she was referring to herself as Taylor, did she take on a different personality, or was it the same old mom?
The same.
What about Victoria? Has she ever referred to herself as Victoria?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Harmony?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Christina?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself as Little Lucia?
No.
Has she ever referred to herself by the name of Maria Sanchez?
No.
Do you know a Maria Sanchez?
No.
Have you ever seen your mother speak with a Spanish accent?
No.
If she had, would you remember that?
Yes.
During these times when you're talking to your mother and she's angry about being set up by the police and being accused, did she ever change personalities and start talking in Spanish or in a Spanish accent?
No.
All Charlie, at one point last year, were you concerned that you might be charged with a crime based on the trip to Florida?
Yes.
What crime was it that you were aware of that you might be charged?
That I would be like an accessory.
That's for the first degree murder, right?
Yes.
And
Told
did you
ya
receive
when we talked about
information
this.
through your attorney that we was willing to listen to your side of the story before we made a decision as to whether or not we were going to file charges?
Yes.
Did you fly out to Colorado and give us a statement, much like what you just said today, to the jury?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because it's the right thing to do.
When you gave that statement, was there any guarantee as to whether or not we were going to file charges against you?
No, there was not.
What was the guarantee? What was told to you?
There was no guarantees.
You know that what you told us could not be used against you.
Yes.
Were you completely honest with us? Say us. I was the one asking you questions, right?
Yes.
Can we videotape that?
Yes.
Completely honest with us. Okay.
Yes.
It's true.
Sustained. You can rephrase the question.
You understood what you were coming in to talk to us about.
Yes.
You understood the consequences that you might be charged with a serious charge, right?
Yes.
You know that during the entirety of your statement.
Yes.
Do you now know that you cannot be charged with that crime?
Yes.
Why?
Because you guys believed me. I was being honest.
Have you heard anything called the statute of limitations? Talk to you about that?
No.
Were you aware that there was kind of a deadline as to when we needed to make a decision about filing charges on you?
No.
So we don't need to go any further than that. But at this time, you know you cannot be charged with that, right?
Correct.
But it wasn't part of the agreement that you signed back on August 17th of 2020. Do you remember? And do you remember signing the agreement?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
So he's basically saying that the statutes of limitations ran out, and I don't think he's saying that she's not guilty of the crime. She's just not being charged because of the statute of limitations, and this is not a plea agreement with her for her testimony. I think they're trying to make that point to the jury.
Sure. Disturb the document.
Before you wade into that, would now be a good time for a break?
About to wrap up with this, Your Honor. So if you're gonna
That's fine. Nope. So good.
And for the record, I'm pulling out the contents of People's Exhibit 324. I'm going to hand that to you. Looks like this is a 2-page document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you put those on that table?
Yes.
What is that?
This is what I signed after my interview.
Is that the proffer agreement that you signed back in August of 2020 prior to doing your interview with our office?
Yes.
And is that the same as it was back in August when you signed?
Yes.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 320.
Exhibit 324 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Those are my questions, John. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, we will see you at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please.
So they're getting a little over a 15-minute afternoon break. I think all of us that have been watching this trial, I think all of our hearts go out to this girl. I think without a doubt that they go out to this girl. I also believe that, you know, I do agree with some of the audience members saying that she is holding back some stuff that she feels might be too problematic for her mother. But for the most part, I believe she's
record should reflect the jury has
telling the
left the
truth.
courtroom. Ms. Hunt, you can step down if you would like. Please watch your step. And we will be back in session at 3:30.
And 3:30. So again, for those that are just tuning in, the reason why I have this emoji on instead of my face is because I didn't realize when I started the stream that it was on OBS camera, which I have never used OBS camera in my life. And so when I turn my camera on, this is what you get right here. So I figured instead of that, you guys would like to see this little ring bounce around my whatever initials they decided to pull out their butt to put AAB. I don't know where that came from. I really don't. I also feel that we all agree that it's such a despicable act that she brought her daughter in. And you and I, we had this discussion before this trial started, saying, you know, when we looked at that interview, or maybe it was during the trial, I can't remember, but we brought the interview in where she was interviewing with the news guy. And we listened to it, and she had the back to the wall. And we also saw it on that day of testimony that we ran live on here. Now, we're very, very thankful, you know, that Harley has made it to the witness stand. Many people were unsure if she was listed as a witness for the defense, but the prosecution, the state, but we weren't sure. You know, sometimes they put people on the list, they never call them. She has been a very good witness for the prosecution, for the state. She's describing the mannerism of her mother in and around, excuse me, in and around the time Gannon went missing. She's talking about how she's concerned about her being followed. She's talking about, you know, her, I mean, anybody that has spent more time with Letitia Stout, it would be her daughter that she has raised. And her daughter is saying in and around this time, her mom appeared to be normal. You know, there was something with a name of Taylor, and that has been going on for a really long time. Apparently, she didn't like her name. I don't know how that's going to play into it, but all the other names she's never heard in her life. And you would think that somebody that has been around her mother as many times and as many years as her daughter, she would have seen at least a 1 or 2 outbursts during her lifetime at minimum. Obviously, with something like this, it would have been very obvious. Anybody that's lived with somebody with mental illness can attest to it. When you live with them, even if other people don't notice it, you definitely notice it, especially over time. So the idea that her daughter wouldn't have any knowledge of her mom, I wouldn't believe. And as you heard the prosecution, the state say, I guess instead of saying state, say, they were talking about her possible charges. He never said that she couldn't be charged. He never said she couldn't be charged or that she wouldn't have been charged. She couldn't have been charged because of the statute of limitations. And I believe they did that as an olive branch, if you will. I don't think they wanted to charge her. I mean, in all fairness, she was under her mother's. She was a minor. Her mom was telling her what to do. You were taught as a child to listen to your parents. So I don't think that they wanted to charge her. And I think when she knew the true gravity of what her mother did, I think she did the right thing. She told them everything she knew, and God bless her for that. This, guys, cannot be easy. For those that are just coming in this afternoon, you do not understand. This poor girl was literally shaking when she had to go up on that stand. She was almost inconsolable. She pulled herself together to even say her name. It was pretty sad. It was sad to watch. Every one of us, our hearts just broke. We know that we can feel her pain. Her pain was very immense. And, as the questioning has gone on, she's kind of pulled herself together and really has been a very, very good witness for the prosecution, for the state. So how many people, we got 117 people in here. How many people, have watched her interview from the beginning? One. Well, don't start answering yet. Don't start answering yet. Let's do this. How many people have watched this, this witness on the stand since the beginning. Press 1 for yes and 2 for no. And then we're going to ask another question, depending on how you answer this question. And I wish I had so there's a few people that haven't been here from the beginning. Okay, so I'll just say this. When she was supposed to go up on the stand, they called her name, and there was nobody that stood up, nobody that came in. It was just silence in the courtroom. And so then a few minutes, I mean, it felt like eternity in some respects. It felt like 5 minutes, but I'm sure it was only like a minute, maybe a minute and a half. You see the prosecutor, the one that's up there asking her questions, turn around and walk out of the room. And then you see all these people and her walking in, and she's just got tears pouring down her face. She was a wreck. She was a wreck. It was hard to watch. It was hard. And she gets up on that stand, and it was hard for her to even say her name, but she did. And you could tell this was tearing her up. She's testifying against her mother. This girl has lived with her mother. She would never in a million, like you just heard, she just realized in November her mother is responsible. She no longer believes her mother. That's a hard pill to swallow. She had her mom's back. She never believed that her mom would be capable of this. And her mother used her. She used her. And I just don't understand why and how and why she didn't just put the kids on a plane and send them back to their mother before they did this. Or she did this, rather. What her daughter was at work. And to put her daughter in the middle of this, I mean, her daughter, like, I'm sure just like any blended family, the idea that it's 100% great all the time, I'm sure they got on each other's last nerve all the time, like normal families do. And now you're have a blended family. We do. It just is what it is. When you have family and you're around somebody, you're going to get on their nerves. You're going to have issues. I mean, it's not you just learn to deal. Over time, you kind of get in your little system, and you just learn to deal it. That all the chaos doesn't seem so chaotic anymore. Even it probably hasn't toned down much, but you just adjust to it. It doesn't sound like she adjusted to it. We learned through this that this was the first time since Letitia and Albert have been married that they were all living under the same roof together. Like, you don't think about that, but this is a military family. So, she fell in love with Albert, and Albert's been gone. She was holding on to a lot of resentment because I think in her mind, she felt like Albert married her to take care of his kids. That seems to be what we've heard, or at least the undertones of that. My mom and I fought 98% of the time, but we loved each other. Exactly. And me and my mom, we get along well. But you put us in a car together for 14 hours. By the time we're at where we're going, I'm sure we're both ready to pull our hair out. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just is what it is, right? You deal. The other 2% were asleep. That's cute, Mike. That's cute. I gotta tell you, Mike, that burger that was good. I usually get the Balboa, which has the sauteed onions, peppers, and mushrooms on it. But this time I got the Brew Master, and this was the this was beer cheese, pretzel bun, Black Angus burger with thick cut bacon and sauteed onions. And it came with, in this place where I order it, they make the fries. The fries are fresh cut. They cut the French fries themselves. So out of potatoes. So not that any of it's healthy for me. I know I ate my calories. I'm overly stuffed Like, roll me to bed. I'm done. Put a fork in it. Oh, that was so good. It was the thick, and they used deli, thick cut bacon, not that, Hormel thick cut, center cut bacon. It's the real stuff that they put on this burger. Oh my gosh. Yum 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 to my tum tum tum, baby. Give me just a second. Let me see. As many of you guys know, if you guys were not here earlier on this, we've learned two things today that were pretty shocking. One, it's a big shout out to all the investigative journalists that picked up Trenton Lehrkamp's case. I really believe that this case, and I maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should give cops. I just have a sour taste in my mouth when it comes to Georgia. Because of the whole no charge Hadley situation. But I have to be honest with you. The Glenn County Police Department has shocked me. They have shocked me. Not only did they arrest 3 juveniles, one of those juveniles being the Holly kid, our Hobby kid, right? The Edward Hobby, the one that likes to throw stuff at his mama. And the other one is Jackson Strother, which is the kid's house that all this stuff happened to. Edward Hobby got arrested for assault or aggravated assault or something like that, and it was unrelated to Trenton Lehrkamp. It was unrelated to Trenton's case. So it was when he hit that girl with the Orbeez gun, the gel-filled gun. When he shot her, he got arrested for that. I'm not sure. The other 2 juveniles, I'm not sure what they were charged with. But we definitely know one was the son that lived in that house, which would have been Jackson. And then, of course, his mom and dad got arrested as well for contributing to an unruly household, as well as contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Both of them were arrested. So in total, 5 people have been arrested. I'm not sure if 2 of them if 4 of them were directly related to the events that happened that night. I would presume that they were, but unsure. But definitely Edward Hobbies was unrelated to Trenton's case. It was related to the girl that was shot with the Orbeez gun. They also further stated in the press conference, excuse me, in the press conference that Trenton willingly got himself in that condition. Now, none of us were there. We don't know whether he got himself in that condition or not. All I can tell you is that if he was taped to that chair, which we clearly could see that there was some kind of binding on him, he was not free to leave. He was not free to leave on his own free will. In his condition, they said that he put the tube down his mouth. And you know what? That could be plausible. That could be plausible. We don't know. But also, it could be all the kids sticking to the same story. He did it to himself. We will never, ever know unless Trenton speaks for himself. And hopefully one day we will get to hear his side, his true side of what happened to him. And, I hope this is a valuable lesson for the parents that like to be their kid's friend instead of their kid's parent. This is serious stuff. Your children, take their cues from their parents in many cases. We want our children to be strong. We want our kids to be smart. We want our kids to have a great life. We all understand that kids are going to experiment in life, with drugs, with alcohol, with a number of things. We know that. We don't have to let them know it's okay. We don't have to accept it. We can let them do it. And when it happens, we can counsel them and talk to them and try to build better character in our children. But contributing to it, making them feel comfortable doing it, is not doing anything but making their life much harder as they get older. While you may think it's okay to party and you may think it's okay to drink alcohol, and it may just be in your mind boys being boys, there are serious consequences to those decisions. Serious consequences that go beyond your house. You're saying it's okay in your house today. they're going to take it as it's okay when I get a car and start driving down the road. We need to set limits and boundaries on our children. We are responsible. And when we see something going on in our home, it is our responsibility to put an end to it, not to allow it to keep going on, so much so that officers visited the home 11 times in 8 months. So I'm just putting out this caution. You know, we are responsible for our children and we are responsible for our own behavior. Please don't contribute to the delinquency of juveniles. Those kids' parents didn't know what they were up to. Only one house parents knew up to, and that was the party house. People knew it as the party house. They were having all these people over. They were enjoying drinking and partying. You cannot tell me with the parents upstairs, you can't hear them downstairs. And if you do hear them downstairs and don't go check on them, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? So I'm glad both the Strother parents have to answer and explain for what's going on inside their home, as well as they should. And again, I just want to applaud again Glenn County Police Department for doing the right thing. I will also say,
And
you
it
know,
sounds like your
for
nice
the people
manager,
that
so
covered
really-
this case, thank you so much. You really did make a difference.
So we just need to, is there anything we need to address before we bring the jury in? Prosecution?
No, you're.
That's,
No, sir.
okay, let's bring him.
I got chicken tenders too, and I can't quit eating them. And I'm so stuffed. This is bad. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my mail.
It's thinking the same thing. All rise for the jury, please.
I think I'm going to get a Coca-Cola. That sounds good. Usually don't drink sweet beverages, but today, since I've already stuffed my face, I might as well just do it in, huh?
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
Thank you. I know this is emotional and difficult. I've just got some questions to ask you.
Okay.
If you don't understand my questions, just let me know and I'll rephrase.
I hope this
Also, once I'm
defense
done,
attorney's nice.
Mr. Young is going to have a chance to come up here and do what's called redirect. So if there's something you don't think that you think you needed to ask for my question or that wasn't quite fair, Mr. James will have the chance to clear that up. Is that all right?
Okay.
Okay. So your mom and dad split up when you were about 6?
Yes.
And after that point in time, up until your mom met Al, it was just you and your mom.
Yes.
And you guys were pretty close?
Yes.
And you guys spent a lot of time around each other.
Yes.
And do you remember sometimes during that time and all the times growing up that sometimes you would come on your mom and she would be in the closet rolled in a ball crying?
No.
We met before, right? You remember?
Yes.
We're down in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yes.
We went out to dinner.
Yes.
You remember telling me at that point in time that oftentimes you'd come and you'd see your mom lying on the floor crying.
This is incorrect.
Well, I've already instructed the jury that nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. He can attempt to redirect her to a prior conversation. If he's going to impeach her, he's going to need a different approach than that, but we'll leave it at that. So, re-ask your question, Mr. Tellini.
We went out to dinner to talk about your mom growing up.
Yes.
At that point, you told me that sometimes you'd come across her in the closet crying.
The question that you asked me, you were very specific, saying golden a ball and everything. So I answered no to that. But yes, I've came across my mom crying before.
Do you remember coming across your mom crying and she was in the closet crying?
Yes, she was in the closet like many a times just growing up, either texting on her phone or crying or many different reasonings.
Did she have an explanation what she was crying about?
In which specific time?
Any times that you would see her crying. Sometimes she crying for no apparent reason.
No.
Okay. When you were in Charleston,
Yes.
do you recall a time where your mom was texting you that something's going to happen to her and that you need to go live with Amy Bolton?
Yes.
Who is Amy Bolton?
One of my mom's friends.
And that Miss Bolton and you were both very concerned for your mom?
Yes.
That you actually had to crack her code on her phone? See
Yes.
where she was? And she was in the hospital?
Yes.
She was in the hospital for mental issues?
I was told she was in a hospital for like cancer and stuff. I don't know. I've been told so many things.
Okay. Well, you had phone
Poor
calls of
thing.
both you and Ms. Bolton where your mom was going to commit suicide. And then you tracked her down into the hospital.
Yes.
There was also a time, you're about 15, you had a Jeep. Remember that Jeep?
Yes.
Your mom took the Jeep one time and wrecked it.
Yes.
Your mom told you she wrecked it because she thought she saw your dead father sitting beside her.
No.
Excuse me.
I remember her wrecking the car. I didn't get a clear reason why it happened. I thought she swerved off the road for something, but not because of my dead dad.
You don't recall her saying she thought she saw a chance?
No.
There were also times growing up that you lived significant stretches of time with Dee Dee.
Yes.
Why?
One was when we lived in Charleston because I wanted to go to my old school as well, just because things weren't normal when we lived in Charleston.
What do you mean things weren't normal?
Like nobody was happy. It's just
Your mom wasn't happy when she was living in Charleston?
nobody was happy when we lived in Charleston.
Okay. You would
Hey,
take lots of
Diesel.
trips with your mom?
Yes.
Sometimes it felt so much like you're almost living out of a suitcase?
Yes.
Growing up, do you remember your mom being paranoid about you getting kidnapped?
Not specifically me being kidnapped. She was always just worried about me.
I mean, she would give you code words?
Yes.
What were the code words? I mean, describe. What do you mean by that?
I think it was like my middle name.
How were you supposed to use it?
She would say it so that I would know that it was her talking to me.
Okay. Did you say why this would be necessary?
No, I just thought it was normal mom things, making sure your kid's safe.
Okay. And you guys would also have safe places that you would meet up if necessary?
No.
Like the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
No.
You started using the name Taylor just prior to meeting Al.
Yes.
You remember complaining to her that it was confusing for you? You didn't know what to call her?
Yes, because I didn't know if that was her. I was told it was her middle name, so
What about using the name Nicole?
no.
In those text messages between you and the phone that was your mother's phone, who's the name on your mother's phone?
It says Nicole.
When you and your mom went off to Kansas City, were you given much warning? Did she say what this was about or where you guys were going?
I just knew that she wasn't happy with her marriage, so we were leaving. She wanted to go do one of like flight attendant or something.
Where were you guys going?
I think we were going back to South Carolina.
Okay. How much notice did she give you between when hey get in the car? Like how much time did you have to pack? Was it a day? How much planning on this went on?
Yeah, I did have to pack. I don't know if it was the day of or the day before.
But had there been any talk before she said start packing, we're leaving? Say, hey, what do you think about this? This is what I'm thinking about doing. Anything like that, or is this pure very sudden?
Yes.
Pure very sudden.
No, she would just be like, I'm not happy. What do you think about moving here?
Okay. Around the fall of 2019, do you remember your mom also becoming paranoid regarding an alleged hit and run accident?
A what?
A hit and run that you may have been in?
Yes.
And she thought people were constantly following her.
I remember her saying that she was like accused of a hit or run, and she talked to someone about it, like a police officer, and they said it wasn't her. It didn't end up being her.
Okay. But do you remember her also thinking people were following her because of that?
I don't remember.
Like in a black sedan?
I don't remember.
Do you remember her quitting her teaching job because of mental health?
When was this?
In winter of 2019.
I remember her saying she's going to become a flight attendant and going to training instead of teaching.
When you guys, I'm going to shift back, and so, sorry, back when you guys would go to Alaska, you guys would go for a couple weeks up to a month at a time?
Yes.
And your mom did not like Alaska?
Yes.
Do you remember a time that your mom came down and said that this was going to be the last dinner with you and her?
Yes.
And that it was too late, she'd already taken them?
Yes.
And that to you imply that she was contemplating suicide?
Yes.
And then the next day she acted like nothing happened?
Yes.
Was that unusual?
That was the second time that she had done that. So Charleston and then.
Okay. Did she ever discuss either of those things with you?
No.
Like afterwards?
No.
Explain what was going on?
No.
I'll move up to January 26th, 2020. Okay. That Sunday morning, you got called into Massage Envy pretty early, right?
Yes, I remember it being like that morning, that day. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge if your mom tried to take again and Elena to church that day?
No, I just know that I didn't go to church that day.
And then you got home and your mom was telling you about the fire and everything like that?
Yes.
And you could smell that there was burning
Yes.
that occurred down in the basement? You testified early or this morning that when you came home and you were talking with your mom, that your mom was scared.
Yes.
What was she scared of?
She said that she was scared of like Gannon because he was acting weird.
You then went and you went down in the basement to say goodnight to Gannon. You both went down together.
Yes.
And do you remember your mom asking Gannon if he was all right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember, that letter that was given to you, that proffer letter? You came in and then you did an interview. You remember doing the interview?
Yes.
You did it with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen there.
Yes.
Do you remember telling them that your mom asked if Gannon was all right and Gannon nodded his head?
I don't remember. I just remember like saying goodnight and like seeing him. I don't remember what I said.
Yeah, but do you remember your mom asking if he was all right and he nods his head yes?
Yes, if that's what I said.
Okay. And then you left that morning for work around 8 because you had to be there by 8:30.
Yes, sometime around that time.
Did you see Gannon before you left?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you remember again back when your mom was arrested in South Carolina?
Yes.
And that would have been in March of 2020?
Yes.
So pretty closer in time to the events in question?
Yes.
You recall telling Agent Cohen that you had seen Gannon in the morning and they helped you with the dogs?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. You got home around 4:30
Which day?
on Monday, the 27th.
Yes.
And we saw you went in the house there.
Yes.
You actually, when you left that morning, how were you dressed?
In my work clothes, we wore my work clothes.
Okay. And so you have like, it's like a kind of a maroon shirt from Massage Envy?
No,
What does the uniform look like from Massage Envy?
it's black, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Do they have special pants or just a shirt?
No, there was no special pants.
And you actually went downstairs and changed out of your uniform into a blue sweatshirt.
I don't remember.
If the dollar store video shows that you were no longer in your Massage Envy uniform, but in a blue sweatshirt, that would seem to indicate when you came home that you went downstairs to change, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So do you remember now going downstairs to change or no?
No, I don't remember.
At no point did your mom try to prevent you from going downstairs?
No.
And when you came home that Monday, the house still smelled like smoke?
I don't remember if it did that Monday. I know that it did when I came home on Sunday.
Okay. And you took Elena to the dollar store with you?
Yes.
How long were you guys gone?
This question was asked earlier. I don't remember what time we exactly said.
Okay.
Yeah.
How far away was the dollar store?
Down the street.
Okay. And were you in there for a super long time or pretty?
It was just we went there and came home.
Okay. And then when you came home, let me ask you this. Did you get home from the dollar store before 6?
No, I don't remember what time I got home.
Okay. When you got home, was your mom already concerned because Gannon wasn't home yet?
I just remember like time being approached and he wasn't there.
Okay. And then I kind of understood that initially you guys all go out to look for Gannon and then your mom comes home and stays home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So initially your mom, you, and Lena are all going kind of some different friend's house to see if he's there.
Yes.
How long does that take?
They lived in the neighborhood, so we were just driving around the neighborhood. So I don't know the exact time, but it didn't take forever.
Had your mom called the police before you guys went and started looking for Gannon?
No, I don't think she did.
Okay, so after you guys go, look, can't find Gannon, that's when she then calls the police.
I remember her calling Albert. So it was like after then. So
Okay. And it takes a long time for the police to come.
yes.
And mom's not appearing, is she appearing unusual during this time?
No. I mean, she seemed worried, like anyone would.
And so you've known your mom your entire life.
Yes.
You guys have grown up very close.
Yes.
And at this point in time, while you're observing her, she seems legitimately worried for Gannon.
Yes.
How long did you guys stay up after the police came? Do you remember? Or after the sheriffs came?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And then that next Tuesday is when everybody comes back home. Right.
Yes.
And other people start arriving. You have people from the military come over. People are expressing concern. People are bringing food.
Yes.
People are trying to set up searches for Gannon.
Yes.
There's a lot of traffic in and out of the house.
Yes.
Then at some point later that evening, some members of the sheriff's department come over.
Yes.
And they're there. One, they're there to get Lena. They're going to take her down to the police station.
Yes.
They also try to talk to you.
Yes.
And you tell them that you will not talk about Gannon.
Yes.
And you said you won't talk about Gannon because of all the stories on Facebook.
Yes.
And because they already have all the information they need.
Yes.
When you say you wouldn't talk to them because of all the stories on Facebook, what do you mean?
There were just people and their speculation, and it was to my knowledge that my parents had already given them everything that they needed. So I didn't know why I played a role in it.
Okay. And you actually refused to talk to both. We refused to actually talk to about 3 different sheriff's deputies. Refused to talk to Deputy Arndt or Detective Arndt. You refused to talk to Detective Perry, and you refused to talk to Detective Williams. Is that correct?
I don't know their names.
Okay, but you remember refusing to talk to 3 different ones?
I remember refusing to talking to some.
Okay. You said that going on to the next day, when you picked your mom up from the hospital, that she was talking weird. What did you mean by that?
What do you mean?
You said that you picked her up from the hospital and stuff was just coming out of her mouth. What did you mean?
Just saying stuff from what happened at the hospital, just saying like events that took place.
Maybe I misunderstood. I gathered that you found the way that she was talking when you picked her up from the hospital odd. Is that incorrect?
Odd as in like it was just like a bunch of like ramble at once. It was just going on and on.
Like vomiting of words?
Yes.
Okay. You know what tangential thoughts are?
What did you say? Tangent thoughts?
Tangential, where where a person jumps between subject matter to subject matter to subject matter, with not necessarily a logical connection. Was that how she was speaking?
No, because it just all related to Gannon being missing and people accusing her, and so they all correlated it in some way.
When you found the manner in which he was presenting you that information was different than normal.
Yes.
Okay. When you leave, then in that van,
when did she first say that you guys were going to Florida?
Different places were, said. I don't think we decided on Florida until after we got to Texas.
Okay. And you guys are going to Texas because she was considering, she thought that might be a good place to live? Is that what
Yes.
she told you? Did she say where in Texas may be a good place to live?
I think it was Dallas or Houston.
Okay. And you drove that first day all the way from Colorado Springs to Amarillo?
Yes.
That's about 10 and a half hours.
Yes.
Okay. You got into Amarillo. And then the next day you went from Amarillo to Decatur, Texas, correct?
Yes.
That's only a 4.5 hour long drive, isn't it?
I don't know.
You know what you did the rest of that day?
No.
You talked about your mom making reservations at these different hotels.
Yes.
She was actually making those reservations with an app, wasn't she?
I remember some of her reservations were through a call. I remember them calling because she needed to get her IHG number.
She didn't have an app on her phone for that?
I don't remember if the phone that she had was a smartphone.
And then you got up. And then when was it decided? So was it decided in Amarillo or in Decatur that Texas wasn't for you two?
I don't know because I don't know where they're like in proximity to Houston and like Texas. Like Houston and like Dallas.
Well, Decatur would be just outside of Dallas.
Okay.
I mean, was it between Amarillo and Decatur that you guys were talking in the car and said, not Texas? Or was it that morning when you woke up in Decatur, said, let's head out for Florida? When was the decision made to go from Texas to Pensacola?
I don't know which state it was in, but or which city it was in. I just remember us being in Texas and deciding that.
Can you remember, was it before the first hotel or the second?
I don't know.
Okay. And then when you were driving from Decatur to Pensacola, did you guys drive around along the coast?
I know that Destin is on the coast, so
Okay. And you drove through Louisiana?
if that's on the route to Florida.
Do you remember driving through long stretches of the country that were marshy and swampy with nothing else around?
I remember driving through like the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, the middle of nowhere, lots of marshes, lots of just nothing around.
Yes.
Remember that?
Nothing around, trees.
And so you get to Pensacola and you check in the hotel. And that night you guys actually slept in the same bed.
Yes.
Okay. And while you're sleeping in the same bed with your mother, you don't recall her ever leaving.
No.
Her mother's
And
not
you're
opposed to
saying
drugging kids,
at
so
no point in time. So you guys are, let me back this up. You guys are in the van for that first day when you leave, when you go from Colorado Springs to Amarillo. How long were you in the van for?
That day.
Okay, so all day though.
Yeah.
Traveling 10, 11 hours.
I don't remember how long it was. I just remember being in there for a long time.
Okay, and you're telling this jury at no point did you smell anything suspicious?
No, I did not.
That next day from Amarillo to Decatur, Bill, you don't smell anything suspicious?
No.
And from Decatur, and that was a 10, 11 hour drive from Decatur to Pensacola, correct?
I don't remember how long it was.
But you're in the van pretty much also?
Yeah.
It's you and your mom?
Yes.
The dogs?
Yes.
You don't smell anything suspicious?
No.
And you can, there's that gate there, but you can still look back in that gate and see stuff back behind you.
Yeah, I mean, there's no lights or anything, so
I know, but sometimes you're driving during the day.
right, but you can't really see through it. It's just there's no lights back there. It's not really shining through.
But you never look back. You're saying you couldn't see anything when you look back in that van?
Didn't really have a reason to look back there.
You didn't look back the whole time, all 3 days? You never looked back in that van?
No.
No? Okay. And you went from Pensacola to Orlando?
Yes.
And you were supposed to be in Orlando for 5 days, but you only stayed 2?
Yes, I remember we were supposed to be there for a while and we didn't stay that long.
Okay. And then decided that you wanted to go back to South Carolina.
Yes.
That to be around family?
Yes, I remember my mom saying that we don't have money to keep staying in hotels. Our family was telling us just to go to Myrtle Beach, so that's where we went.
And throughout this whole trip, this whole journey, I mean, it's part of the reason why you think you and your mom are going there is because you guys have been receiving some threats on Facebook and social media.
Yes.
And so there appear to be some safety concerns why it might be best for you and your mom to leave at that point in time.
Yes.
And at this point in time, because knowing your mom your whole life, growing up with her, you couldn't believe that she would do anything to hurt Gannon during this whole trip.
No.
Then how long were you then in South Carolina before the FBI came to arrest your mom?
It was sometime between like February and March, like those weeks.
And you're saying the FBI told you that Gannon had been found down in Florida when they arrested your mom?
No, that was when I don't think they found his body until after she was arrested.
Okay. And how'd you find that out?
That's when the FBI came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And at some point, Dee Dee and Amy Bolton hire you an attorney?
Yes.
That's Julian Rosiel?
Yes.
And so obviously from that point forward until you come in with Mr. Rosiel to talk to Mr. Young and Agent Cohen, you had not spoke to law enforcement.
Not after until like they came when they found Cannon's body and talked to me at Miss Dee Dee's house.
Okay. Well, I mean, you hadn't talked about the events September 26th, 27th, and 28th. You hadn't talked to law enforcement about, or to anybody about that ever until you sat down with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen.
When I came out here?
Yep.
No. I met with you guys before I met with them.
Yeah, but we didn't discuss those events. We just discussed your mom going out.
Okay, yes.
So you hadn't talked with anybody about those, because do you remember that your attorney had put some conditions on us talking to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And there were things that your attorney was allowing us to ask you and other things that he was not allowing us to ask you?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first time you had really discussed your actions, your mom's actions over the 26th, 27th, and 28th was with Mr. Young and Agent Cohen almost 3 years later.
Yes, I remember with my attorney though, previously I had to write like a personal statement that he wrote for me to send to them.
So your attorney wrote up what to say to them?
No, like a personal statement.
Okay. And you had talked to your attorney before coming out here.
Yes.
And basically what was explained to you is they're not sure if they're going to charge you or not.
Yes.
And they want to get your version of what you say happened.
Yes.
And then based upon that, they were going to make a determination whether or not they were going to charge you with accessory to first degree murder.
Yes.
And at that point in time, you had already seen the probable cause affidavit
Yes.
And so, and this, you follow this case in the media.
Yeah, at some point in time, I had to stop looking what the media said.
And you remember at the beginning of that interview that you did with Mr. Young, him telling you something to the effect of, I want to take some pressure off you. This isn't all on you. Your mother's pled not guilty by reason of insanity. So that's pretty much like an admission that you did it.
I don't remember what they exactly said when I went in there. I know that I had questions what it meant, but I had previously talked to Julian what it meant as well.
Okay. And when you found that out that your mom had pled not guilty by reason of insanity, that angered you.
Yes.
Because you felt like you've been deceived by her this entire time.
Yes.
And you've had to put up with a lot of scorn.
A lot of what?
A lot of scorn on social media,
Yes.
anger and backlash.
Yep.
And so the decision on whether or not to charge you is going to be based upon what you, or at least not all of it, but to a degree, on what you told Mr. Young and Agent Cohen.
Can you rephrase what you said?
You knew when you were going in to do that interview with them that whether or not you got charged was going to be based in part upon what you told them.
Yes.
You will, at times, manipulate the truth for your benefit.
No.
And, well, so when you were living in South Carolina, so between when your mom got arrested and now, you've been living with some different people.
Yes, I lived with one different person.
Yeah, you live with Edie.
Yes.
Okay. You were also getting financial support from Aunt Brenda.
Yes.
And Brenda had bought you a car.
Yes.
And then she took that car away from you guys because you guys had a different disagreement.
Yes.
And it was difficult for you to get back and forth to nursing school.
Yes.
And so in January of 2023, you set up a GoFundMe page.
Yes.
And on that GoFundMe page, you say, "Hi, my name is Harley. For those of you who don't know my story, I lost both my parents a few years ago when I was 17 years old." That statement seems to imply that both your parents died when you were 17.
I don't think it does, no.
Okay. Well, your dad had died a long time before that.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't lose your mom. Your mom was just in prison, in jail in Colorado.
I lost her.
Okay. But you don't think that that's at all misleading to get people to give you money?
No, it was for my friends and family so they could have like a source to send it to me.
You were likely to get more money from people if they thought your mom was dead as opposed to if your mom was in prison.
No.
You also put in there that you've been having to provide for yourself a place to stay, transportation, and the college and the necessities of everyday livelihood.
Yes.
But you said that your aunt, up until just before that, had provided you a car.
She would, at the beginning of all this, cared and would help me with things, and then she would manipulate me and take everything away from me if I didn't do what she told me to do.
Okay. But you indicate on your GoFundMe that nobody's helped you and that you're out there all alone.
No, I did not.
During this time, not only was I struggling coping with this, was also struggling with navigating my way through life and getting myself back on my feet. I had to provide myself a place to stay, transportation, college, and everyday's necessities. I never asked for help during this time and always tried to figure out everything on my own. It was a struggle filled with both highs and lows, but God has always provided a way.
Yes.
Okay? And you don't think that's what it actually was?
I don't think that's what?
You don't think that was a manipulation of the truth?
No, it was not.
How much money did you raise from that?
Like $800 or something.
And she's leaning that ear over trying to hear what her attorney's saying. You never see her really move.
No further questions. Redirect.
Yeah.
There you go.
Next.
And Mr. Young, would you move the microphone a little bit closer to the middle? Good, thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hunt, I want to start with where Mr. Tellini ended on this GoFundMe page.
Okay.
Tell the jury why you did this GoFundMe page.
When this all happened to me, I was left with literally nothing.
Aww.
You would think that if my mom knew that she would do this, she would do something to, like, you know, prepare her daughter or set her daughter up to not have a parent or financial help. I had people in the beginning, they were very nice and they volunteered. I never asked people for anything, like I had said in my GoFundMe paragraph. It's like I was like thrown out into the world with nothing.
That's heartbreaking.
There's some Kleenexes to your left there, Miss Hunt, if you'd like to use those. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Let me ask you this. You indicated on cross-examination that it was August of 2022 that your Aunt Brenda cut you off?
I think it was September or August, yeah, somewhere around then.
So was it after you came to Colorado to give this statement or a proffer and told us what you told this jury today?
Yeah, it was after.
Did she find out about it? Is that why she cut you off? I can rephrase.
You can rephrase, right?
Do you know why she cut you off?
There was just multiple like reasonings that didn't really make sense. She just didn't agree with, you know, like with the insurance of the car and things like that.
Needless to say, it was after you gave your statement is when she took your car back and stopped providing you with funds.
Yes.
And you're in college, you're in nursing school, right?
Yes.
Were you working at the time?
Yes.
Now, when you made the post about losing both parents, what did you mean?
I lost both my parents. It was like one day you wake up and your whole life changed. I lost stepdad and I lost my mom and my brother. I lost everybody.
Were you trying to imply that your mom had died?
No.
Were you just stating the fact that she was arrested and you hadn't seen her since she's been arrested?
Yes.
Counsel asked you several questions about not smelling anything in the van. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did your mom do anything to prevent you from smelling anything in the van as you were driving?
Yes, she always kept the air on. I remember a time when it was cold and I tried to turn it off and she was like, no, it's hot in here. And we also like kept giving the dog like little like CBD treats to keep them calm.
And you're driving in into January, early February through Texas. Was it cold in Texas?
I don't remember. It wasn't like hot and sunny though.
Mr. Tellini asked you on cross-examination that you would have never dreamed that your mom would have done something bad to Gannon. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
What do you think about that now as you sit in this courtroom?
I'm still in shock. I defended her for years. I just feel like manipulated and lied to.
Aww.
And when we started out your testimony this morning, you talked about learning about how your father actually died. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about? The manipulation that's been going on for years is finally coming to your realization?
Yes.
And do you remember when you were talking to us back in August, the questions I was asking you about why we were considering filing charges on you?
Yes.
Do you remember me asking you, what would you explain to a jury about driving across country with a body in a suitcase in the back of that van? What would you tell the jury? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Tell this jury whether or not you knew that Gannon's body was back in that van and why.
The thought just never came across my mind. I just never thought my mom would do that. I didn't see her to be the person to do that. So I never even questioned it. It just never came up.
I
What
believe
would
that.
happen if you did question it?
She would just say don't question me, saying it was back talking her.
Mr. Tomini was asking you questions about any relationships between the time your father and her separated and divorced by the time that she married Albert Stout. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did your mom date anybody or go out with anyone in between that time period?
Yes.
Remember who she went out with and for how long?
There was Travis.
Did you know Travis's last name?
No.
Do you know where you were living when she dated Travis?
Myrtle Beach.
How long did they date?
It felt like a while. Year or two.
Mr. Tomini asked you about a hospitalization at some point. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
You initially said that you thought that your mom was in the hospital because she had cancer. You remember
Yes.
cancer?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom had cancer?
I remember her saying she had ovarian cancer when we lived in Charleston.
Who said that?
My mom.
And was she telling you that because why? Why didn't you tell you that?
I don't know.
Were you asking what the heck you're doing in the hospital?
Yeah.
And her answer was, I have ovarian cancer.
Yeah, I remember.
You ever bring up ovarian cancer again with
No.
Mr. Cellini asked you questions about suicides and your mom talking about suicide. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
He asked you on two different events, right?
Yes.
You remember one of those events being in Alaska.
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. How did that come up? What was said? What was the circumstances surrounding what was said?
Yeah, so I remember I was in my room, and she was like, come eat, that's your last dinner with me. And I was like, what do you mean? And then she was like, it's already too late, I took them. And then I was just like, what? And I remember crying, and I was like, what do you mean? And then we went and had dinner, and then it was never talked about again.
And was this at a time when she was telling you that she didn't want to be in Alaska? She had nothing to do with Alaska, wanted to move from Alaska?
Yes.
What do you think about what she said to you now?
What do you mean?
Was that a form of manipulation, as you indicated earlier?
I agree,
Yes.
Uncle Mike. I think that's why they put him in the front with them.
Had you ever seen her try to hurt herself?
No.
And the other time she talked about suicide, was this related to the hospitalization that she said she was in for ovarian cancer?
Yes.
Did you consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Yes.
Mr. Cellini asked you questions about the cell phone and the cell phone text messages that are entered in People's Exhibit 205. You remember reading those? And it says, for her phone, it says maybe Nicole.
Yes.
For yours, it says daughter. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know why that says maybe Nicole?
No, I do not.
Do you know whether or not your mom actually programmed her name into the phone?
No, I do not.
Are you familiar with iPhones and what comes up if you don't program it with your name in there and things?
Do you mean when you have to set the iPhone up?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So what happens if you never set the iPhone up with your name in?
You can't use it.
Well, would your name come up?
Yes.
Would it be something maybe? Would it be maybe somebody?
Sustained. Okay, I'm not sure that this is the right witness for that.
You know why that her phone said maybe Nicole in the text messages?
No.
Sustained.
You talked about your mom quitting jobs on several occasions, especially the teaching jobs. Do you remember that testimony across?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you why she was quitting these teaching jobs?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I was told that she wanted to work, and then when she would work, Albert would be mad at her that she wasn't watching the kids, and then when she would watch the kids and not be working, he would be mad at her for not working.
Did she ever mention to you that she was being sexually harassed at school and she didn't want to work there anymore, things like that?
I heard that when I was younger.
Who did you hear that from?
I don't know. I was in like middle or elementary school.
Did you hear it from your mom?
Remember?
Is that a common theme with your mom when she doesn't want to be somewhere? Something happens that is causing her to quit her job and move somewhere else.
It happened in Alaska.
Mr. Tonini asked you about January 26, 2020 in the morning and whether or not anyone went to church. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did you not, in fact, go to work in the afternoon around 2 o'clock in the afternoon that day?
Sorry, I'm like forgetting times. There's been so many times. Yes.
Let me ask you this. Would your mom drive a vehicle to church?
Yes.
And would it be either Albert's truck or her Tiguan that she drove to church?
Yes.
Would that be on one of the ring videos in the neighborhood? If they actually went to church that day, you'd see the vehicles leaving and going to church.
Yes.
Do you remember changing your clothes on January 27th, 2020 when you got off of work and then went to the Dollar Tree with Lena?
No, I don't remember.
If you went down to the basement, and would you go into Gannon's room for any reason?
No.
Go into the storage room for any reason?
No.
Went to the basement, would you just go to your room, change, and then go back up?
Correct. Yes.
Did you ever go into Gannon's room on January 27th, 2020?
No.
Did you ever go into the storage room on that day?
No.
Mr. Tonini was asking you questions about the Taco Bell and after the hospital. Remember, he was asking about the voice that your mother was telling you these things about rambling and words to that effect. You remember that?
Yes.
Was she telling you why she left the hospital?
Yeah, she was. I remember something being mentioned about the hospital workers and like the story of what happened.
Was she explaining that she was being treated unfairly and she actually ran away from the hospital?
I remember her saying she was treated unfairly.
Is that why you had to go pick her up at a Taco Bell instead of the hospital?
Yes.
Did she tell you that?
Which part?
Why you had to pick her up at the Taco Bell?
I don't remember.
Your mom is quite the talker. When she starts talking, she goes nonstop, right?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Was that unusual to you? Have you seen her on numerous occasions basically talking nonstop?
Yes.
Did you ever, whether it's January 27th or January 28th or January 29th, clean up any blood at 6627 Vanden Drive?
No, I did not.
If you had, would you have been telling this jury that?
Yes.
Did you ever see any blood on Gannon's wall in his bedroom?
No, I did not.
Did you see any blood in the storage room on the floor?
No, I did not.
Did you see any blood in the basement area at all?
No, I did not.
Could you smell any cleaning down in the basement?
Our house always smelled clean.
Why is that?
My mom was like a neat freak, so she always wanted everything clean.
If you would have known Gannon's body was in the back of that van, when you were talking to Agent Owen back here, would you have told him that?
Yes.
You would have known that he was in that van when the FBI came out to South Carolina to talk to you about Gannon's body being found on March 17th, 2020. Would you have told him that?
Yes.
Do you know now that Gannon's body was in that van as you drove across the country?
Yes.
Was your mom pretty athletic?
Yes.
Was she capable of lifting heavy objects?
Yes.
Do you know how much Gannon weighed?
He was little, so he didn't weigh a lot.
Was your mom capable of carrying his body in a suitcase, picking it up and throwing over a bridge rail in Pensacola, Florida?
Yes.
Is that easy for you to say?
No.
You still love your mother? I'll strike that, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for me? So looks like we have a couple. Mr. Young, if you would retrieve those in council approach, please.
So as you see, they're up at the podium. I'm sure they're probably talking about if there's any other questions, seeing if there's any questions from the jurors, and discussing the questions from the jurors with counsel to see how they want to address them. I see papers. So it looks like they're probably just passing that around. I'm interested because I would imagine that they have a lot of extra questions for her. I do feel bad. I know people have caught up on the fact that there are some things that she seems to be holding back a little bit more. And it seemed more so with the defense counsel. You know, they were starting to go with some low blows, and I think they knew that was not going to be well taken by the jury. It's a shame that her mother put her in this position. It's a shame. But there were some people, you know, and I thought of that too. I think it was Uncle Mike that said, you know, it would have been hard to smell also with the dogs. Remember, they put the dogs, all the dog food, all the stuff up in the front with them. So even if she did get a whiff of something, I'm sure she didn't even think about it. You know, she just passed it off as the dogs. You know, even if you did smell something funky, the dog let some gas out or something. Probably not even a question about it. I think she was being
Ms.
very
Hunt,
truthful.
Did you see a large green suitcase loaded into the second van?
No.
The night when your mom asked, sorry, Jess, the night when your mom asked you to go down with her to say goodnight to Gannon, do you have a specific recollection of seeing any part of his body, like his hands, face, or any part of his actual skin?
I remember seeing his head.
The morning of the first day in Pensacola, Florida, when you left the hotel, do you recall if the van was in a different parking spot than where you had parked it when you checked in?
I don't remember.
So let me rephrase that a little bit. So when you got there, the van's parked and you check in. You come out the next, is it in the same spot or in a different spot?
I don't remember where we parked. I just know we would always park towards the back of the hotel.
Okay. During your time living in Colorado Springs home with the other kids, Gannon and Lena, did it appear to you that Gannon was treated more strict or more unfair than anyone else by the defendant, your mom?
No.
I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Prosecution?
We request to publish People's Exhibit 48 that's already in the evidence. Ms. Hunt, if you can look at the TV screen, this is People's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize the suitcase that we see in that exhibit?
Yes,
How do you recognize that suitcase?
I remember it from moving from Alaska or anytime we would move.
Had you ever seen that during the time periods that we've been talking about? January 27th, January 28th, January 29th, all the way up to February 4th.
No.
Those are my questions.
Defense? All right. Thank you, Ms. Hunt. You may step down. Watch your step. It's okay. Go ahead.
Mhm.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to end a little bit early today. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you all at 9 o'clock in the morning. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, we'll see everybody in the morning then. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise.
So I think, me personally, this is by far one of the most emotional days I think I've ever had watching a trial. I didn't get this kind of emotion during the Murdaugh trial. I didn't get this kind of emotion during really any trial, but seeing her pain, feeling her pain, it was a very emotional day. It was a very emotional day. I think if anybody in our audience was here at the beginning or here closer to the end, if you didn't tear up, some of us were full blown crying. But if you didn't tear up, you missed some of the most, because I'm telling you, it broke my heart. It broke my heart. And what a great job she did for such a young lady. She held her own. She really did. And we have to remember, this is one of the hardest things she's ever done. Think about, the ending of her testimony, I think really solidifies how she feels. I think, she feels abandoned by her mother. Then she finds out how much her mother lied to her, even including about her own father and how her own father lost his life. It was very emotional for everyone involved today, even us listening in and hearing, what she went through, and coming to the realization of what her mother did and the true gravity of what her mother did, and how her mother has manipulated her. And she said that word manipulate multiple times throughout her testimony when referencing her mother. So it really was a just a sad day. But darn, I'm so glad, if of all days, that we were able to run this live. I got to tell you, I wasn't able to turn away from this trial, not one scintilla. I was stuck here with you guys. I mean, occasionally I got myself something to snack on or something to eat, but you guys are set up in the living room, so I could hear everything the entire time I was walking around this living room and kitchen area. And it was very emotional for me. And some of the times I couldn't even sit still in my chair. I had to pace the living room and kitchen as I was listening. It was a very intense day, but I'm glad that Harley got through this. She did it with such class, and she's going to be an amazing, I no doubt, an amazing nurse. And it's so sad, and it sounds like Letitia's sister, the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree, because it sounds like her sister was trying to manipulate her daughter as well. And this is a child that has had everything. She was a child living with her mother. They've always had roofs over their head, food to eat, things of that nature. They're living in a nice home. And she went from that to literally having nothing and no one. And the only people that were really trying to help were people that were trying to manipulate her for her mother's benefit. And it's just a sad reality. And then for the defense to bring that up, boy, did that really backfire on them. I think had they not brought up that GoFundMe page, that jury would not have seen that raw emotion coming from her. You could not fake that. That was heartfelt. Like, I was left with nothing. I had nothing and no one. And she was trying just to make it, and she thinks the family's actually trying to help her. And in reality, all they were trying to do was buy her testimony with gifts. And now she's having to deal with her mother, doing this to her, almost getting her thrown in jail. And she didn't even know this kid was in the back of the van. I do believe her when she says, it's my mom. I honestly just never thought about it. That sounds truthful to me, because who would think about it? I mean, this girl has been with her mother since she was born. Her mother has, outside of popping her in her mouth or, corporal type of punishment, her daughter has lived. She hasn't seen her mom have any major violent outbursts. I mean, who would have, like, if you told me my mom killed somebody, I would be like, no effing way. You know what I'm saying? There's no way. And you got to imagine all the stories. We heard some of the stories she was telling Albert. Can you imagine the insanity she was telling her own daughter? Her daughter probably was just trying to protect her mother and thought her mother was completely innocent and people were coming after her mom. So, I feel bad for this young lady, but, just to show you how horrible Letitia is to bring her own child into this. I said that when I saw her child being interviewed by the news organization. How dare her bring her child into this like that? That was nuts. That was nuts. But for Letitia to even kill a kid, this is just crazy. I'm wondering, this is just kind of off the top of my head. I don't know if it's true or not. But the way her daughter was talking about the burning and how he was in the bed, and all she's seen was his head. I keep wondering, did she try to set him on fire? maybe he was sleeping. Maybe she gave him the hydrocodone and she tried to set him on fire and it didn't work and he woke up being burned and she was trying to make that look like an accident. I don't know. There's just something that just doesn't add up to me with this whole candle situation. I think we've all talked about it in here when it was being brought up what was it, last week sometime. So even with the girl's father, having an OD, like, I don't know. It's almost like an Alex Murdaugh thing. Like all these bodies are out and you're like looking at him saying, could she have done that? And it's like, an OD is so easy to do. I mean, think about it. She knew the ex was doing it. She could have went over there, said, oh, hey, I got this good deal. Try this. And it's a hot package. Or, she put something in his drink if he's close by. Who knows? But it makes you wonder when you hear that and then for her to turn around and tell her daughter that he was robbed and murdered, it almost sounds like she knew he was murdered and nobody else did. I don't know. This story is just insanely crazy to me. Just insanely crazy to me. And God bless that little girl. She looks like she's taking at least care of herself. I'm sure her insides don't match her outside. She's a beautiful girl, but I'm sure she's torn to pieces inside. She's probably got a lot of scars that we don't see. And I don't know. I can't even imagine. I don't think any of us guys could ever imagine what this poor girl is going through. But she was strong on that witness stand. She was strong in her testimony. God bless her for all of her, her testimony. And you know what? Even if she did tell them, she may have lied. She may have lied up until the point she knew she needed to tell the truth. But at some point, she told them the truth. And I truly believe that. Her mom was telling her not to talk to them, and she was listening to her mom. I truly believe that. Even if she did think something was up or she did smell a funky odor, again, that could have been attributed to the two dogs that were with them. So, and her mom was making her do stuff like walk in front of her with the two dogs so she didn't have to pay for the two dogs. Her mom was very manipulative. Very manipulative. So, for those that are just joining, we got one good news, one not so good news. Sarah WONDRA, her charges were dismissed related to failing to report the death of Michael Vaughn. She is now free. Earlier today, after that hearing was completed, she was released from jail. We did confirm that. I just hadn't had an opportunity to tell the audience that. But on a good note is, if she had nothing to do with it, but I did read the order and it said without prejudice. So that means they could actually bring that charge again, just for everybody to know. They did not, if it was with prejudice, they would never be able to bring that charge against her again. But I read the order myself and it specifically said without prejudice. So if for any reason they have a second bite at the apple, if you will, because it didn't get so far in the proceedings that double jeopardy attached. So I just thought you guys would like to know that. Also, Trenton Lehrkamp's case, that's the Georgia, the Glenn County, Georgia that we went to. They have arrested the Struther parents. All of these people have been charged with misdemeanors. I kind of knew it was going to be a slap on the wrist, but at the end of the day, I think this at least taught everybody a lesson, and hopefully, this can start some healing for the community, because Trent Lehrkamp deserved justice. I feel that these charges are appropriate. I do not believe 100% because we have, information from the hospital that he was covered in urine. So I don't know why unless they tested it and realized it was water, or he just happened to smell really bad and they just thought it was urine, and it was really water hose and spray paint causing the odor. I don't know. I don't know, but it's not like people made up this whole thing about him being, having urine. It came from some medical staff, and we did know and report that the boys did stay at the hospital and provide their name and their phone number. So a lot of the stuff in the back, I mean, outside of the urinating, which we got from an article that I think interviewed one of the healthcare, or maybe it was on a report that was provided through public records disclosure. Either way, we heard the urine from a report related to the medical staff. I could tell you that. It didn't just come out of thin air. So just curious about that particular thing. But I did know that they didn't have any feces on him or anything. But they're saying that he willingly drank the alcohol. And my question is they're saying that there was no funnel. We've heard a funnel from the beginning. So I don't know. I mean, I'd have to think that they're being okay. But see, in one of the articles, and it really, really frustrated me to hear, it really, really did. The way it ended was so almost callous. Like, in my opinion, it was so callous. It was like the chief didn't want to be bothered with the Lair Camp case, that it was almost beneath their department to investigate. I was really taken back by the chief's statements. The man almost lost his life. He almost lost his life, and I'm sorry, your well-to-do friends are responsible for that, and maybe you don't want to arrest them. Maybe you want to say, I'm sorry, but a man was taped to a chair. And as far as I'm concerned, when you tape somebody unconscious, first of all, they do not have the ability to consent. First and foremost, we learn that as women, right? So you're taping him to the chair, so he's not consenting to being bound, and you're bounding him to a chair. So now he's not free to leave if he so chooses. So there's a lot more going on here that I really do believe they could have charged them with. But I think they weighed the gravity of this case and the attention that it got. And they realized very early on, they're going to have to charge these people with something we anticipated. And I even called it, that they're probably going to get a slap on the wrist because of who they are. And it does seem like that is the way it's going. But nonetheless, I honestly believe if this was not brought to the attention of the people, this was barely even being covered by the news organizations. Again, one of the people at the house, one of her parents, works for the Brunswick News. Now, granted, she's not a reporter, but she does work for the news station. They're in Brunswick, very small outfit. I got a video of it. Very small outfit. But nobody was really covering this. The only people that were covering this was WSAV and News Nation. That was the only way we found out about it. And they're adamant that everybody on social media has got it wrong. It doesn't matter what they got wrong. They weren't referring to me, because some of the stuff they were talking about had happened early on in the case with social media, and I just got involved recently. So I want to clarify that, because we know all the haters are going to jump on board and say, oh, Bullhorn Betty, Bullhorn Betty, Bullhorn Betty, because they don't listen and they don't clear the earwax out. So that was pre-Bullhorn Betty getting involved, but we did go down there, and the information we had was accurate. We knew who was in that house. The only thing that I would have said that I got wrong was the fact that he wasn't urinated on, but again, that came from a report from their office, not from me. As far as the spray paint and the tube down his throat, that was also provided to many people, that he was force-fed liquor and alcohol. That didn't come from social media. So I'm unclear on what they found, or if they were just trying to lessen the blow or not for their friends, the Struthers, which is synonymous for St. Simon's Island. Surprised that they arrested him. But they did, and thank goodness that they did, because I think parents need to be held responsible for their children's conduct, especially in their own home. So I think it was a win-win. I'm very disappointed with the whole Sarah Wondra situation. I do hope that we do hear something from Fruitland Police Department related to this. I hope something will be forthcoming. But if not, then it just might be something they're not willing to address. Maybe there's other parties involved. Maybe they're trying to work with Sarah for working with her to get her side of the statement, working a plea deal. Maybe this is part of the plea deal. We're not quite sure yet, but we're going to sit tight and just monitor the situation. We're not going to start throwing blame or demanding. I really hope that Chief Huff does kind of say something. I think him not saying anything will be I don't think would be well taken by the citizens. It's not for me to say one way or another, but I do hope that he does at least address the elephant in the room. Anyways, guys, it's been a long day. We've been rolling for quite a long time. Because the daughter, Letitia's daughter, was on the stand. Many of you know that we were going to do some coverage on the West case today, so we were unable to do that, but we will try to do it tomorrow. Again, it'll be completely lawful. The rules are each of us have to individually sign into the system. We cannot publicly broadcast whatsoever, but there's no reason why we can't, open up the chat to let people get some stuff off their chest and communicate. We're just not going to be broadcasting. We're just going to be chatting in the chat room. So, there's not going to, I'm going to have my phone with my earbuds in. We're going to post the link so everybody else in the chat room can listen in. It's just going to be something where you guys can chat about it. We just can't listen to it. It can't be recorded. It can't be broadcasted through in any way, shape, or form through the system. So, like I said, my plan was to listen to it on my phone with my earbuds in, so you guys couldn't hear it. You guys listen to it on your end of the computer, and then we can chat about it as it's going on. If we have any questions or oohs and ahs, or, kind of like we were doing in here, we're just not going to have sound coming out of the YouTube page. You guys are going to be listening to it individually on the court website. So that's what, I want to make sure that we, follow the court order to a T. So, and that's the only way that if we wanted to do that together. But right now, the Letitia Stout case, it's going to be hard for me to pay attention to both trials. So that's the other problem I can see. And this is starting to really get interesting in this case. So we'll see how it goes. This case seems like it's moving along a lot quicker than they anticipated. I think Letitia, she's basically, and it is true, she's saying she's not guilty by reason of insanity. So she's basically admitting that she killed him. She's just saying that she can't be found guilty because she's insane, which, her daughter kind of flattened the air out of the tires on that, because she was around her the entire time after Gannon went missing, including but not limited to traveling with Gannon's body unbeknownst to her, according to her testimony. So anyways, guys, I love you. God bless. We'll keep monitoring this, and I do plan on doing some live coverage of the West case again. Everybody's up in arms about it. I just told you how it'd be. It'd be all above board, and it would keep us right with the court order, as well as being able to let our audience kind of chat amongst each other. So that's what we were thinking for that. Anyways, guys, God bless you. Have a great evening, and I'll see you first thing in the morning for the coffee club. You don't want to miss it, and we'll see you soon.